Hello, and welcome to the grand final of the winter split of the Zenith League. Today we've got an absolute banger of a game. Galaxy Esports versus Lux at Nox. It's going to be an incredible one. Hoping for some crazy drama, hoping for some fantastic plays, and I'm excited. And today we've got Atomica, who I think's also excited.
Yep, very excited. I cannot wait. Obviously, as someone that has watched pretty much every game of Galaxy Esports through to their run in the finals, it has been a joy to watch this lower bracket run. Could we see the miracle run, or will Luxet Nox take what I think, considering their regular season, I believe they finished second in the regular season. I think they're coming into this series as stalwart favourites.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the last time these two teams did face off, we do know that LEN actually won 2-0, 2-0. So, Galaxy Esports looking to get a little bit of revenge, which naturally can see happening. But I think it will be definitely interesting to see how they both line up during the games. Now, we know that today Broken Arrow isn't playing, so we do have Alex filling in. So I'm interested to see how Galaxy Esports play now, knowing that Broken Arrow is not playing, Broken Arrow being such a vital part of their team. What do you expect them to do and have knowing they have a sub jungler in?
Oh, it's gonna be rough, isn't it? Because the jungler tends to be seen as like a lot of the engine piece of a team. So
Mm,
and it really was the case with Galaxy Esports, right? We watched them against Dynamo New Dawn and against Hollow Nightmares, and a lot of the plays in the early game came from just Broken Arrow going, you know what? I'm going into your jungle. Whether you fight
yeah.
me, I'll have my mid laner. And then losing such a vital piece of your of the way that your team plays and the reason that the success all came to you was that mix between line 6 and Broken Arrow being on the same page. Bringing in someone completely new, it has the potential to completely upset the balance, and coming into a grand finals, that's not what you want.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm very I'm a bit skeptical to see how that's going to perform, right? We know that a lot of the last series that we've watched Galaxy Esports play, specifically, we're watching a lot of like Pedro looking to roam quite a lot. And when you have a jungler that can be on the same page as you, it's so incredibly important, right? And we've seen that a lot of the time. Now, we're not exactly sure how much Alex and Pedro Pietrez have played together, but that is quite a big factor. We've seen it a lot of the time, especially in this current meta. Supports love to roam a lot. And Pedro Pietrez being a jungle main themselves who's now playing support, I think it's kind of has the understanding of where a jungler should be at a certain time and when to gank lane, how to prioritize ganking certain lanes. Now, that all this said, it doesn't mean that Alex still not might perform well. Definitely a highly low player back in 2022, hitting D3. And we do know that I do have quite a wide champ pool. But in terms of being high mastery point or maybe highly skilled on a certain champion, they have got quite a limited few champions around that. So all in all, I'm quite excited to see what Alex picks today because maybe looks at Nocta a little bit in the dark here, right? Not knowing with it being a sub, kind of don't really know what to draft around it.
Yeah, and this could completely change Galaxy Esports drafting, right? And that can throw a complete spanner in the works for the side of Luxet Nox. But Luxet Nox are full of high elo players, very good, talented players, that have all of them have multiple roles they can play first and foremost. But secondly, they've shown consistently that they have deep champion pools that they can go into onto champions that they feel confident on. And will a sub jungler come in really affect the draft that much? Probably not. They're probably gonna come in and try and stick to what they know. But yeah, it can affect bans, and that's the big thing in Fearless is what do you leave up and what do you not.
Yeah, 100%, and that's going to be a definite factor in how this entire series go. Is how do you strategize your drafts? We've said it before, it fully is a game of 3D chess. You're looking to just kind of bait someone into a pick, or knowing what you may want to play in game 2, or maybe if you're that confident, you just pick for 3 games and assume that you're going to win the whole series. We don't know what's going to happen, but I'm really excited to see this bot lane matchup. Now, having casted a lot of Galaxy Esports, Atomica, we know that Perez and Pedro Pietrez are definitely a force that are to be reckoned with. Now, that being said, we do know that the side I've looked at Nox do have a very skilled bot lane themselves, especially the support, right? Skilled is someone that loves the aggressive style supports, but also Pedro does as well. So I'm wondering if we may see a slightly less aggressive playstyle from one of both junglers, or whether we'll just see them both go for the aggressive style. Either way, I think it could be interesting. That being said, I really do expect the Rel to get picked at least in the first game.
Yeah, I think Rel is probably not going to be a contested pick from the side of Galaxy Esports, right? Like Pedro Pietrez has not picked it, doesn't have many games on it, hasn't, shown it in solo queue.
Yep.
But I do think that Rel is a very solid, very, very solid support when played well. And it's going to be interesting to see what Pedro Pietrez opts to play into that, especially if it's picked, because will he play for the lane, as in, an enchanter to bully the Rel, force the Rel to go on roam, and then kind of punish skill? Ali 96, sorry. Oh, I get them mixed up. In that bot lane, and just basically hit them with the dive and the dive and the dive? Or is he going to pick an engaged champion, really kind of try and take the fight to the Luxet Nox bot lane and just try and match on the roams? It's going to be very interesting to see. And I think the first game will really set the tone for how Galaxy Esports are going to draft around this. What I would agree is a very pivotal battle in the bot lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's definitely going to be interesting to see. All that being said, moving away from the bot lane, I definitely want to talk about this mid lane. Now, we've watched a lot of Line 6. We know how much of an aggressive player they are in the mid lane, right? We know how much they love to dominate lane, be super aggressive. We've seen so many dives come through, and we've seen Broken Arrow play around that quite a lot, and let's try prioritize that. Now, One Part Man seems to be a player that definitely likes to play quite aggressive. Now, especially with the champion pool, you've got Zed, you've got Akali, you've got Pantheon, Talon. Loves the roaming style champions, right? And we do have the Gangplank as well for the global style. That being said, very much high skill based champions. Now, that's not too far off the mark what Line 6 does, right? We know Line 6 loves the Syndra, but we also know that Line 6 likes to play champions like the Neferi that we've seen before. And I'm interested to see how that matchup goes, if we will get just a battle of pure skill, or whether one will opt to play a little bit safer. What do you reckon?
I think we're going to get a battle of skill, because Line 6 has proven every time with picks that he doesn't care. People like you watch his Vayne, and the concession around Vayne globally tends to be, this champ, you don't really want to look for any aggressive plays early. You just want to farm. Unless you're playing her top lane, you want to get, you want to bully out. But if you're in the bot lane or the mid lane even, you just want to farm. You want to get to your first item, and then you can start looking for plays. But Line 6 is really throwing that narrative out the window, looks for plays level 2, level 3. And today you did pick up on it, playing those high skill-based champions, Zed, Akali, Gangplank. You even can play maybe Talon or Pantheon. It's high skill-based champions, but another thing I want to pick up on is the fact that they're all quite slippery champions.
Yeah,
they
absolutely.
can get out of really negative or really bad situations for themselves, not easily, but they have the ability to. And that's what I think is might actually be a detriment for Galaxy Esports, in that they really do, as you pointed out, enjoy collapsing on this mid lane, getting Line 6 as far ahead as possible, leaving Perez to solo farm in the bot lane, and just try and make that mid lane a chaotic area. But if you can pick up champions like Zed, Akali, that's going to be so hard for you to make chaotic that it's going to allow Luxet Nox the rest of the map.
So in that situation, if you are looked at Nox, are you looking to play around prioritizing your mid lane, or do you think you kind of need to look elsewhere?
Depends how much one part man trusts himself. I think if one part man trusts himself enough to be able to outplay these situations, which it could be he's against point and click crowd control. If he's against point and click crowd control, I think you do prioritize the mid lane. I think you do just kind of take the fight to Galaxy Esports and you try and play in their domain of the chaotic mid lane, because you don't really want to see your mid laner go far behind because you've tried to play elsewhere on the map when point and click crowd control exists. But if they're playing skill shot crowd control, that's a whole different story. That's where you trust one part man to outplay them, because he can, and he has shown it multiple times throughout the league that he can outplay people. Yeah. You trust him to be able to carry that into this grand finals, and you play around the rest of the map because there's going to be 3 people mid pretty much all the time, So you use that to your advantage. You set up vision around the rest of the map. You get priorities on your side lanes, and maybe even focus Perez, because Perez, I don't think in the 3 series that we've watched, has had any pressure directed to him whatsoever. And
yeah,
and we need to, and not that I'm wishing this to happen, but maybe we need to see teams start to pressure Perez, because he might buckle under that pressure.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely going to be a huge factor, is pressure, right? And I think that's super important, because we've seen it a couple of times, especially during the best of 5 series that we casted. I think it's really important to see how teams can kind of stay focused and locked in throughout the whole thing, because there's definitely moments where we've seen Galaxy Esports kind of drop off the mark a little bit, right? We've seen it when they've just maybe slightly thought they could win a fight and gone slightly too aggressive, overstayed. And then from there, we've seen them kind of lose a fight and then almost not win the game. That being said, they have done it. They've got to the final. So, they definitely have the capability to be there. But that's where I think it's really important to talk about pressure and how much it can really impact teams. Now, do you think having the pressure of losing your first game against LEN is going to be a factor for GLX, or do you think it'll be more of a motivation?
I think it'll be more of a motivation as as the draft does get started. I think it will be more of a motivation that they need to win the first game. I think Galaxy Esports really need to set the tone for themselves this first game, and with this first draft, it's got to be head on. They've got to just hit the ground running with this series. I think looks at Nox have maybe a game, like personally, because they know they're on the winner side of the bracket. Not that there's any positive to that, but they're on the winner side of the bracket. They know that they've won before and they can win again. Like, they did beat Galaxy Esports 2-0 in the regular season. They've done it before. They can do it again. But Galaxy Esports have really got to hit the ground running in this series.
Absolutely. And we have got into the draft now as well. First bans have come out for both teams. Looks at Nox banning out the Vi away from Galaxy Esports. Now, not much knowledge on what Alex is going to play. Maybe the Vi and the Zac coming out as well are 2 big champions. But then the Zyra and the Pantheon going to be banned away as well. Now, the Pantheon I expected to see come across at some point, right? We do know that one part man has played the Pantheon quite a lot in solo queue. And then also is definitely a champion that can be flexed, right? So that's something that you would expect to see, and I won't be surprised to see that get picked up maybe later in the series. But in the final bans is going to be the Gwen going to be taken away from probably Trenabruzi or Neo Reyna. And then we're going to see the Ezreal ban as well being taken away from Perez. Now, what are your thoughts to this Gwen and Ezreal ban for the last bans? I think they're the really ones I want to focus on here.
And slippery champions that can deny engage both of them, or can buffer engages. So both teams are kind of setting their stalls out. They don't want this to be an LCK snooze fest of 2 kills in 30 minutes. They're wanting this to be a good, scrappy, chaotic first game, and they're trying to deny each other those tools to be able to stop engages.
Yeah, exactly. Just when you mention about slippery champions, Atomica, one gets instantly locked in. Now, we anticipate that's going to be line 6, right? We've seen the Neferi before. We've seen how confident and able they are on the Neferi. And to pair that up, it looks like they are going to lock in the Sejuani as well. So both teams are kind of opting for that more heavy CC, tanky annoyance of a champion that you're going to have in team fights for both sides in their jungle. With the Scanner being locked in for Lux at Nox as well. Now, definitely two champions that can completely transform a fight, right? Especially around objectives fight. So I anticipate there to be some heavy objectives fight in this game.
I am flabbergasted. So Galaxy Esports locking Neferi is a very good flex pick between mid and jungle. Very strong flex pick for this team. They instantly lock in the Sejuani, so now you know where the Neferi and the Sejuani are going. Unless for some reason Kaiser Cham has been hiding away a secret Sejuani top pick. And then instantly responded to, well, not instantly, but it was kind of thought about a lot, but looks at Nox responding with Yasuo. We need to see some ways to airborne here. And Rel's locked in. There we go. There we go.
I mean, that's what we predicted, right? We said the Rel would show up at some point, and it makes perfect sense. That being said, Galaxy Esports have kind of picked a really good counter here. And I think the Poppy is so good. We talked about disengaging. We talked about preventing something from happening. And Poppy is such a good champion for that. The W available, the ultimate to knock away as well. I think it's such an important champion, especially when the other team's drafting such a heavy fight comp. I think the Poppy is a really smart pick here. And definitely, again, one that can be flexed as well, Atomica. And I think that's really important. Now, you mentioned the Yasuo, right? We said earlier, it depends how much one part man trusts himself here, and I think the Yasuo kind of shows he trusts himself quite a lot, right?
Here's where I'm going to throw a curveball and say, is this Yasuo bot lane?
You never know.
You do never know, because Yasuo is one of those champions that you can see him just put to the bot lane, like for shits and giggles. But it's most likely going to be mid lane in all seriousness. So yeah, one part man trusting himself completely, locking in a Yasuo for game one. Very strong mentality, very, very positive mentality. The Rel's very strong, but Poppy is such a massive pick. Against these three especially, Skarner, Yasuo, Rel, such a massive pick. And looks at Nox now are kind of forced into this position where do they pick stuff that can follow up well? Right, and just really play into this composition and get countered even harder by Poppy? Or do they try and pivot their composition, which then doesn't play as strongly into the strengths of what they've picked for the first phase of draft?
Yeah, absolutely. And we can talk about the second ban phase now here as well, because just as we've seen the Viego being hovered as well, definitely a champion that Galaxy Esports are very favourable of. And maybe Alex is taking a little bit of advice from Broken Arrow there. But I want to focus on the Karma and the Ziggs ban, right? Now, the Karma is a bit of a strange ban to me. Now, I highly expect Pedro Petres to be playing this Poppy. That means it could be Kaiser-chan, but the likelihood is it will be Pedro Petres, right? Now, Line 6 is definitely not a player that we've seen play the Karma that often. And is also locked in the Neferi. We know it's going there. So,
whoa, wait,
Midland, sorry. So
Viego.
I'm confused.
So,
I'm confused. Oh, and there's the Riven, the expected, probably one trick pony player for Tren Abuser in the top lane, locking in the Riven. I wonder if we're going to see Box or something, because it's going to be interesting to see.
It's Aloy Netherlands. He's here. He's come back from his Korea boot camp. This Viego pick is so cool. It's so crazy because now you know where everything's going, right?
Yeah. 100%.
Now you know it's Sejuani top, it's Viego jungle, it's Neferi mid, and it's Poppy support. And now all you need is just the ADC to be locked in here. As Swain's locked in as the final pick for Lux at Nox. I think that means the Yasuo's going bot lane, but I don't know.
I'm very confused with the Karma pick still, if I'm honest with you. The Karma pick has thrown me off, but the final pick is going to be Cassiopeia being locked in for Line 6. Now, that's not something I necessarily expected from Line 6, but definitely the kind of champion that...
Who's going where? Who is going where? Is that Cassiopeia bot?
I think it's Cassiopeia. No, if I'm honest with you, I'm not entirely sure. I don't think.
We'll wait until we can get confirmation on where they're going, until we can basically comment on matchups or anything. Because this is solo queue. This is legit solo queue drafts. What?
Yeah, I mean, definitely one that kind of hard to draft around, right? Now, it's not your neurotypical draft that you're going to see across any sort of game, really, but it's also one that's incredibly hard to predict. Now, it could be Yasuo mid lane for all we know, right? It could be
Yeah.
the Swain bot lane. I looked at Nox slightly more of a predictable lineup, but Galaxy Esports is so flexible. It's kind of crazy to the point that we're not entirely sure, but I'm sure we will find out soon. Now, I believe that it's going to be Riven top, Scanner jungle, Yasuo mid, and Swain and Rel bot. That's the what we have now found out is going to be happening, right? So it will be the Riven top, the Scan, and the Yasuo mid, as I said earlier, the Yas mid. Now, one part man definitely looking to play that highly aggressive champion, but I'm still slightly confused at Galaxy Esports draft here, Tomica.
Have you seen
not
the draft?
entirely sure who's going where.
Have you seen it? It's crazy. So it's Poppy top, it's Viego jungle, it's Neferi mid, it's Cassio Sejuani bot.
Now, that is a very interesting combo I did not expect to see happening, right? Now, the Sejuani and Poppy could have been very interchangeable, I assume, but level 6, I am very concerned for Skilled and for Ali on whether they can actually move. Because that is such an aggressive combo that I don't understand. I don't think you're going to be able to do anything when it's post level 6, right? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but
I didn't even realize that. Yeah, how do they move? Like, I actually have no idea how they move. That's crazy. That's crazy you brought that up. Yeah, I have no idea how they move.
The Cassiopeia is good for bot lane, right? Especially when you're against a Rel, because the grounded ability is going to be so incredibly important to play against. Play with, especially for Sejuani as well. Then I'm very interested to see how Perez performs though. Now, as far as I'm aware, judging from what we know and previous picks in Zenith League, not exactly a champion we've seen Perez play. Now, whether they've played it in solo queue, whether they've been practicing it quite a lot, that could be something that has just been a pick on an alt account to bring out in this. We don't know, but judging by the champions that we generally see Perez play, the Kalista, we see the Tristana before as well. I am very intrigued to see how they operate a champion that has kind of a completely different playstyle.
Pedro Petrez on the Sejuani, yeah?
No, Perez on the Cassiopeia.
Perez on the Casio. Oh my god. Perez on the Casio, yeah. I think that kind of plays really well into how Perez likes to play the game, or from what we've seen. Because Cassiopeia is very much a champion that's like, I need to get to 2 items before you notice I actually deal damage. And being able to just kind of sit bot lane and be able to solo farm, I'm going to assume that they thought it was Yasuo bot in the draft. That's why they locked in the Cassiopeia bot as a response. And it turns out that they're not against the Yasuo, they're against the Swain, which kind of makes the Cassiopeia a little bit awkward. Because I think Swain has a decent matchup into Cassiopeia. I can't imagine why he wouldn't, because Cassiopeia obviously has to very much be close to you, and with the Swain ultimate, you can steal a lot of health. But
yeah,
Perez is going to have to play this laning phase. In the early, he can play it, I think, quite well. But in the late, like level 6, I think that Cassiopeia Sejuani, I fear they might lose. Only because Cassiopeia is the only major source of damage. Like Sejuani does have the stuns permanently, but they're only coming from Sejuani. If you get what I mean.
Said, like, once the heart still starts to stack, we've seen how much damage that can do. I mean, we've seen the Sejuani pick before, right? We know how much it can do, and I very much think it entirely revolves around if Ali can consistently abuse the poke and whether they get that Zhonya's first as well. I think that might be quite an important item, whether you want to pop the Zhonya's sitting team fights. Rel can, use the Magnet Storm and keep them locked up, and that might be quite a deadly combo. That being said, I think you're right about Cassiopeia being the primary damage source there, because if Skilled and Ali can essentially just one-shot this Cassiopeia, then they kind of win every fight, right?
Yeah, and that's a major concern that I have for this bot lane as well, is that Cassiopeia can be completely popped like a balloon. Because as well, everyone forgets Rel does shred resistances, and Cassiopeia base resistances are terrible. Like with any mage, they are terrible, the base resistances. So shredding basically through paper thin resistances, she's got to be dealing damage to herself with an auto attack rather than dealing damage, sort of thing. And it's just not going to be fun. It's not going to be fun for her. Like, I think if they engage, say, level 3, let me get up the Wikipedia, right? I'm pretty sure that Cassiopeia level 3's magic resist is like 22. I'm like 90% sure it's something. Oh, her magic resist is 33, but then it gets shredded by Rel, so it will be down to about 20, which will be so much damage coming out from that Swain. It's going to be really difficult to play if they do get engaged upon. But I think we've focused on the bot lane long enough. One place I want to talk about is the mid lane. That's going to be fun. That's going to be very fun, because Yasuo, not notoriously very good at level 3. He can be very oppressive, but against something like Neferi and line 6's Neferi especially, I think the mid lane is going to be the one to watch, even though we did say that, for the series, the bot lane's going to be the big battle. But I think for this game, because of what's been drafted, the mid lane is going to be where we're looking.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, we did speak about earlier how it is going to be a battle of pure skill and just pure ability. And I think that's kind of what, honestly, I think both players have kind of just mic dropped and thought, I'm going to show that I'm the dominant force here in this game. And I think that's kind of what I expect to see, is kind of who can necessarily perform. But that being said, I want to talk about how they're going to operate out of the laning phase, right? Now, both Neferi and Yasuo typically are very good at maybe getting a roam off, especially Neferi when you get, the Hound's Pursuit available as well. I want to know how they're going to work in the outside the laning phase once we get to that mid-late game, because we've seen line 6 is such a dominant force in that early game, in that kind of laning phase. But there has been a few times, especially we saw it against Hollow Nightmares as well, where line 6 kind of can struggle sometimes on the transition to that mid to late game. So yeah, I would expect to see one part man and maybe Neo Reina capitalize on that. I think they're definitely going to be two very important factors here in just this entire series. Now, whether, we see maybe Neo Reina and we also see this Yasuo maybe look to prioritize getting a lead on this bot lane together, we're not entirely sure now. But one thing's for certain is I would very much expect to see a level 1 invade into the jungle. What do you think?
Yes,
especially with Galaxy Esports, right?
It's Galaxy Esports, right? Like, I think it's so crazy how Galaxy Esports have really come into this league. Okay, in the regular season, they didn't really set the world alight. They finished in 5th. They had pretty solid season. 9 wins, 7 losses in terms of games, and in terms of series, they went 4 wins, 3 losses. It was quite realistically, it was quite a mediocre season. But they've brought in line 6 now, and with all of Teams' agreement, he's been allowed to play, obviously, because of that master peak. It's going to be, and now they've come in, and now you can kind of sit here on cast and go, damn, what's going to happen level 1? Well, Galaxy Esports are involved, so there's going to be an invade. The fact that they've managed to really carve out a play style or a really just like a signature piece for them is really funny. To me, and I think this game we're gonna see how that change between Broken Arrow and Draft Gap has affected the team. And I think it could really paint a picture for how this series is gonna go. If this mid jungle duo can't replicate what Broken Arrow and Line 6 had.
Yeah, absolutely. Chemistry in the league is incredibly important, especially in a team environment. And we've seen how Broken Arrow is such a central part of that team, right? Kind of the glue that bonds kind of them together in that scenario. Now, we'll see how that goes, as we will hopefully get into game any second now. And I would hope to see as well is a lot of some incredible plays as well, especially when you have a Riven and a Yasuo on one side as well. Now, I like the Riven pick in a sense that, you know, it's a comfortable champ, and comfort is definitely something that is really important in League, especially in maybe like competitive environments. But I am a little bit unsure how this Riven will perform in team fights. What do you anticipate this Riven to? How do you anticipate this Riven to perform?
I anticipate her to dash in from the fog of war. Poppy's
Yeah.
gonna instinctively steadfast presence, and she's gonna get one shot. No, on a real, in like a perfect world, Riven one shots the backline, but it's gonna be. I think that this Riven is gonna have such a difficult time because Cassiopeia, no matter the meta, builds Seraph's Embrace, and the shield you get from that item is bonkers. It is like half your health bar. It is crazy. And you could be the most skilled Riven player in the world, but you see like you get down a Cassiopeia or a Rise to like a quarter HP, and then you see their health bar essentially go back to full because they got a shield from Seraph's Embrace. You're crying because you can't assassinate through that. Unless you very specifically purchase Serpent's Fang, which I don't think will give you much value this game. So it's like I would anticipate that she's going to try and hit the backline, or she's going to try and maybe catch out the Viego or the Neferi, who dashes in all alone, comes in with just a stun and does the funny auto attack animation cancel with the Qs, and just completely one shots them.
Yeah, I think that's kind of an important thing, right, for a Riven player, is can you animation cancel?
I would hope the one-trick pony Riven player can animation cancel on Riven.
Yeah, you'd hope so, yeah.
So, considering that they've locked it in game 1 of Grand Finals. But yeah, it's just got, like you said, I personally don't see how she functions in these team fights. I really don't. So it is going to be. I am very interested to learn from Trenabuser about how a Riven can perform in these team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. And the one thing that I want to talk about is how we have got Paris taking TP and Ale taking exhaust. Now, that could be definitely an interesting factor. Maybe it looks like Galaxy Esports are looking to play slightly more cross-map. But that being said, Galaxy Esports are looking to kind of put a bit of pressure on early as we do get into game now. Skilled going to have to opt to W's way. Galaxy Esports looking for something in this early game now. As we said earlier, they love to do this. They love to fight level 1. They love the drama, and we're here for it as well. But we're not going to get any drama just yet, not in game 1 Atomica, unfortunately, because they are going to back away. So, you know, maybe yes in the chat for that. But we might get one here, though, because Kaijam's going to get caught by Trenabuser here. Trenabuser is kind of popping every single Q, trying to auto-attack, do as much damage as possible to Kaijam. He's going to just win that trade now. Whether Kaijam opts to stay in lane or backs, it looks like they might stay in lane, but, you know, that level 2 could be deadly now in the top lane Atomica.
Yeah, it's very much a battle for the level 2 in the top lane. I do think Kaiser Chan will lose it, purely because of the state of the champions. But have you seen that meme of like the Riven, the guy hitting the mashing the keyboard and sweating? and it's like
Yeah.
and it's like the Riven player doing a combo, and then the other person is Garen with the Chad face just ulting. That's very much what that fight felt like. It was just
honestly.
like Chad Poppy versus a really sweaty Riven, as we just see the level 1 from One Part Man and Line 6. They're just going at it with each other as One Part Man loses out.
Line 6 winning the trade there as well. I mean, both pots been popped already, but I don't think One Part Man quite anticipated how much damage Line 6 is going to do with the dogs, especially with the passive as well. Does have the level 2 available. Ignite is up as well as Flash, but just in time, One Part Man will get the level 2 there. So I don't think we'll get a dive just yet, but it's Line 6. We know it's going to happen at some point, right?
Yeah, he don't care. He's got a dive soon, and I can't wait for it. I'm waiting for this camera to pan mid lane as soon as that wave crashes to the tower. Because I'm expecting it straight up.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a dive with Line 6, right? We know they love to do it. We know Line 6 is just the most aggressive player, but we absolutely love it. We love every second of it because we just see some crazy plays that you never expect to happen. That being said, they're looking like both teams can't pull anything off just yet. Level 3 is now being popped in the mid lane. The Q is going to miss as the W is popped by Line 6. Nicely timed to avoid that. One Part Man are falling quite low. The Ignite's available. Line 6 going to get ignited though. One Part Man might just kill him, and he does manage to do that. First blood being handed over to LEN, and just when you thought that Line 6 was on the aggressive, positive side of it, One Part Man picks up the kill, Atomica.
Yeah, and I'm not really sure why Line 6 didn't use the Ignite. I don't know if anyone caught, but I did say he's dead, and what I meant was that Line 6 kills One Part Man, but I'm going to take that. I'm going to take that, and I said he's dead, and I meant Line 6 was dying, and One Part Man was going to get the kill.
We'll all believe you. We'll all believe it's fine.
But no, it's really well played by One Part Man. Really, he's utilizing that wind wall really well, recognizing that a lot of Neferi's damage or follow-up damage comes from that Q2 hitting after Q1 has hit. So using that wind wall really effectively to block the first Q really denies Neferi a lot of the damage. We've seen even more aggression.
Else too as well here coming. Skill popping into the mid lane. Now W is available. The flash in the Q. Gonna just jump out those Line 6. One Part Man now falling below half HP. But in comes the Skarner. Neo Reyna here to try to join the party now as well. Skill gonna get ignited. But there's another fight in the top lane though, Atomica. Because trying to use is just pushing Kaiser Cham off the wave. And it's keeping going on in the mid lane. Line 6 gonna pick up the kill onto Skilled. The W now popped as well. Second Q's not available, but the flash comes out from One Part Man. And Line 6 is now 1 and 2. This is a strong Yasuo who wants even more blood. Pedro Petrez gonna just get the prison onto One Part Man. And he really is showing how confident of a player he is in this Yasuo.
Why can't I have Yasuo's like this in my solo queue game? He's playing it so well. He's playing it so well. It's crazy how well he's playing this lane. He's denying Neferi a lot of the damage, and then in these fights, these really extended fights, he's just playing it so well. He's utilizing his E really effectively. It wasn't picked up on because I forgot to say it, but Pedro Petrez tried Q flashing on top of the Yasuo, and he utilized the dash again to get out of the way. His awareness on this champion has been nothing short of incredible, as we see DraftCap try.
There could be a fight in the top lane though, Tomaki. You're right, DraftCap's now here to try to do something, trying to be used. The W's going to land nicely timed. In comes the E, and that is a perfect demonstration of how you chain CC someone, and down goes Riven.
Yeah, that's really well played by Kaiser Cham. Just patience. It wasn't really picked up on the camera, but he did stack a big wave. Riven did manage to pick most of it up. But then on the pushback, DraftGap was on the right side of the map. Kaiser Cham and DraftGap then able to sync up their crowd control, like you said, and just pick up a kill. Very nice and simple, very nice and easy. And the Riven falls. It's very easy, as we see again.
There might be another person falling as well here, because Terra is in a lot of trouble now as well. Skilled hitting every bit of CC, and that is going to be Ale picking up a kill, and he's on the board now. Cassiopeia is in a tough position now with that wave pushing in, as it looks like DraftGap is going to maybe try pick up the Krugs, as LEN will look to pick up the Drake here. Yeah,
very nice objective map trade, but really well played by Luxed Nox. I mean, Cassiopeia's just based and TP'd back and then dies. That feels terrible. You just want to rage quit at that point, as Line 6 is looking for anything.
Oh, there's the airborne, the last breath being used, but Line 6 has used the Hound's Pursue and will pursue down this Rel, and Rel's going to now fall as well, trying to do anything to keep himself alive. But one Partman's on a killing spree. They're killing the top lane as well, though. Draftcat picking up another kill onto Trenabuser, and this one-trick pony Riven is not having a very good time.
He's been ganked twice, and that's Riven's Kryptonite. Apparently, 3-6 is just being ganked. But I have to give props to Line 6. That was a brilliant use of the Hound's Pursuit, realizing that Skill did not want to die. Tried not giving over the kill and just used them as an escape tool. Just went, oh wow, look, everyone's grouped up towards the Drake, but Skilled is towards my lane. I'm gonna just the Hound's Pursuit on top of them. And Rel falls, and it's a 1-for-1 on that play. Compared to the top lane, which Trenabuser didn't manage to pick up any kills. So realistically, that's a positive for Galaxy Esports, as Perez is now gonna be forced to flash back under his tower.
Yeah. I mean, Perez is playing super aggro, right? I mean, that's almost the second time Perez has been caught out in this Cassiopeia, and not typically a champion that's very good at escaping, especially when you have Pedro Pitres, who loves to roam, and he's very effective at it. Now, you would expect to maybe see Perez kind of play a little bit more safer, slightly behind the wall here, as Neo Reina is going to look to run through that same exact wall. Pedro Pichot is going to be caught out just, but Perez is in a difficult spot now, completely zoned off from the rest of him. Pedro is just going to fall down, and this is now a 2-0 Swain. LEN really showing their dominance in this early game, Atomica, as Perez gets caught again, and there might be a dive here.
Yeah, I hope they're looking for the dive, because it very much is on. Perez has nothing to hold this dive, only the gaze of, well, the Medusa gaze sort of thing that turns people to stone, but I don't think it would be enough to stop a Rel, Skarner, and Swain, as Trenabuser is looking very low.
Yeah, definitely. He's looking very low. Kaisercham's chasing him down, but if we know one thing, Riven's not an easy champion to catch, and Trenabuser might not be able to get away, though, because in comes the Flash E, and Kaisercham will take down Trenabuser for the second time.
Yeah, I think that's a really smart flash play, but oh, that's a very nice dodge of the airborne.
Yeah, very nice W from the airborne there by Line 6. But yeah, back to the Riven. I mean, Trenabuser is now being abused by this Poppy. Not something you'd expect to see from a champion that loves to be super aggro and loves to pick fights, and struggling a lot.
Yeah, I think Kaisercham has just played this lane absolutely perfectly. I think that, like, there might be things, micro things that you can pick up on, but there's been a lot. The wave management of this Poppy has been sublime, and I think that the confidence to go for that flash play came because Pedro Pitres on that Sejuani was in Galaxy Esports side's blue jungle, and he spotted the Skarner and the Rel. So that gave Kaisercham the confidence to know.
In comes the last breath, though. Nicely timed Q. Line 6 is going to get ignited, and one Partman's on a rampage, but in comes the stun from the Sejuani. A nicely timed flash. Oh, Atomica, one Partman, he's looking like a delight to watch on this Yasuo.
Yeah, he's really stealing the show in this mid lane, picking up the solo kill, and it wasn't even solo because it was 1v2, because Pedro Pitres was also there, but Pedro Pitres isn't 6, so there's no Glacial Prison to stop. I think Glacial Prison is actually the central ultimate, but anyway.
No, you're right, Glacial Prison is the ultimate, as the Petrifying Gaze isn't going to be enough, as the Swain Demonic Ascension is going to take down this Cassiopeia, and it's now looking slightly worse now for Galaxy Esports, because looks at Nox are picking up kills all over the map.
This Cassiopeia pick, I'm sorry, it has to be a denial pick. Like, this Cassiopeia pick has looked so out of place. Like, I mean, there's one Partman's taking a lot of damage to Hound's Pursuit.
The Hound's Pursuit's being popped, though. One Partman perfectly playing for the W. The Q's going to miss, and Neo Reina might not pick up a kill just yet, because Lions is going to jump over the wall. Pedro Pitres tries to save his life here. Is going to do just exactly that. And one Partman just fell so low, played for the win wall so well. But Lions 6 clearly showing that he's not afraid, even though he is quite a little bit far behind this Yasuo.
Yeah, I mean, look at the farm difference in mid lane, right? I mean, yeah, okay, Yasuo's got 4 kills, almost has that Blade of the Ruin King. Very scary situation to be against this Yasuo, but utilizing the fact that the Eclipse has been complete for the side of Neferi, on Neferi. He utilized the shield, the permanent, like the constant shield you tend to, or you feel like you get when you have Eclipse. We are seeing a lane swap come in as Swain is put to the top side to confirm these Void Grubs, sorry. But yeah, utilizing the Eclipse really well. And now it leads to such a weird moment where, like, okay, yeah, Yasuo's 4-0, but he's down in CS. He'll have Blade of Ruin King and the boots, but Neferi actually isn't that far behind. As we've seen Moonquiver coming in. Is it Immortal Shield Bow?
Yeah, it probably will be Immortal Shield Bow being built there for one part, man. But you touched on the lane swap, and I think, especially for Trenabuser, that's something that I kind of is going to put him even further behind. 600 gold behind this Poppy at this point in the game, just as we saw the goal pop up a minute ago. Now, Galaxy Esports are going to look to maybe prioritize objectives now, look for the Drake, and especially knowing that you kind of have that bot lane advantage now, especially with the Swain just coming back into lane, but kind of quite far behind here, and that's going to be a struggle to see how this Riven can perform the rest of the fight. But there's another fight going on now as the Rel Ultimate, the Magnet Song, going to get used. The last breath is not yet being procced, as Skills is going to have to run away. In comes the Arena though, and in comes the Impale. The Glacial Prison just going to mix this. Line 6 is going to Hound's Pursuit back in. One part man is now finally gone down. The Hound's Pursuit available again. Skilled now falling low, but Draft Gap is not dying just yet. Ali's just getting so much healing, and Perez can't quite kill him just yet as into the Petrifying Graze. Line 6 less than a slither of HP as the Arena just hits the rock, but it's not enough.
How did Galaxy Esports win that? I would love to see a replay, but I probably won't get one, but that was crazy. How did they win that? It was so scrappy. It was a Rel and a Yasuo taking on a Viego and a Neferi, right? Okay, very obvious who you should focus from the side of Galaxy Esports, but then the Skarner comes in and makes it such an awkward fight. The Impale comes in, but Yasuo has fallen too low to be able to act on anything from that Impale. It means the Impale goes to waste. The Swain is coming in way too late, zoning off the Viego and the Sejuani, which leaves line 6 completely able, and Pedro Petrez, absolute goat of that fight, managed to get the stun on as Kaiser Cham is going to be ganked in the top lane.
Yeah, Kaiser Cham's going to be ganked. The Keeper's Verdict going to be cancelled. Nicely timed stun by Neorena. Trenabuser has not used the Blade of Exile, but it might not be enough to take him down though, because Kaiser Cham's going to try to walk under this turret, the rock being used. The W going to just be procced, and Trenabuser just going to pick up the kill and will escape it. Just less than 20% HP. But I want to go back to the mid lane fight, Tomica, because you asked how Galaxy Esports won that fight, but we'll talk about that in a minute though, because another fight going in the bot lane is fight central every second here. The perfectly timed stun by Sejuani, and Perez is now going to get another kill, and that's exactly the player I want to touch on. That really nicely timed Petrifying Gaze was exactly the reason why Galaxy Esports won that fight. Caught 2 or 3 of the members of LEN, and it really showed that they definitely can perform on that champion. And we'll see how One Part Man performs here, as Neo Rain is going to come in, hit a nicely timed Impale, looks to drag him on the tower, but not going to quite make it though. Line 6 is going to pop the W. The last breath going to be to try actually kill Pedro and just escape. The wind wall's not going to be enough, as Neo Rain has now fallen quite low, and Draftgap's not afraid to fall down as he goes into tower, and down goes the Skarner. And just when you thought Galaxy Esports were falling behind, they're right back in it.
Not to be that guy, but I kind of thought that this Viego was doing nothing the entire game. Turns out I was completely wrong. He has 8 assists, has a Trinity Force, and that fight, I think that sums up how this game is now going to go. It's going to be just like scrappy. It's going to be all over the place. The team fights are going to be so hard to watch and commentate because people are going to be all over the place everywhere as Trenabuser is getting chased down here by Kaiser Cham and line 6, and so much damage coming out from that Neferi.
Yeah, I mean, line 6, we know how good they are on the Neferi, right? We know how confident they are. We know they know the limitations of their champion, and that's what's super important in these kind of games. And that is maybe where they might just come out on top, is knowing how incredibly well they can play their champions. And Kaiser Cham's going to maybe struggle to get away from this one. The Impale is going to be used. Kaiser Cham going to be thrown into the wall. One Part Man going to pick up another kill onto Kaiser Cham. And is this going to be a battle of the mid lane? Is this going to be a battle to see who can carry fights? I think it might just be that.
Yeah, it's a battle of the mid lane, which is what we said before the game started. It's going to be a complete battle of the mid lane. One part man versus line 6, as we see line 6 looking to get some damage down onto one part man for this Herald fight. And it's crazy. It's genuinely such a weird game. It's going to be so weird because Champions League... I'm sorry, Neferi has 2 items before Yasuo has completed 1, despite the start that was had by both champions, or by both players. I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, I mean, the farm difference was a massive factor. You mentioned it earlier, 20 CS ahead, and it's still 20 CS ahead, and really showing how that can really change a fight. The W going to be used by Line 6 to escape, and oh, that W is incredibly annoying to play against because so many times Line 6 has managed to escape something that is definitely near enough death. As in comes the flash and in comes the magnet storm. The rest of LEN going to try to capitalize on that. As in comes the Impale as well. Pera's now fallen below, but in goes the Petrifying Gaze. Takes 2 of them now, and one part man's not able to do anything just yet. Pedro P tries to do anything to stun the Heartbreaker. Going to use to try to escape. The exhaust gone down. The Draft Cat will be able to run away from this, and the rest of GLX Esports are fleeing for their lives because LEN have done so much damage. Gazidram's going to try to do something here. Lance is going to use the Hound's Pursuit here as well. Swain is now parted from the rest of his team though, because Sejuani's going to land Glacial Prison, and down goes the Swain as the Herald's now up, and the rest of Galaxy Esports are not afraid to re-engage here, Atomica, because Nia Reina's waiting in the wings of the last. The Q going to be used to knock up Kaiserchamp. The Hound's Pursuit going in again. The W going to be used to try to escape here, and in comes the Q, but it's not going to be the last breath not available. Pedro P. going to take down one part now as well, and Galaxy Esports has turned a fight round that you thought was definitely a lost one, as down goes the Riven.
They win, and not to say anything, not to point out, not to, you know, point fingers or anything, but Ale needs shooting. That was awful positioning. I don't know what he was thinking on that sway. That was terrible. He just walks into a jungle that is not theirs. It's very clear that Luxed Nox are going to move towards this. They were going to use this small victory. You know, they managed to pick off the Cassiopeia, and they managed to force out Line 6 and Kaiser. And Kaiserchan was coming up on the flank. They were going to just look to convert this small win to a Herald, and then probably look to move towards the Dragon and get some vision. But no, Ale wants to go for more for some reason. He just gets kill hungry, loses sight of the bigger picture, gets caught out completely, and then looks at Nox are like, right, okay, they're caught in 2 minds almost. Do we fight and try and support Ale, or do we continue with the Herald? And it causes them to lose both. They now lose the Herald, they now lose the Drake, and they lose even more. They lose even more ground in this game. It's now going to be such a difficult road back in this game for them. And honestly, with the way Line 6 is playing today, I can't see a way back into them unless this Neferi gets completely caught out, which isn't against Line 6. Line 6 has been caught out before, so...
No, it definitely has been, and that's definitely one that really could change how far a game goes, because the one thing that is definitely not going well in this game for LEN is trying to abuse it. He's being absolutely abused in this Riven. The Glacial Prison going to be used, and Pedro Pitres will pick up the kill on this Riven. That is a 1-5 Riven, really struggling to get in this game, really. And it's when a Riven falls behind, very much feels like a feed or famine style champion, right? And I don't know how they're going to perform for the rest of the game, Atomica.
Yeah, I mean, this Riven has been...
Oh, but Pera's on Windmill. Pera's going to have to flash out as Line 6 is now here to try to do something. The Hound's Pursuit coming out. One part man not quite finished with Pera just yet. He's going to stand away from the Petrifying Gaze, but it's not going to be enough because Line 6 is now godlike on this dog, but he's not finished because he wants even more blood. He's found that meat and he's tasting it because he's now going to jump onto this rel. The W going to just stop with the Hound's Pursuit going in, but Nia Reina's now here. The rel ultimate going to go out as well. Impale not going to be used just yet as Line 6 in a difficult position, going to use the corner of the pack to try to escape, but Line 6 might finally go down, not able to just escape just yet as the Blade of the Exile is going to be used, and Trenebuser has finally done something useful with himself here in this game because oh my lord, this fight will not end.
It won't, but yeah, Line 6 getting caught out, you know, getting a little bit too greedy on it. But the one thing I want to point out is how dumb Neferi is, right? As skilled Guild is getting caught out on the tower, stunned. The Impale.
Impale going out though, heavily timed. Skill's going to have to walk away. Draft Gap now doing quite a lot of damage. The Heartbreaker going to be used defensively this time. Kaiser Champion is trying to do something, but you don't do enough damage. You are a tank, and he's showing exactly that. The TP now coming in as well. GLX going to try to delay the fight as long as possible. Wait for Perez to arrive. LEN are going to back now, and it's non-stop fighting in this game, Atomica, and we absolutely love it because they're now looking for the oh my god, words.
They're looking for the Atakan, yeah. This is crazy. This game is completely crazy. I am sure that this lane, oh my god, people be caught even more as Kaiser Champ finds Neo, guys. Oh my god, what the hell's going on? It's another fight.
Neo Raiden stunned him into the wall now. Kaiser Champ going to have to walk out. One Pac-Man does have the second Q available. Going to try and use it on Pedro P, Trez, and Perez. And can they give us a break, Atomica? We need one.
Can I give you a break? You're the play-by-play. I'm having great fun.
Yeah, I mean, this game is non-stop fighting. We love to see it. GLX Esports do this every single series. They want blood. They are hungry for it. And looks at Nox and not afraid to do the same. Trying to catch people out in every single position. But that's the concern, right? Is looks at Nox are trying to do it, but they're not quite achieving it the same way GLX Esports are, and that's really changing how these games are going. As you're gonna maybe look try to do the same thing again. Riven now going onto Neferi, and it's gonna be a solo kill.
Riven, no, Riven players are crazy. They can turn even the silliest of scorelines into one shot in your most fed member for no reason. But the real reason to actually provide some serious casting is because Neferi's gone for a very low budget build. He's gone for Hubris, Eclipse, Serpent's Fang. One thing you notice about all those items, none of them, I believe, breach 2,800 gold. I believe Hubris is 2,400, Serpent's Fang is 2,300, and Eclipse is 27? Oh, Eclipse is 29.
Yeah.
Eclipse is the most expensive item, right? And it's not really that impactful if you, in comparison to some of the other items that have been got, like Sundered Sky, for Riven. So, but this low impact sort of, or this low budget build might not be having the impact that this Neferi wants. It is having the impact in those extended fights where line sits can really take advantage of all the chaos and like how teams aren't really prepared for really unstructured fights. There's another fights going on. Maybe, no.
There's another fight going on in the mid lane, but there's also another fight going on in the bot lane. Draft Gap is not afraid to just do something in the jungle here. The Rift Herald going to be used a little bit differently here. Going to look to maybe track down bot turret instead, as Neferi is going to be completely out the fight now, and LEN are looking to capitalise on exactly that, as the rest of Galaxy Esports are falling so low. Draft Gap going to have to look away now. Pedro Pedro's going to fall. In comes the ultimate from the Poppy. Going to use the verdict to push away the rest of LEN, but Kaiser Cham now falling so low. Treaded user is going to fall down to this perfectly timed CC as well. And Galaxy Esports might turn this fight around now, because in comes line 6. It's a double kill now for Perez. The Hound Pursuit going to be used onto Ali, and it's not going to be able to escape. The exhaust now being used onto line 6, as Nia Raiden in a lot of trouble now as well. Draft Gap and Kaiser Cham going to look to try to take him down, as Ali goes down as well. And just when you thought LEN would turn the fight around, Galaxy Esports did exactly that.
You know what completely saved Galaxy Esports there? Kaiser Cham with that steadfast presence. Kaiser Cham's steadfast presence, I think, denied Riven 2 kills there. I think whether that's true or not, obviously chat, you can have your own opinions. I believe that it did from what I saw. But also as well, the petrifying gaze from Perez tagged 3 of them. And that gave line 6 so much time and opportunity to find this flank of doom. But also, one part man on this Yasuo, he's like committing, but they're not committing. He's so non-committal. It's kind of crazy. I understand why the Swain didn't commit, because Swain didn't have the Demonic Ascension, but it meant that this fight was so sort of 50-50 on whether to play it or not, as we've seen even more now, and this is crazy. This low budget Neferi build, right? In these fights, if he gets onto the right people, like look at the Rel. The Rel WD got steadfast presence grounded, okay. Got hit with 2 Neferi Qs, and she's down to a quarter HP. She has to base before the Baron. It's crazy how much damage this Neferi does, considering the build.
Yeah, I think the one thing that's super important though to realise is that every single time Neferi uses Call of the Pack and looks to get that untargetable ability in play, the second it's used, LEN are immediately looking to capitalize on it. And because it changes fights, right? We've seen how well timed it has been on every single moment where Line 6 has been in trouble. And it's not a bad move here, but I think Galaxy Esports know they're doing exactly that, because maybe Line 6 looks to play a little bit more defensively, knows he doesn't have the escapability quite available just yet. And then the rest of Galaxy Esports just play around that. They're playing around this Neferi so incredibly well that they know that if Line 6 is in a bit of trouble, they know it's fine and they have utmost confidence in him. And it's really showing here about how much having confidence in the rest of your team can really change fights.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a big thing to look at as well, on top of the confidence, is the items. Like, Line 6 is only 20 CS ahead, right? Okay, yeah, he's got 3 more kills and 5 more assists than one part man. But in the early game, one part man did.
Hold on a minute though, Tomic. There's another fight going on, because Alep's going to be hit by the glacial prison and just going to fall immediately. But Line 6 now with 3 members. The Impale's going to miss though. One part man being ignited, now completely out of the fight, as in comes the Rel ultimate as well. And he's going to get a double kill now, is Perez. Perez really showing his skills now, as one part man's in trouble, because in comes the Q from the Rel. The Heartbreaker going to be used, and Draft Gap's now unstoppable in this game.
Yeah, this is the point where a lot of the champions that were drafted are now, I don't want to say useless, because they're not, because they do really work well together. I do understand what they went for with this composition, but it hasn't worked, and they need to go back to the drawing board with what they're drafting. As Trenabuser gets denied.
Kaiser Charm, you evil person, just gonna chase down Trenabuser, and Trenabuser is in trouble now. No tower available, and in comes Line 6 as well. He's not gonna let you escape. Hound's Pursuit not yet available, and he just chases him down. Gonna use the call on the pack. Has 6 dogs available now. Kaiser Cham gonna stun him into the wall. Line 6 is gonna do so much damage, and Riven, you might be a slippery champion, but you're not gonna slip away from the dog. And that's a Baron.
Baron, what? Yeah, it's so, I think Lux at Nox need to just take this game with a pinch of salt now from this point forward. I think they can win it, but the circumstances in which they win this game are so sort of dependent on Galaxy Esports fumbling like the worst lead you've ever seen in your life. Like, even worse than, I believe it was BDS against Team Heretics in the LEC, dropped an 11k gold lead. Like, it would have to be that generational fumble that that looks at Nuts can find their way back into this game. And I feel like they can just kind of take this game with a pinch of salt now. They can just have some fun, look for something silly, look for like silly engages, just have a bit of fun, get that mental reset. Don't let this game affect you too negatively for the rest of the series. But essentially just turn your attention to game 2. I would personally, because I don't see a way back. Yasuo is still a good few items away from being useful against the Poppy and the Sejuani, because he still needs, I believe, they go Mortal Reminder, or like Mortal Reminder for the anti-heal item as well, considering the Cassiopeia. And just to get through all of the health that Galaxy Esports have, Yasuo needs too much time. Swain's only just completed his 3rd item now. I don't think it's going to go great. Actually, never mind, they find a stun.
Yeah, they find a stun, but LEN are hovering around their base. Now, one thing that we might not have seen is Nia Rain actually tried using the Impale, but it just actually missed, so that's not going to be available for another solid minute. So Galaxy Esports know that, they know the Drake's up, and it is going to be Soul here for him, because Pedro Pitrez just going to get as much vision as possible, just deny it, just let this VA go, let the Cassiopeia instantly take this down. They might try capitalize on it here, and it's going to be a Soul. That's going to be Cloud Soul, such an important Soul here for Galaxy Esports, especially with the Cassiopeia, especially with the Sejuani, and I really think it will change how fights will go, because Atakan's now available, Inhib is down, Trenabuser is in a questionable position here, because Pedro Pitrez is going to spot exactly that, going to be found out as Draft Gap's here now. Heartbreaker available, pops it over the wall. The Glacial Prison just going to narrowly miss. The Blade of Exile going to be used, but it's not going to be done for anything, as that is going to be Atakan, and Trenabuser being caught out again, Atomica.
Yeah, and the OTP Ribbon, I know that we kind of focused a lot on the fact that it was a one-trick pony in the draft, and rightfully so, because when you manage to get your hands on your one trick, you're kind of expected to impact the game in such a way that you wouldn't expect from, just say, if I gave myself that champion in a draft. And with the fact that Trenabuser managed to get their signature champ, and it has not looked particularly promising other than that solo kill against line 6, like that's been the standout moment of this Riven.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a bit of an issue, and I think that Trenabuser, he can hopefully it doesn't affect him too much mentally, but it's not a great showing that on your signature champion you're dropping a scoreline like 3-8 and 2 in comparison to Galaxy Sports. Kaiser Cham's just on a Poppy like counter pit, and it's probably a complete counter, and they're probably flaming me in chat because Riven can't do anything into Poppy. But yeah, it's one of them.
Speaking of the Poppy, gonna do exactly what the Poppy does and engage onto anyone in their sight. Neo Reyna going to be stunned into the wall multiple times. The Q going to land, but it's not entirely important. As in goes the Ultimate, but the last breath's not going to be used. Trying to do anything up the wall, but the Virtual Prison going to be used. The Heartbreaker, Neo Reyna falling just below 20% of HP now as well. The last breath not going to be able to be used on anyone important here. And Perez is now godlike. Trenabuser is now falling, and down goes the Riven, and the rest of Galaxy Esports are going to look to try in the game here. They want revenge. It's a triple kill though for the Viego and Galaxy Esports. Just when they lose 2-0 in their first series, they're not going to get owed in this game because they want blood, they want revenge, and they are going to take game 1. Not quite yet though, because in comes the inhib.
Oh, it's like DRX against, was it Gen G in 2022? The inhib almost causing issues, but no, never. Nonetheless,
I mean, it ruined my commentary. All right,
it ruined the commentary. Yeah,
it ruined the commentary. I had such a good outro to the game, but yeah, I mean, Galaxy Esports early on in the game they struggled, but I mean, just the late game, just performance was phenomenal. I mean, Draft Cap didn't even die.
Yeah, Draft Cap phenomenal. It was great. I think the thing that I think really helped Galaxy Esports was the fact that Luxet Nox really wanted to try and take it to them in their domain of that chaotic early to mid game, and then that really, like you said earlier on, really papered over the cracks of the fact that line 6 tends to not be fantastic in the mid game, like the transition to the mid game, and that really showed when he got solo killed. But Galaxy Esports played through those little blips. They just went, yeah, screw it, we're playing well, unlucky, and we're gonna win, and they did. And Draft Gap really was really a standout player on that Viego.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see how Draft Gap will perform in game 2, really showing that even though he's a sub, he's definitely performing. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break here, and we'll be back really, really soon. So don't go anywhere, because this is going to be an incredible series. Welcome back. We're gonna get into game 2 real soon after an incredible game 1. Looks at Nox started so confidently, started so well, but Galaxy Esports turned that on his head and got revenge for the series where they lost 2-0, and it's looking incredible already. I know Atomica is gonna be a great game 2.
Yeah, if game 1's anything to go by, we're going to have a very, very nice early game, which leads to quite a nice mid game for either team, really, because it looked really good at the start for Luxet Nox. You know, the Yasuo was 4-0, but then I think what happened was a little bit of build mishaps where he was unsure of what to go first, and he ended up trying to build 2 items at once, which meant that the Neferi could just, Line 6 on the Neferi could just take the lead. It was a bit crazy.
And there was a few times where maybe Luxet Nox overstayed, a few times where they maybe got caught out positionally. Trying to use definitely one that got caught out a few times. Ale getting caught out in that vital fighter on the Herald. And unfortunately, I think Luxet Nox kind of just overstayed their welcome a few times. Now, that's not saying they might not learn from their mistakes, because they might do exactly that. They might play a little bit more relaxed this game, look to take the advantages they can get, and then back off where they can, when they need to, really. But it could all change now, Atomica, because Line 6 has had to sub out for this game. Such a vital part of how Galaxy Esports play has been swapped in for the playoffs. Now, Marukos has played a lot with Galaxy Esports during the regular season, just subbed out due to scheduling issues. Very much similar champion pool in a sense, except we don't have the Vayne, but you know, it might come out, we don't know. But
as an ode to Line 6, he's got to play
as an ode to Line 6, we're going to play the Vayne, especially. Yeah, you never know. But yeah, Marukos will play in this game, so definitely expect Zed to come out. If not, it'd be banned away, judging by it is their signature champion. But do you think it's going to have a massive effect on Galaxy Esports this game, having Marukos subbing, or
the only reason why I say that is because a lot of Galaxy Esports success has been very much the same game plan. It has been give Perez something that can farm up well, Sivir, Heiser, Cassiopeia for game 1 for this series, and make sure that there's chaos all around the map so that teams are dragged pillar to post with that chaos, and it leaves Perez to just be able to farm a wonder. And we saw it in this game. Cassiopeia was able to farm a wonder. Yeah, okay. Didn't really, got ganked a couple times with that pressure towards the bot lane. Died a lot, forced to burn the flash, lost a lot of CS. But then that pressure never amounted to anything. It wasn't any continual pressure towards that bot lane. It was then just, oh, we've killed them twice. That's good enough. Move on. And then Perez was able to farm up, impact the game harder than what Ale could do on the Swain. And thus, that Cassiopeia then became an issue. And Perez has been so good at that. And that was facilitated a lot through Line 6 being able to create a lot of mayhem in the mid lane, alongside Pedro Petrez and Alex this game, Draft Gap this game, but before, obviously, Broken Arrow. And with that gone, or maybe Marukos can step up and do that as well. I'm not too sure. I must admit, I didn't really see much of Galaxy Sports in the regular season. Didn't get to catch a lot of their games. But whether he can kind of take the mantle from Line 6 or not, it's to be seen this game.
Yeah, I mean, we did speak about, like you said, mention yourself, how definitely having a sub can sometimes impact it. But like you said, Alex Draft Cap didn't really necessarily, struggle. And it kind of was a vital part of that winning game. I mean, the Viego was incredible. Didn't die once the whole game. That being said, if that is a signature champion for Draft Gap, it is Fearless Draft. It's not now available. But we did have a small problem just getting into Draft, unfortunately, with the links not loading. But we are going to jump into Draft kind of halfway through now. So I'll just quickly run through it Galaxy Esports looking in the Zyra, Cho'Gath, and the Tahm Kench are definitely looking for a slightly more tanky comp this game, especially with the Cho'Gath, especially the Tahm Kench. Maybe looking a little bit more late game. We're not sure just yet. We'll see how the rest of it goes out. But looks at Nox are going to lock in the Jhin, the Lilia, and there is the Gangplank that we expected to see One Part Man play at some point at Atomica. Bans will be Gwen, Pantheon, and Fiddlesticks for Galaxy Esports, and looks at Nox are going to take away the Vi, the Ezreal, and the Zac again, but this time they're going to opt to take away the Varus in the second phase of this ban. We'll see what Galaxy Esports are going to ban here in any second now. But what's your thoughts so far on this draft, Atomica?
You know exactly what Galaxy Esports have done. So they've locked in Zyra and they've gone, yeah, good, strong first pick. Really sets out the stall for what they want to do. Really want to control the space around objectives. Looks at Nox have locked in Jhin, and they've seen that Jhin and they've gone, they have no tank killers whatsoever. We're going full tank. Screw them. So they've instantly gone, right, yeah, our mid laner can play the Cho'Gath, and Cho'Gath then becomes a flex pick between top and mid. Tahm Kench again is a flex between top and support. It becomes so hard to know where these champs are going that then even though they lock in the Gangplank, I don't know if you've seen T1 against I believe it was Nongshim. I know that we're not, professional level LCK players, but Gangplank into one tank champion that built health was so useless. He did 0 damage. It was crazy. And then you pair that with someone like Jhin, who can't deal with tanks that well. And then Lily is locked in as your kind of like, I guess, backup anti-tank champion in the jungle. It seems very weird, and it seems like it's been forcing a pivot on this composition with this Cho'Gath Tahm Kench pick.
Yeah, and it almost forces Ali into something that is a tank killer, right? But
yeah,
you've picked a Jhin. Now, not necessarily something that is known for being a fantastic tank killer, right? Now, they've picked a set right now, which is very much the Bruiser. The true damage could be useful, especially if it is maybe going to be a Tahm Kench top. Now, it could be the Cho'Gath top. We don't know. Very two flexible picks here. Now, I would expect Galaxy Esports to pick something maybe slightly safer. As I say that, the Senna gets locked in. Now, I quite like this Senna pick, right? I mean, you've got a lot of... I like it. The range is great. Especially if it's it might be a time... If it's Tahm Kench support, it's a great pick.
Other than that one game that went to 50 minutes, show me a time a Galaxy Esports game has gone past 30 minutes and I will wait.
Yeah, that's a valid point. That's a valid point.
I hate Senna. That champ is so useless, man. Get this champ out the game. It's so useless. Like, the healing is so negligible, right? And you just get one tapped. I don't care, right? This set is just gonna showstart. Like, you've picked 3 champs that build health, right? You've got Cho'Gath who feasts, and that's health passively into his kit. You've got Tahm Kench, I'm going to assume you're going to build the more tanky version, so like Thornmail, and maybe you'll go the more supportive build. I'm not too sure. It would make sense to go the more supportive build, but I digress. Actually, no, it won't, because you're with a Senna. Makes sense to go the more full tank build, so like Heartsteel as well, so that's even more health. And then you've got Ambessa, who builds stuff like Black Cleaver, I believe Black Cleaver's the only health item she built. But still, that's 3 champs that have built something of health. That set showstopper, if that lands on top of Senna's head, that Senna's one shot. That's completely. And it makes it so difficult to play for Galaxy Esports now because they have so much damage like focused on these 2 champs that if that showstopper manages to hit one of them, it could spell disaster.
Yeah, it definitely could. I mean, it's very much a champion that you are relying on the late game, as you said, and definitely Galaxy Esports are typically the team that I like to maybe push early and try to get a game before the 40 minutes, other than the game that you mentioned earlier against Hollow Nightmares. But that being said, the one thing that does concern me, and you kind of picked up on it a little bit, is where does the damage come from Galaxy Esports? If this Senna doesn't get a lead and Bessa doesn't get a lead, you kind of are relying on that late game, but are you going to get to that late game, especially with the looks at Nox's sort of draft? They can maybe end this game in 30 minutes, especially if Galaxy Esports fall behind. Now, is that going to be a problem for Galaxy Esports, or do you think they will play a little bit more conservatively and they will just look to literally end this in 50 minutes?
You know what? I'm a actually be very positive about this Senna pick. I think that this is a pivot from Galaxy Esports to accommodate Marukos. I think that Marukos is a lot more, based on this draft, a lot more of a scaler type of player.
Yeah.
Doesn't want that late game, doesn't want that early game to be as chaotic as what Line 6 enjoys it to be. So they've had to adapt this draft, and they've how do I call it? They've kind of gone from one extreme to the other. They've gone from uber chaotic early game where champions are like kind of low economy, like Sejuani. Sejuani can be impactful on no items. Nefarian, he needs 1 or 2 items to start really dealing that damage. Same with the Viego, really. And now they've gone to the other end of the spectrum, which is complete scaling, which is Cho'Gath, you know, Senna, Zyra. They need 2-3 items to really start getting going and to start looking like they're dealing tons of damage and, like, you know, the crazy amounts of damage you see they normally do on the montages. So they've gone from one extreme to the other, and I'm actually really excited to see, because I believe this is the first Galaxy Esports draft we've seen really tailored to the late game.
Yeah, I mean, they're such an aggressive team. We've mentioned it so many times, but it's such an important thing to pick up on. Now, whether they play that way, I mean, you said they kind of flipped it on the head, and you're absolutely right. It definitely is the comp that completely kind of counteracts how they normally play. That being said, they do a very much team like they are an adaptable team. So we could see it work. We don't know. That being said, looks at Nox did seem to maybe struggle in that late game a little bit, especially as, I mean, they were incredibly far behind. So we get to see how they perform. But that being said, I think their comp kind of fits into their playstyle a little bit more than Galaxy Esports does, just because, especially in the early game of the last game, looks at Nox were on top, right? They were the dominant side, and for a moment, it looked like it was going their way until it kind of transitioned to the mid game, and they sort of fell out of place, sort of got caught, sort of didn't know quite when to back away from a situation. But I think the Lilia is kind of going to be the sole focus of if looks at Nox is successful in this game.
The Lilia?
Yeah.
Oh.
I think it's going to be incredibly important because the Lilting Lullaby is going to be incredibly vital to if you win a fight, because the rest of your composition solely relies on kind of people being in place or being in a certain position, especially with the rest of the ultimates. The Jhin will benefit massively from the Lilting Lullaby. The Gangplank will benefit from it as well. The Set will try to get everyone in a group so you can pop the W and get that massive crew damage off, and that's why I think the Lily is going to be an incredibly integral part of this whole composition for looks at Nox.
Yeah, I agree. I think that this Lilia is going to be an essential piece because, you know, you kind of queue up in this solo queue game and you look at the enemy team and you think, right, I'm going to be building primarily armor here because Jhin, Gangplank, Set, all major AD sources of damage. Not much of it is magic damage, and you're kind of thinking, yeah, I'll probably build say I'm the Tom Kench, I'm probably sat there thinking, yeah, I'll probably build a Kaenic Rucken for Lilia. That'll be enough. You know, that'll be enough to deal with the Lilia. No worries. And you picked up on it, the Lilting Lullaby. If that Lilting Lullaby, if that can set up Gangplank barrels, oh my gosh, that will be crazy. That Zyra and Senna, or if only one of them get tagged, whichever one gets tagged, they're getting popped like a balloon. And
yeah, 100%.
Yeah, it's gonna be. Yeah, I completely agree. That just to wrap it all up, I completely agree. I think this Lilia is gonna be the focal point of this game, and you're gonna have to watch it because that's where all of Luxet Nox success is gonna come from.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see how it goes. Now we can confirm that it is going to be the Ambassador top Zyra in the jungle. Is going to the Zungle Zyra, the Cho'Gath mid lane for Marukos, the Tahm Kench in the bot lane alongside the Senna, as we mentioned earlier. That's where the Senna pick will become useful, having the Tahm Kench to pair with. It will be a Set in the top lane, Lilia in the jungle, Gangplank in the mid lane, and the Jhin and Thresh in the bot lane. A little bit more predictable lineup for Looks at Nox. But Galaxy Esports definitely didn't expect to see the Zyra jungle, but definitely something that can be really useful. And can kind of transform team fights, really, especially if the strangle thorns hit where you want it to hit as well. So, all that being said, I kind of prefer Lux at Nox's draft here. What do you think? Who do you think won draft in game 2, Atomica?
I hate this because every time I say a team won draft, they go and lose. So I'm going. I look.
That's why I'm asking.
I have absolutely no idea because I really enjoy both drafts. I think that GLX Esports have really come in with this very obvious composition. It's a composition that I believe that we saw more on the drop of Senna when Senna was very first released in 2021, 2022. In that it was very much a protect the Senna composition. Senna, really focus on that Senna scaling and the fact that she deals damage, the souls. She can not farm and she can poke during the laning phase, get the souls for free as well. But then you look at Luxet Nox, and they've got this composition which is such a very kind of, I dare say, easy to execute pick composition, because if anything hits the Jin W can follow up. And the Gangplank can follow up as well by calling down his his big cannons from the big ship. It's gonna be such a good fight, shall we say, between the two styles of compositions. And the one key component, because we talked about Lilia for Luxet Nox, the one key component that I want to see is I want to see how Perez utilizes this Devour. Because Devour is a wave tool that you can use offensively and defensively. And I want to see if he ever uses it defensively to try and nullify this pick comp, as we're seeing a potential invade. As they've been,
this time it looks like it's going to be Luxet Nox that are playing a little bit more aggressively. Looks like Kaiser Champ is going to spot him, just being able to walk away from it. The wall going to be popped over the wall, just get a little bit of vision. Looks like Galaxy Esports have opted to do exactly the same thing. Just get a little bit of information. Information is definitely power, especially in these kind of games. And that's kind of what I expect there to be a lot of in game 2. Now, we saw Pedro Petres try get as much information as possible, especially in those objectives fights. There were so many times where I denied vision at such important parts of the game, and I kind of expect maybe Luxet Nox to do kind of exactly the same thing this game. Try deny vision, especially with the Thresh, especially with the Jin. They definitely have the longer range composition here until the Senna kind of gets to that late game period. But I think a lot of this game is going to solely revolve around vision.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a pick composition, isn't it? Vision is so essential. As the hook manages to land on top of the Tom Kench, Perez is going to take a little bit of damage, but not much. Level 1, as to be expected, the damage is going to be very few and far between. But the one thing that I do want to actually pick up on is the fact that Perez is on the Tom Kench and not on the Senna. I was under the illusion that this Senna was going to go to Perez rather than to Pedro Petres. And the fact that it's not, it makes it interesting, as we're seeing Nia Rainier look to split the map.
Instantly looking to split the map here in the early game. Now, I kind of like this, right? It kind of throws Draft Gap up, because I don't think Draft Gap knows this is happening at this point in the game. And Nia Rainer's kind of denying a lot here. Now, the level 3 is now available for Draft Gap, but Draft Gap probably just going to go for the Wolves first, and really nicely played by Nia Rainer, because it's kind of going to throw off just the whole pathing for Draft Gap here. And just as I say that, looks like Botlane is following quite well. Pedro Petres is going to be bullied in this early game, and is that going to be a theme here? As Nia Rainer is not even going to be spotted either, and going to struggle here now. No blue buff available. Is that going to be a massive factor for how this game's going to go, Tomika?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if Nia Rainier can keep on top of the tempo advantage that this gives him, but Draft Gap is just going to warp mid, force one part man back underneath his turret, because he is falling very low to that Cho'Gath poke, and he's just going to steal the blue right back. And now the split maps come out, but I don't know if this is a good split for Nia Rainier. I don't know. I can't really tell, because are you ever really going to be able to gank an Ambessa or a Cho'Gath in this mid lane? I don't think so. As Skilled is actually going to pick up Draft Gap on the invade. So he's not going to get as much.
No, he's not going to get as much as he wants, but again, you mentioned about tempo, and the Lillian needed to stay on top of that tempo, because Draft Cap's now going to get Scuttle, probably going to look to get top Scuttle, or maybe contest it soon, because Nia Reyna's now going to have to path towards his red buff as well. And struggling a lot now. Draft Cap's just going to get the same gromp that they wanted earlier, right? And looks at Nox are going to be kind of forcing the tower a little bit. But so far, there's less aggressive plays in this early game. I don't think it could have got more aggressive than last game at Atomica, to be honest with you. No. Which is nice because it gives us a chance to breathe. That being said, I very much anticipate that this game is kind of going to go that way, right? It's going to be less aggressive. I was just going to say that there's a fight in the top lane, the W being used by Tren Abuser. Kaiser not going to take as much damage as Tren Abuser maybe hoped for. And maybe, just maybe, the fights might come more from the top lane this game.
Yeah, he utilised, I think Ambessa got a shield on top of her W, and it completely soaked up all the damage as the flash forward from skilled, but there's no use of the lantern.
Comes out, and the ignite is going to be used, but Pedro P. Trez is going to get a heal, and maybe the thresh is going to go down as well. It's going to be first blood handed of GLX, but they're not finished just yet. The flash going out to Ale, the E going to just slow him, and Perez doesn't have anything available to auto attack him just yet. The stun not quite in range, going to take a few tower shots, and Ale is going to escape with just 20% HP. Pedro P. Trez and Perez are going to look to maybe try capitalise on him being solo, or try maybe get a dive off and try push the wave in. And oh, it looked like it was going to go well for LEN, but Galaxy Esports turned it around.
Ale again, I think you could say questionable decision making, because he didn't take the oh my god, wait, one part just got
in the middle. He's going to flash out though. Marukos maybe going to capitalise on my Nia Reyna, but it's not going to be enough. And Ale's got a kill on Pedro Petra. What happened?
I don't know. I believe it might have been a grenade bounce. Oh my god!
Marukos picking up a kill onto one part man, and
what?
I don't understand what's happened in this game, Atomica.
So the really giga late game scaling team is looking for plays around the map, which I can appreciate. Because you are looking to accelerate yourselves, right? You're getting gold in your back pocket, and it's much needed gold as skill is going to hold the wave here for one part man as he TPs back in. But you need this gold, so you're trying to accelerate yourselves, and it looks like it's going really well. But looks at Nox, this is not the position they want to be in. They're down almost 1,000 gold already, 6 minutes into the game, and one part man dying in this mid lane matchup, the Cho'Gath versus Gangplank matchup. I mean, I'm not too familiar with Gangplank, but based on kits, I can imagine that it's quite a difficult matchup for him. And already falling, that's not great news.
No, not all, but GLX are going to pick up 2 Void Grubs here. The first one is going to go over to Nia Reyna. And Nia Reyna kind of just been forced off objectives there, which is not exactly the place you want to be for an early, especially when you're playing against competition that is looking for that late game, looking to feed this center as much as possible. And one part man kind of in a struggling position, right? Kind of being forced in the tower every single time. And the rest of Galaxy Esports are kind of just shoving waves wherever possible to try get advantage towards draft cap here. And I quite like this, right? It kind of forces LEN to play opposite way to what they want to play, which is more aggressively, because Galaxy Esports are going to look for this late game, and GLX just don't want any of that. They want to make sure that they'll be under pressure constantly, and that's exactly what they are right now, Atomica.
Yeah, and it feels like then looks at Nox, every play feels reactive rather than proactive, which is all you want as the stun's going to come in onto Kaiser as Tren Abuser will miss the true damage as the Drake fight's coming in. But yeah, this play now, even though it's a proactive play, it's going to feel like a reactive play. And that's not great news, as I believe a flash was spent by Pedro Petres there to try and land the root.
Curtain Call's going to be used though, as the ultimates are coming in. In comes the Karen Barrage as well. The feed's going to be used into Drake, but Galaxy Esports now falling low. Skill's going to be taken down as the feat of warfare is going to be claimed by Galaxy Esports. The LEN art finish are going to go to try to take down Galaxy Esports. And that is going to be a successful Drake fight there for Galaxy Esports. But nothing's finished just yet, because trying to use the flash W. And down goes Kaiser Atomica.
Yeah, crazy, yeah. Kaiser just taking what I would assume is an unnecessary 1v1 in a top lane, falling into the skill matchup. But, you know, Set does kind of just walk at you and auto attack. As we're going to see a fight in the bot lane.
Yeah, Ale is going to be just completely eaten up by Perez. Going to be thrown into Pedro P. Trez. And Ale is not going to get anything onto Perez just yet, because Senna's going to take him down. And Pedro P. Trez is now on the board.
Yeah, I mean, Ale just stepping up without his support nearby and gets completely caught out for it. And this is what kind of concerned me about the Tom Kench being on Perez. But I guess my concerns have been quelled. Was that when it comes to roaming, the Senna's going to be roaming when she doesn't want to be, right? She wants to be the one that's in the lane and constantly getting all the souls. But with Perez just on the Tom Kench and just never roaming, he's such a threat. The Abyssal Voyage is just such a threatening ability from all over the place because if you're sat in Fog of War vision, like Fog of War, and you Abyssal Voyage in, your like exit point isn't shown until like pretty much when Tom Kench is appearing.
Yeah, and, which is terrifying to react to, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you said
you're forced to flash.
You said it yourself. LEN are kind of playing reactively, but you kind of forced into that in this bot lane, especially the Tom Kench as well, like, as you said. Now, Kaiser Cham just narrowly missed the public execution there, which is, it doesn't seem as important, but it's important to talk about how Nia Reyna is kind of being in a little bit questionable positions at times, playing a little bit aggressively. Now, did get that split map earlier, denied draft cap as much as he could at the time, just denied him a little bit of time, really. But now draft cap's just kind of flipped that on his head, and he's now almost 30 CS up on this Lilia Atomica.
Yeah, I mean, Zyra's doing Zyra things, right? Just full clear straight into looking for pressure on the map. And it's working, because Lilia is having such a difficult time trying to keep up, as we have a full item on the Zyra, and Kaiser Cham's now really flexing his muscles in this top lane. He's starting to land the abilities, and Trenabuse is really feeling the pain of that.
Yeah, but Trenabuse is trying to kind of do what he didn't do last game, right? Trying to kind of assure that he's a dominant force in this top lane. Now, we know Trenabuse likes to play the kind of slightly aggressive mob Bruiser champions, and kind of trying to show that he is the superior top laner here. But yeah, I mean, going back to your point about Zyra, the Zyra is kind of just such an incredible pick here for Galaxy Esports, because they're able to just get pressure wherever they want it. As nicely predicted hook from Skilled though. Mad Life, eat your heart out. But speaking about eating your heart out, Skilled's going to get eaten by Perez, and Perez is going to land the Q onto him. The W going to be flashed away from the box being used. Perez going to pop the shield. The Q just going to narrowly miss. The E ball going to be used, and the curtain call comes out. Going to miss the first shot, the second shot, the third shot, the center ult going to be used, and it's not going to be enough to tear down Perez. Nia Reyna is going to try capitalizing him. The hook landing, but they can't take him down, Atomica. This Tom Kench is unkillable, and it's not going to be over just yet, because Pedro P tried to try here to do something, and down goes the cannon barrage just in time, and it's got to feel bad for Perez, because he did so much to try and outlive that fight.
But he got so much out, right? Now the cannon barrage is gone. And that was nice. That was clean. That was
Pedro gonna get a kill onto Nia Reyna, and yeah, I mean,
the warp skew is
so prolonged.
Yeah, I mean that was. I think Lux at Nox are quite flustered at how this early game has gone, considering the champions the Galaxy Esports have drafted, and that flustering you can tell on that dive. It's just so apparent. It was such a mis-executed dive. You know, hooking out of the queue from Lilia. When he was rooted, I believe, from the Jin W, which meant that the Lilia Q missed and she had to take another tower shot. The Lilia constantly giving Tom Kench the freest of tongue lashes meant that he could heal up. And it was such a weird dive to see. The curtain call missing most shots other than the fourth shot, which I believe was kind of the whole reason why that play was allowed, as we're going to see Kaiser Cham.
Kaiser Cham just slammed down the by Trenabuse. Going to flash out. Not realising Skilled's waiting in the wings. The W not going to do as much damage as he hoped for, because Nia Reyna is here to try to do something as well. But he's going to walk right into the Thresh. The Q going to miss though. Kaiser Cham going to avoid it. He's going to look for another dive. Can it be as successful as the last one is? Kaiser Cham going to force a public execution onto Trenabuse, but Nia Reyna is going to hit the bowling ball, and Kaiser Cham is going to be taken down.
Yeah, and Perez is going to fall very low in the bot lane. He's not going to have a fun time, even though the Tongue Lash can heal up. But the Drake on the bot side of the map now goes towards Galaxy Esports, and that's exactly what they want. They want these Drake stackings because they want to force, they really want to force this composition from the side of Lux and Nox to walk forward into spaces that they already control with this Zyra, with this Senna, the Cho'Gath, the Tahm Kench. This composition is so good at controlling zones. Like even Skilled is having issues walking back to his lane.
Yeah, Skilled cannot be where he wants to be right now. Galaxy Esports might look for another dive here, Atomica. Marukos is now here. The Q gonna land, the W is gonna take down the Jin, and Skilled's just gonna die now. Pedro P. Trez on a killing spree.
Clean dive.
What's happened?
Clean. It was a clean dive from the side of Galaxy Esports. Very nice tower aggro juggling as well. Just meant that the Jin and the Thresh had no chance to survive this bot lane dive, even with the box ready, and also the Jin having flash and barrier just decides not to use it as he knew that the time would come that he's dead. And it's such a weird position to be in. And the Collector coming in for Jin as well. I don't think that's what you want to be playing into Tom Kench, who's got Heartsteel, like, because lethality does well into armor, not into health.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those where maybe build is kind of changing how fights should go, and are looks at Nox falling into the same trap as last game, or do you think they still have a chance?
They still have a chance. The game's not completely over yet. They're still completely within their remit to win this game. It's just, it's going to be a very difficult position, and it's kind of hard because, like, there is ways for them to win. The only issue, though, is that their ways to win are like Gangplank and Jin combining with the Curtain Call and the Cannon Barrage to make a really, really good play. Or like Set and Lilia, you know, with the Lilting Lullaby and the Showstopper, managing to come in with this absolute disgusting combination and manage to take out 2 people, even maybe a tank as well. But my main gripe with the Luxet Nox composition at the moment, or like what my main question is to them, really is who's dealing with the tanks? Okay, yeah, cool, you can deal with the Senna and the Zyra as Skilled is just so he knows he's dead.
Skilled. Oh my god, Atomica. I mean, Marukos. We mentioned about how coming in for line 6 is definitely some big boots to fill. But he's not afraid to do that. He's not afraid to play aggressive the same way line 6 does. I mean, it really shows at Galaxy Esports. I used to play with Marukos. Definitely able to capitalize on whatever play he wants to make. The Shirelias, such an important pick here for this Cho'Gath.
Yeah, Shirelias is a massive pick. It's such a good item that I'm surprised they haven't nerfed it, to be honest. Because it's it's what? Is it 2,200 gold? And it provides 40 ability power. That's crazy. I believe it is. Or maybe 20 ability power. But even then, with Cho'Gath as well, Cho'Gath can deal so much damage with just 20 ability power. That it doesn't matter that it's 2,200 gold and it looks like it's wasted. He can just run you down and he can just kill you. And because no one really builds magic resist in their first couple of items, like look at Cho'Gath, look at not Cho'Gath, sorry, look at Gangplank, look at Jin. They've built Boots of Swiftness, they've not built Merc Treads, they've not even built a Null Magic Mantle just to help deal with that. They're just building normally. And it's going to be a major issue because Cho'Gath damage and low impact, or like low income build as Kaiser Cham, he's dead.
Nicely played. Those skills going to pick up the kill, but that is the power of a strong Thresh. Not afraid to just walk up and flay the Lantern being thrown out the queue. Not even necessary at that point. Rift Herald going to be popped in the Midland as well. That Evolving Ball going to land into Perez. Not going to use the charge just yet. Maybe waiting for the second turret. They are going to use it now. Perez going to charge into this tower. Can't take down the Rift Herald. Oh, they do just in time. Nicely timed Q smite by Neorania. And Galaxy Esports still aren't afraid to push into this second tower. That's like the flash Q coming out. And Skill's going to just hit the minion. And that feels bad.
That was ambitious from Skilled because the Hull Breaker just decimates the tower in the bot lane, but in the top lane, sorry. But ambitious from Skilled. I don't even think if that flash Q connects that they do anything anyway. So very ambitious to burn the flash there with Drake coming up in 20 seconds. That's a very key summoner spell down for Thresh because he can't flash box or flash flay. He has to now rely on hitting this this hook. And yeah,
it feels like that's kind of their only engage, right? Especially if the Lilian's not available or the Curtain Call's not available. And that's somewhat a concern for Luxet Nox because you are very much putting a lot of pressure onto this Thresh. And yeah, the Curtain Call can be used as an engage, but I feel like that's kind of the opposite of what LA's trying to achieve here with this Jin pick. Now, does that mean that Lily is going to have to try pull off some flash Q ult Zonya's play to maybe try get a 5-man ult?
Hook lands.
Yes, he does, but the Q does land though, just as we mentioned about the engage. But there's no one to follow it up, Atomica, and that might be exactly that, unless Trenabuser can really do something in this game. Going to chase down Marukos.
Yeah, they're
And
looking
the
for Drake.
is not. Yeah, the Drake's now up as well. Perez, a draft gap, and Pedra are not looking to do this over just yet. The TP is going to come in. The Q landing on Cho'Gath is going to be instantly taken out. The shutdown being handed over to this gangplank. The rest of Looks at Nox are going to try to do something here. Draft gap not falling low as well. Trenabuser going to W onto him, take down the Zyra instantly, but he's going to fall down himself as Perez flashes over the wall. Now the curtain call going to hit nobody. The W being used, the public execution taking near in out of the fight now. But the rest of GLX Esports are doing so much damage. Kaiser-chan, Pedro P. Trez, and Perez are just chasing everyone down, and this Senna is now doing so much damage, Atomica.
It was looking so good for the side of Luxenos. That W
Nia Rainey is going to die as well. The W so perfectly played, and Pedro P. Trez, is he a support? Is he an ADC main? It doesn't matter. He's everywhere.
Yes, I take back all my criticisms about Senna. Clearly, this champion is the best champion in the game, and I'm very sorry to all the Senna mains I have offended.
Speak about champions in the draft at this point, to be honest.
Yeah, because every time I get it wrong. I don't know how. Why? Like, what? Do people like listen into the stream and then they go into the game with like a chip on their shoulder, being like, right, Atomica said this champ is dog. I need to prove him wrong. And he's 7-1, dealing so much damage, picking up kills left, right, and center. And now we're gonna. I mean, I'm not sure how much gold this Senna's on, but with the Blood Song, and what I'm assuming is a complete second item. Yeah, 1800 gold. That's got to be a complete. He's a support, and he's almost on the same gold as Perez, who's been farming. Because Perez was farming.
The Q's going to land. Skill's going to throw the lantern, but nobody's there, my friend. There's no one to take your lantern, and you're just going to fall down to the Cho'Gath. Skill trying to make something work, but that's a miscommunication there, Atomica, because no one was there to follow it up.
Yeah, it's Skilled is having one of the series of all time. I think is the nicest way to put it. He's not having from what I've seen so far, he's not having a fantastic series. Game number 1 was, in the mid game, was completely outclassed by Pedro Petrez. Game number 2 has just been on his Thresh. Some of the stuff that he's been doing on his Thresh has been good, right? But other things have been questionable. And I'm not expecting, perfect gameplay all the time or don't pick up the game ever, because everyone makes mistakes. That's what makes us human. But the mistakes are very costly. And these mistakes can't be happening in a grand finals. And Galaxy Esports now, in this game, generating a very solid gold lead with 7 kills on top of that. Sole point. Atakan probably within their grasp if they decide to go for it, as Ali's just taking so nice damage.
Oh, much damage from the Senna. The Dawning Shadow not going to take him down, but the Curtain Gold's going to come out as well. Pedro Pedro's going to be able to walk away from it, and the Lilting Lullaby being used. He's now drowsy. The shutdown going to be handed over to Nia Rainey. There's a lot of damage. His Perez is maybe going to fall now as well. Ali going to try to get on the board now as well. Picks up the kill. The Collector doing damage to finally get that onto the board, and looks at Nox are out of this just yet, Atomica.
I love caster cursing. It's my favorite pastime. Talk about how Galaxy Esports are taking a commanding lead and that maybe Atakan will be theirs. Bot lane just going with what they believed was enough vision on the sides to surround them and to cover them was not enough vision at all. They get completely picked off. They do pick up 3 ultimates, the Curtain Call, the Lilting Lullaby, and the box, but,
I mean, that's what we mentioned earlier, right? We mentioned before the series even started that Galaxy Esports are a team that can overstay. They can get caught out. We saw it against Hollow Nightmares. We saw them nearly fall down. And they just won that series. And unfortunately, against a team like Luxet Nox, they've got to the grand final. They won the first series against them 2-0, and they're definitely a team that can capitalise on you overstaying. And that's exactly what they did there. They showed that they're able to pick people off when needed to, when it's available, and when you're out of position. And Galaxy Esports really need to be careful, because if they're not, then this game could turn on its head very quickly.
Yeah, and to be honest, I was talking about skills and how he had some questionable plays on the Thresh. I must admit that hook onto Pedro Petres was kind of wild. A very well played hook, very nicely.
The back of the bubble now, Tomac going to get set. He's going to use the showstopper and slam down Pedro Petres. The drowsy is going to be used on both champions now as well. That is so much damage by Nearania, but the Dawn Shadow is going to be used to try to push him away now. And Pedro Petres is solo. The Cannon Barrage is going to be used, but not going to hit anyone. Baruko's just going to walk through it now. The TP coming in by Perez. The tongue lash going to be used into one part, man, just slowing as much as possible. But in comes the public execution as Kaiser Champ's going to try just taking down before he falls down himself. He might walk away and 1 HP. Atomica, he does exactly that. Oh no, he doesn't, because in comes the Tom Kench. The curtain call going to be used to take down, get one of the members of Galaxy Esports, and the bowling ball going to be used onto Marukos. Ale isn't finished now because that is so much damage from the collector. Marukos now falling. The one shot maybe he's taking down. The feast going to be used onto Ale, but it's not going to take him down. Draftcat is now running for his life, going to flash away from the hook, flash away from the W, and that might just be Atakar Atomica, and it's turning on its head.
Yeah, and you know what? The one thing I want to pick up on that entire fight was that Perez definitely has not really encountered the set Tom Kench matchup much in his life. He devoured Trenabuser as he used the W, and anyone that's played Tom Kench knows that if you devour set whilst he W's, there's a little part of his W in the center that is actually like near him or right in front of him. That's what you see shut down.
Oh, the Atakan is going to go over to Ale though. Nicely timed fourth shot. As Kancham's going to try to kill him. It's not going to be enough to take him down just yet. Ale now falling 20% HP. Not going to take him down the burn. And in comes the plant last second. Trenabuser are going to look to maybe try do something to draft cap here. Wrap around the other side. The hook going to narrowly miss. But Pedro Petres is here now as well. And Perez, the dynamic duo's here to now clean up. As down goes one part, man.
It's just no Giga extended fight. But that's what I was saying, obviously, because I like to really focus on Tom Kench. And the set W has a little bit of the true damage that when he devours you, you will automatically get hit with the true damage part. And I think that caught Perez out in that first initial fight. But coming back in, the Abyssal Voyage on top of one part man who has not been having a fantastic game on this Gangplank. He's been doing a lot of damage, and I'm sure if you look at the damage graphs after the game, he'll probably have the most damage on his team behind the Lilia. But it's one of them. This fight was so extended that people died, respawned, and managed to, even though they TP'd to the first fight, they managed to walk to the second fight. And I didn't even notice the Drake.
We've seen all game, right? We've seen so many extended fights this game that both teams have kind of flipped the game on its head multiple times. Like the amount of times this game has yo-yoed up and down just because teams are overextending when they don't need to be overextending is kind of crazy. And yes, Galaxy Esports now have the Cloud Soul for the second time in this series. Well, it probably is just as important as it was from last game, especially with the Shurelias now, especially with Cho'Gath completing the Dead Man's Play. And this is going to be one fast Cho'Gath for Atomica, and it kind of shows exactly what GLX are looking trying to do this game.
Yeah, he's running him down, isn't he? He's going to run him down, and I don't really see what Lux Enox can do as soon as that Shurelias is popped and Tom Kench, Cho'Gath, and Ambessa are all just running at you. Obviously, we did see in the last fight what they can do, which is Ale having all his summoner spells up, being able to reposition, drop probably the most devastating curtain call I've ever seen in Zenith League so far.
Yeah,
really, that was
crazy.
absolutely devastating. It was such good positioning from Ale, and he's really starting to redeem himself, starting to sort of, I regret to use the phrase, but he's starting to wake up in this series now, and he's starting to really deal the damage as Kaiser Champ's going to get, he's going to get dragged back in. And
I saw it coming from W though, but in comes the Pedro Petres, but in comes the Showstopper as well, and nicely timed by Kaiser Champ to use the public execution, try escape that as well. Pedro Petres is going to pick up a kill on Trenabuser, and that is an interaction that I don't think Trenabuser was aware of, Atomica.
I didn't think I was aware of that interaction. What the hell happened there? Was it the public execution
The
denied
public
the
execution
Showstopper?
stops the Showstopper from pulling you and slamming you down.
Does the slam still deal damage?
It deals
damage.
I don't think it deals. I don't actually know about the damage side, but I know it stops the slam.
That's crazy.
That is something
That is an interaction I've never seen and I never really thought about. But yeah, that's
But nicely timed by Kaiser Chan though. Just shows that you can, if you know your champion, then you can pull off plays like that and you can change fights very quickly. And Pedro Pietrez was there at the right time again. I mean, that's kind of been the talk of this series, really, is where Pedro Pietrez is. And he's kind of just everywhere you want him to be, right? And especially on a champion like Senna that wants to feed off every single opportunity available. It's the perfect champion for someone like for Pedro Pietrez, who is able to just pick up a soul, pick up something every opportunity. And now Lux at Nox are going to have to try and look to fight off the rest of Galaxy Esports looking for this Baron buff, because they are completely split. Trenavuser does have the TP available, the Q going to land from Skilled, but they're looking to capitalize on this Lilia, on this one-part man being in the wrong place, and now he's taken down. That might just be Baron Atomica.
Yeah, Lux and Nox completely split, and it's so bad for their composition because they really want to try and synchronize all of their damage, but Galaxy Esports is able to pull them apart. But Trenavuser is on the side, so it's not a complete negative play. They're probably going to get this tier 2 in the bot lane, which is a lot of standing gold. And Pedro Pietrez
in a difficult position now, though, because Ale is going to W him, but he's going to miss as the flash comes over the wall. But Pedro's not afraid to go back in just yet. The Cannon Barrage is going to be used into the Baron, but the Feast is going to be take down the Baron Nashor. Ale now is going to get capitalized on. Not just yet, though, because perfectly timed stop by Skilled. Going to flame out of the way. The Q going to miss, though, and Skilled is going to die for it now. Ale can't do any damage to Tahm Kench. The TP now coming in from Trenavuser. Going to use the Curtain Call now. Pulls back Pedro, but Perez is going to devour him, and the Curtain Call is going to be completely ineffective. And Perez isn't finished just yet, Atomica, because Marukos is going to charge him down. One part man going to be forced to Q flash over the wall now. Nia Reni are going to try to do anything to try and get some damage onto Perez, but this is one tanky Tahm Kench Atomica, and Perez completely changed that fight.
That's 3 items Tahm Kench for you. Very difficult to deal with, and that Devour was perfect from Perez. Just able to completely save Pedro Pietrez. No bounty for this set. No true damage for this set either. And that set looked really useless in the fight. But he did manage to pick up the tier 2 in the bot lane. So he picked up a lot of standing gold. Yes, okay, the Baron's gone to Galaxy Esports, and they're knocking on the base of your doors. But being able to get any form of gold on a counterplay is good gold.
Skill's going to go in immediately, though. Just not with the Q you want to use, though. Perez going to fall quite low, going to W over the wall now. But that was a lot of damage from Pedro Pietrez, and Skilled has got to be careful. Yes, the Q might hit, but this Senna does a lot of damage.
Senna being Senna, isn't it? I mean, this is a fed Senna. This is why they picked her, and just being able to have this sort of laning phase. And I believe that they're going for a collector now on top of the Senna. So even though that's got to be disgusting, because she might, steal a soul from you and kill you.
Yeah,
quite honestly.
I don't think one part man knew that Marukos knew that he was in that bush, but that was definitely a bit of a Western standoff to see who would flinch first.
Yeah, it was like who falls first.
And unfortunately for one part man, Marukos knew exactly what you were doing, my friend. But it looks like LEN will try and look to do something on this Elder Drake now up in 3 seconds. Can Galaxy Esports do something to end this game and take it to game 3? They are going to take down every little bit of vision they're trying to get here. Trenavuser are going to jump in immediately, but Pedro Pietrez is going to walk away from just in range of the W now. U's not going to be available for a few seconds now. Ale's being collapsed upon by Perez. The tongue lash not going to take him down, but he shows the public execution perfectly timed. Ale going to fall now as well. Trenavuser going to try to do everything possible to take down, but the Stranglethorn's going to knock one part man into the air as Kaiser Cham's looking to run down this Lilia. Trenavuser now in a difficult position. Perez going to W in. The tongue lash going to hit, and Draft Gap's going to pick up the kill. Sorry, no. Perez going to pick up the kill now. Kaiser Cham's still not afraid to charge every single person down. As Skilled is going to fall so low, and Bess is doing so much damage now, and that's going to be Elder Drake now for Atomica, because Kaiser Cham's going to sit here, wait patiently for this Elder Drake to be taken. The Zonya's going to be used by Nia Renia. May just escape the clutches of Kaiser Cham just in time. The ball being used. Kaiser Cham going to have to walk away now, and that is an Elder Drake for GLX.
Yeah, Galaxy Esports, I mean, yeah, they're playing these fights so well. It was such a scrappy fight, and I do have to give commendations to the side of Lux at Nox. They found the Senna, but the amount of resources they used trying to pick the Senna off was just too great. And that's the wallet diff that's starting to affect the game. It's when the Galaxy Esports then could just chase them down, and this pick composition had nothing left. They really had nothing left to give. And when you have nothing left to give as a pick composition, it feels so terrible. It's just you're always on the back foot, you're always running away, and now their base is being hounded. They have to contend with an Elder and a wave that's coming in. Luckily for them, though, they do have a lot of wave clears. The Showstopper's going to come in.
Comes the showstopper, though. The curtain call going to be as well. W not going to be used in time, though. The public execution being thrown up to one part man. Kajisham now on a killing spree. Pedro Pedro doing so much damage. Perez not afraid to run anyone down the roof, using that advantage of the move speed to charge down LEN, and game 2 is going to be handed over to Galaxy Esports. They are hungry for revenge, Atomica, in this series, and it's not looking good so far.
Yeah, looks at Nox down 2 games. Galaxy Esports taking game number 2. It's I don't know what they have to do, but they have to switch something up and they have to find an answer because they've only got 1 game left.
Yeah, they do indeed. Can they find an answer? Can they do something? Can they pull off the reverse sweep? We'll find out soon. Make sure you come back. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. And we're back for game 3, ladies and gentlemen. Galaxy Esports picking up another important game. They're now 2-0 in the series. Going into game 3 now. Can they make the comeback of the century from the lower bracket? Can they be the champions of the Winter Grand Final? We'll find out in this game as we get into draft number 3 of this series. Gwen going to be banned away. The Vi going to be banned away by Lux et Nox alongside the Ezreal. And Tomica, I'm so excited for game 3 because Galaxy Esports are about to show why it doesn't matter where you finish in the series, in the whole split. If you can come back, it's going to be immense if they do.
Yeah, if you can find a playstyle and stick to it that other teams are not expecting, and it's what I can only assume is a complete contrast to how you played in the regular split, then you can achieve anything. And it has been an absolute pleasure to basically be the Galaxy Esports assigned caster for this upper bracket and the lower bracket run and the playoffs. But yeah, like you said, the Galaxy Esports on the cusp of a what I would go on as to say historic win from the lower bracket. You know, you're coming from finishing 5th in the regular split. Doesn't matter where you finish in the regular split, it matters how you finish in the playoffs. And if they can finish first by winning this game number 3, with the bans looking like from Lux et Nox, they're not even pivoting any bans. It's the same 3 bans as has been all games, and the Galaxy Esports are pivoting their bans slightly. You know, it could be looking quite good for Galaxy Esports this game, as Xayah is locked in, looking like it's going to be locked in first for Lux et Nox.
Yeah, looking like they're maybe looking to play a composition that they want Galaxy Esports to come on to them now. They want them to be more aggressive. Now, Xayah's definitely a champion that we know Ale is comfortable on, know that they very much like to play. Wouldn't be surprised if we see the Rakan being picked here by Galaxy Esports, or whether we see the Rakan being allowed to be let through, whether we see skill play this. Now, definitely is a champion that we know Lux et Nox like to play, especially with the Xayah Rakan. Definitely a composition they played before. So, looks like Galaxy Esports aren't going to look to pick it in just yet. It is actually going to be the Xin Zhao being locked in now for Alex. Now, I can't see this going anywhere else. The Mordekaiser are going to be locked in now. Likelihood is we're going to see Kaiser Chan play this Mordekaiser. Seen it, you know, he's played it a lot in solo queue, but whether we see it flexed, I'm not sure. It could go to the jungle. What do you think, Tomica?
I don't think it could go to the jungle. I would love to see it. It would be very cool, but I think it is going to the top lane. I think you're right.
Yeah.
And you know what? I am such a fan of this Mordekaiser pick. I think that the utility that Mordekaiser provides, now that they removed the fact that the send to Brazil mechanic cannot be Quicksilver sashed, the fact that you could just force Xayah to burn an ultimate when you just point at her with a mace, like a big ass fucking mace, and you're gonna say, right, you're coming to Brazil with me. Or if she doesn't have the ultimate, you can just force her to Brazil and leave Lux et Nox in this sort of, and I should say, and now it forces Lux et Nox to be forced into this sort of draft hole of they need to draft extra damage, and that's what they've done with the Amumu and the Olaf. The Amumu, great setup for this Olaf. But yeah, they were forced to draft extra damage because they can't leave it all to Xayah. They need damage to come through for when, what I'm assuming is Kaiser Champ just walks at Ale and goes, right, you're coming with me.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of puts Galaxy Esports in a position where they know they may need to...
That's not a lot.
Play some... that's an Aatrox.
More none.
It's a more jungle. I said it.
But where's Xin Zhao going?
It's gotta be right. It's gotta be.
Yo, it's Mordekaiser support. Mordekaiser turns 6. Any support tries to engage. No, I'm thinking
we have got information from Twitch chat, Atomica. Apparently, Galaxy Esports have played more jungle before. So
has Draft Gap. Broken Arrow might have played it.
Played it, yeah. I'm not sure. Maybe DraftGap's played him before. We've not been casted that series, so unaware in that situation. But I expect it to be jungle. I hope it's jungle because it could be very fun. Might be Zinzal top lane, could be Zinzal bot lane. We don't know what's going to happen. The Zed going to be banned away alongside the Akali, away from one part man now. Looks like Galaxy Esports are looking to try to take down every champion possible that we know that one part man likes to play. Try to take away those, aggressive style champions that can maybe carry games. And looks at Nox are going to counter that, banning away the Nautilus away from Pedro Petres. Now, I want to mention that the Rakan is still available in this game. Are Galaxy Esports is not afraid of it, or do you think they'll pick it?
They'll pick what? Sorry, which
the
champ?
Rakan. The Rakan.
I got lost in your monologue because it was actually I agreed with everything. I was like, yeah, yeah.
There's Twitch being locked in now.
Twitch? What are they drafting, bro? Galaxy Esports, I swear to God, you're actually going to be the death of me whenever I watch the draft. It's like, you watch them draft and you're like, right, who's going where? It's like literally the most roulette draft of all time.
No, the one thing to mention is the Lulu is now open. Will we see Pedro? Will we see Pedro finally play the Lulu? We've waited for it. Been looking for the Lulu.
Please.
Will we see the Lulu being locked in? I mean, look at Nox. I expect to see the Rakan being locked in here. They're locking the Ari for one part man now. Definitely still on the roots of the assassin style champion that we like to see them like a player like one part man play. Skilled, maybe locks in the Rakan. Now, definitely is a champion that we haven't seen them play all too much. It is going to be locked in as predicted. The Lulu is available. Excuse me?
It's Mordekaiser support. Please, bro.
Line 6. He might get his Vayne in the mid lane. Now, we've seen this before. We've seen how incredibly brilliant Line 6 is on this Vayne as the mechanics available. And I am so excited to see what happens this game, but I'm also rather confused at what's going to happen because I don't know who's going to go where, Atomica. Now, please let us know in the Twitch chat who you think might go where because we are slightly confused.
Yeah, it has to be Mordekaiser. Like it has to be something dumb like Zinzao support, right? Like it's not like it's Twitch support.
Is it Twitch support?
It's Mordekaiser.
Yeah,
Twitch
so
support.
we have confirmation, guys. It is going to be Aatrox in the top lane, Zin in the jungle, Vayne in the mid lane, Maud as the AP carry, and the Twitch is going to be support. Now, on the other side for Nox, we are going to see the Olaf in the top lane, the Immune in the jungle, the Ari in the mid lane, and Zyra Rakan bot lane, which is the very most predictable lineup, which has been for kind of all games, right? Looks at Nox have had the more predictable, less flexible comp. Galaxy Esports just kind of want to live with vibes and go for whatever they want, but we love it because it worked in the first game of Atomica. So we ain't gonna predict it. You're not gonna speak about whose composition you prefer because it doesn't matter anyway. Because whatever you say, it'll be wrong regardless. So we're just gonna hope and pray.
Skip over that.
We're gonna hope and pray that Galaxy Esports are able to pull off this incredibly crazy composition. Now that being said, right, I do want to speak about how these compositions are going to play against each other, right? How are they actually going to operate? And looks at Nox are going to look for these team fights, right? But are Galaxy Esports relying too much on getting to that late game again? Or do you think they're able to pull off this composition they've drafted?
Well, I mean, we said that in the last game, Galaxy Esports are going to have to rely on getting to the late game, and then they just went and won the early game anyway.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's going to be difficult because I think this composition for Luxet Nox is a lot more standard, right? It's a lot more what you'd expect to see. It's very obvious who's going where, and it provides a lot. But Galaxy Esports is a little bit of a weird composition where you're kind of relying a bit more on individual mechanics rather than how these champions interact with each other. So it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely will. Now, I I can't say I've seen many Aatrox as of recent. Now, I don't know what kind of position the champion's in the current meta, whether they're strong. As far as I'm aware, kind of situational pick. But I actually really like the Olaf here. I think the Vayne is a good pick against the Olaf because you're able to, roll out, especially with the final hour available as well. That being said, for this Twitch and this mod, you can't ult the Olaf, right? It's not you can't dash around the Olaf. So I think the Olaf is really going to change how these fights work. If the Olaf can get on top of any carry for Galaxy Esports, it's going to be trouble, right?
Yeah, it's going to be major trouble. But like, I can't even like envision anything that's going to happen, right? Like, even just like going back to bases of like, ooh, if Mordekaiser ults Xayah, or if Olaf can shred the ult of Mordekaiser, then this will happen, because Galaxy Esports haven't made it easy to know how they're gonna play the game. So
it feeds into what Line 6 wants, right? Line 6 loves the aggression in the early game, loves to play more on the pounce of looking for ganks, looking for opportunities. And Marukos, slightly more conservative player from what we saw from the last game, but saw the opportunities, looked to kind of play around his team a bit more. Line 6 is definitely seems to be more of the player that likes the team to play around him more. Now, does manage to pull it off. Definitely the aggressive early game player. Now, will Line 6 carry on this Vayne again? We've seen it once, we've seen it twice. Will it be a third time lucky, Atomica?
Yes. I'm not gonna lie, I trust Line 6's Vayne quite a lot to do a lot. Purely because I think every time it's been locked in, it has been it's been incredible to watch. Like,
yeah.
There will be times where Vayne has been caught out, but she'll take down 2 with her, and it's gonna be so much fun to see, or so much like it's gonna be weird to watch how Lux and Nox figure out this game, because like we saw last game with Game 2, they struggled to deal with the extended health bars of Galaxy Esports, and now with this game, they have better tools to do that with the Xayah, with the Olaf, but will it be enough to go through Aatrox, who heals a lot, Xin Zhao, who heals a lot, and Mordekaiser, who can just isolate someone?
Yeah,
I don't know.
You mentioned it there, but what do you think Lux at Nox have to do differently this game in order to be successful?
Not get sucked into the chaos. Yeah. That's how Galaxy Esports generate their leads, is by creating chaos on the map, and is by constantly just forcing the whoever they're against, their opponents. Sorry, not their fans, their opponents. I'm a fan of their playstyle, but that force their opponents into these fights that are very weird, and you don't want to take them at the time for your champion, because it could be a break point, and it's always, I don't know if you've noticed this, but it's always a break point that they fight around. Like in game 1, the Neferi, like look, Line 6 just walked at the Yasuo who was trying to base to complete his item, and he just forced the fight, which meant that a full one item Neferi was fighting a components based Yasuo. It's always these breakpoints they force the fight around before they then look for the fight at the objective. But then they've already done their setup by forcing the fight at those breakpoints. So if you just don't engage into the chaos, if you just say, right, okay, yeah, you're coming mid, I know you're going to try and stop me, so I'm, rather than basing this kind of greedy location of near the front of my tier 1 where you can poke me with range, I'm just going to go to my tier 2 and base. And you can deny a lot of the chaos that they want to see. And the only times you fight is when you know you can contest an objective.
Yeah, I think you're spot on about not getting sucked into the chaos, right? I think that's exactly what we saw them start to do in the last game, but then just kind of at the last minute kind of fell back into their old kind of trap, and their old, like, kind of set the trap for themselves almost. And I very much hope we see Lux at Nox not do that. and they look to get the advantages. And when they get those advantages and they get something, even just one kill can really change how a whole game turns out. So I would hope to see that they don't look to get caught out, as you said. But we are into game 3 now, and it looks like both teams are going to posture defensively. No level 1 invades, sadly. It's going to be a boring one, Atomica, for level 1, unfortunately. Galaxy Esports have not done their typical thing.
Boring. Galaxy Esports boring. Worst team to watch since G2. No, yeah, I think that it's right for this composition. They don't really have much engage options. They don't really have much that can force a fight or keep looks at Nox in a fight as Kaiser Cham. This matchup, by the way, for Aatrox is horrible.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone's played this matchup. It is awful. Olaf just walks at you and there's actually just nothing you can do. Like, you can hit as many sweet spots as you want, he just walks at you. It's crazy. Like,
yeah,
as we've now seen already.
There's a fight in mid lane already. The one part man going to take a little bit of damage from line 6. Don't think he quite expected it, but in comes Pedro. The sneaky sneak. Dead. The poison being used, and he is dead already. The ignite used by Pedro. Line 6 going to get the last little kill. There's a fight out in the top lane as well. Trinity is going to walk into Kaiser. The Q is available. The axe is going to hit, but it's not going to take Kaiser just yet. And I feel like we're in for a very aggressive game this time of Atomica.
I mean, well, Pedro just picks up the kill in the mid lane flash. He did get the lane swap detection, so line 6 probably not getting as much gold as he would like from the minions. But like I said, Olaf just walks at you. Like, you can't do anything. Olaf just walks at you. This Aatrox is in such a terrible position. He's going to require Xin Zhao's help a lot pre-6. And I don't think he's going to get it because the Xin Zhao's actually pathing upwards. So he will manage to get it. But level 2 coming in for the Xayah and Rakan. They're going to look to pressure the bot lane, as Trenabuse has actually just got to look for the proxy.
Yeah, Trinity is now going to proxy the wave. Skilled is going to look to go in here as Perez pulls him into play.
Line 6?
Pedro
Oh
now,
my god, no way.
Line 6 is looking for it. Trying to abuse of that is not where you want to be. Kardasham going to be maybe taken down. Not just yet. Line 6 is 2-0 already. Atomica, we're not even 3 minutes in.
Yeah, he's got 2 kills. That's a kill a minute for the Vayne. Yep, cool. Now, this Vayne is just, it's Galaxy Esports specialty. Play around the Vayne, play for the Vayne. You even notice Kaiser Cham, all he did was give the little bit of damage and then give the kill over to the Vayne. They are so hard playing for this Vayne because they know that Vayne can do so much, and Line 6 especially can do so much on this Vayne, that they're giving him kills, they're giving him the resources. And as well, what made it even worse was that I think one part man even thought that Vayne was on the base or maybe even baiting in a bush, so he didn't even hard push the wave that hard. So Vayne didn't miss on that much CS either.
No, didn't miss out on anything.
Just going to land on Pedro.
Might have asked even more here. The last auto attack not going to land just yet. Perez going to try to do something to try force Ali away from this Twitch. And yes, Pedro got an early kill for line 6, but falling quite far behind now, especially on levels. And Skilled, is a little bit far ahead of him. Kardasham going to TP directly into the Olaf. Going to try to do a lot of damage to him, pushing this wave, force him away. And Neo Rainier is going to look for maybe a kill into line 6 here. Line 6 is going to avoid the charm. Doesn't have the roll available for 2 seconds, but Draft Gap's here, and Draft Gap might be able to do something onto one part man. No Spirit Rush available, but Neo Rainier is waiting in the wings. In comes the charm, in comes the bandage toss. Line 6 is going to fall down to one part man now. Skilled is here now as well. The W going to land by Draft Gap, but it's a perfectly timed shield by Skilled. Draft Gap going to have to walk away now as well, and it turned very quickly, Atomica, because it was very nicely played by Skilled.
Rakan is broken. Now, Rakan, that was really well played by Skilled. Best piece of play, or best sequence of play that he has had this series. Brilliant shield onto one part man. Brilliant heal as well. Meant that the kill wasn't there on the Ahri. Ahri manages to escape. Ahri picks up the kill. I think the only actual negative is that the Amumu flashed, thinking that the Ahri W would not have been enough to kill us. Kaiser Cham's actually gonna...
It might be killing the top lane though, because Kaiser Cham was going to get a kill onto the Olaf. Trenabuser playing a little bit too aggressively, thought he could just walk through, be listening to Atomica too much, thinking he could just walk through the Aatrox. And Aatrox is picking up a solo kill on this Olaf, and Trenabuser is now 0-2. A little bit reminiscent of game 1 Atomica.
Yeah,
very much reminiscent of game 1 because, and I think the worst feeling is the fact that Trenabuser is on Olaf. And Olaf is one of those champions that if he falls behind, you can tell. Because you can't do anything. Normally, you hit level 6 and you then become unstoppable. Obviously, with your ultimate, you do become unstoppable, but also you can kind of just walk anyone down. But when you fall behind, you can't. Because you just don't have the items to support the playstyle, and your opponent does. Or your opponent has the items to counter it. So it's one of them now for Trenabuser where he just has to now slow down the lane, for himself, slow down the game for his team in the top side of the map, and he needs to just farm up. He needs to get those items. Like, he needs to upgrade from just a blood, from just the Vampire Scepter.
Capitalize on one part man in a difficult position now. Pedro Petra is going to throw down the poison. Not going to take him down. There's another fight in the top lane though. Kaiserchan is maybe going to get taken down by Olaf or Trenabuser running him down. Draft gap. I don't think you've got enough damage here. Olaf's going to look to land as much Qs as possible. Draft gap going to use the plan though to try and heal as much as possible, but it's not going to be enough because Olaf's going to run him down. And in the meantime, he's killing the bot lane now. Skilled and Ali are going to team up here and take down the Vayne. And it looks like LEN are coming back into this game with Atomica.
That's the matchup I was talking about. Yeah, shove it. Olaf just runs down the Aatrox, even through Aatrox ult. And that's the matchup that that's the matchup I was referring to. Just Aatrox cannot do anything. And now the Void Grubs two Void Grubs go to the side of Luxett Nox, and they've now seemingly, now that they've drafted a composition that isn't like, a bit weird to play, it's kind of very obvious how each individual contributes to the composition. They're starting to look a lot more settled into this game. They're picking up kills left and right. Yes, okay, the feat of warfare was picked up by the side of Galaxy Esports, I believe, but they picked up the Drake and they picked up 2 grubs on the cross map. So it's not that bad, and they're looking a lot more settled into this game.
Yeah, I mean, they really are. It's showing the team that you expected LEN to be, right? Now, Neorenia's waiting patiently in the wings. Perez put a little bit aggressively, but they don't know that draft cap's here. No level 6 available. The Crescent Guard isn't going to be used, but in comes the Death Realm as well, stopping Neorenia using that Curse of the Sad Mummy. In comes the Featherstorm as well. Draft cap going to try and W. The Crescent Guard finally now available. Perez going to take down Neorenia. Ali now falling so low. Pedro trying to land every single auto attack possible. In comes the Poison. Not going to take down Ali just yet until the W perfectly landed, snipes down the Xayah.
That was the flash obliterate.
Oh my god, that is something I did not expect to see from Perez, but pulls it off perfectly timed. Kaiserchan looks to engage now onto this Olaf. Olaf trying to heal everything, but he can't do it when Kaiserchan is bashing you down with his sword.
That was big. That was a lot of damage on that empowered auto attack from the Aatrox. I guess it's empowered for a reason. There's the bandage shot's going to land onto the Twitch.
The bandage shot comes in comes the Curse of the Sad Mummy. The Sad Mummy taking down the Twitch as well. Perez now going to get taken down by a tower shot maybe. No, going to time the E perfectly. But Neorenia is a fast mummy. Going to charge you down. Perez trying to get his dancing feet on, but can't avoid the bandage toss. And that is a double kill for the Amumu.
Yeah, Curse of the Sad Mummy was brilliant. Managed to pick up both of them and clear most of the wave. So Perez was forced to actually tank a tower shot with part of his shield rather than use it for all of healing. As the charm is going to get dodged away. His line 6 really baiting out the spell as well. Not managing to pick up the last bit of the true damage as he rolls forward. Oh my god, what the hell's going on? The charm's going to land.
In comes the tower, nicely timed. Going to take the tower shot as well. One part man going to dive in. He's going to kill this spree.
Yeah, ooh, hello. When did he start playing Ari? 3-1 now on the Ari.
6 was playing that. It's 3-1 indeed, but there might be another kill for Kaiserchan in the top lane. Trenabuser maybe in a difficult position now, and Kaiserchan is now unbelievable on this Aatrox. And this Olaf, the Viking, it's not going well in this little second half of this 10 minutes.
I'm not having that this is a bad matchup for Olaf. I'm having that this is jungle interference interfering with the top lane. So I will not have my analysis be slandered on this matchup. As Aatrox is actually just winning. No, yeah, as you say, the Vikings having an absolutely terrible. He's having a torrid time in the top lane as Line 6 is.
Oh, line 6 is playing a little bit too aggressive. The charm coming in. Doesn't have final hour available. Skilled knew exactly what he was doing. They're going to hand the kill over to Ari. And line 6, you're disappointing us on this vein so far.
Hey, listen, remember what happened the last time he played Vayne? This exact thing happened. He was going like 2-7 at one point. I think it was actually on the Aurelia that he did the same. He was going 2-7 at one point, and then he just turns it around, picks up a ton of kills out of nowhere in these scrappy team fights the Galaxy Esports love to force. But it does appear that
Pedro.
whoa. Okay, that was a lot of damage.
Squishy little twitch. Draft Gap going to try do something against one partner now. Does have the Spirit Rush available. He's just be able to walk away from this. W just going to hit though. In comes the flash, but Nia Rainier's waiting over the wall. The charm going to hit as well. Crescent Guard going to be used to try escape now. No damage you're going to get through that just yet. Spirit Rush over the wall now. Perez is going to have to just opt to be there by himself now. Line 6 may be in a difficult position now because in comes the quickness. Featherstorm going to be used, but Line 6 going to avoid it. Going to roll out of everything. Going to take down Ali as well. Can he take down Skilled now as well? He might do just that. Atomica. Skill going to flash over the wall. In comes the Blast Cone as well. And Line 6 showing his mechanics there, Atomica. Because of the Death Realm in the mid lane though. And the Obliterate's going to be used to take down one part man. And it's not finished just yet though, because Draft Cap and Kaiser Cham going to capitalize and trying to be used have been in the wrong position. Pedro Petres going to look to try wrap round, use the invisibility, the move speed from the base, and trying to be used is going to chase down this Olaf now. Nicely timed W by Draft Cap to just escape that. They're not going to be enough to heal out of that, and Pedro Petres going to pick up a kill onto the Olaf.
Wow. Just as I was about to praise Lux,
a lot of things to unpack there.
Yeah, just as I was about to start praising Lux at Nox, they kind of give it all away. They do a dive, which I think was kind of confirmed to basically be a
Red Team get the grub as well.
Yeah, they get the last grub, so they deny the 5 grubs.
Deny 5 grubs. Nia Rainier's in a difficult position. You use a Curse 7 Mummy to stop Kaiser Cham picking up the kill. But Draft Gap doesn't care about the tower, especially when Pedro Petres is there. They might get tier 2 here. Perez going to fall in the middle lane. One part man getting his revenge now. And it's just non-stop.
Yeah, and this is really good for one part man because he's had good laning phases before, and now this seems to be the game where he's on a champion that has a good amount of escape, right? Good slippy escape tools with the Spirit Rush, the Foxfire, I believe it's called, the W essentially, movement speed. He's got it all, and it's so smart for him. It's such a good pick for him to be on, as the root's going to land onto Pedro Petres, who I believe was invisible at the time.
Yeah, it was invisible at the time. Tower's going to be taken down now. Not knowing that Draft Gap is waiting around the corner. Ale going to avoid it. The quickness going to be used to stop Draft Gap jumping onto him. Still going to opt to do that anyway. Going to root him in place, but Nia Rainier's here as well. Skilled and Ale going to look to try chase him down. W going to be used. W hitting onto Draft Gap now instead. The Obliterate going down, but the Feather's taking down Draft Gap. It's a 1-for-1 so far. But Perez is not afraid to look for more. And this is a level 10 Mordekaiser Atomica.
Yeah, I mean, Pedro Petres has just been roaming around the map all the time. Pedro Petres is literally the same level as one part man who has 6 kills, by the way. Okay, one part man has just leveled up now as the charm misses, but yeah, he was the same level as an Ari who had 6 kills. As the top tier 1 is looking like it's got to fall for the side of Galaxy Esports, giving them a lot of gold. But this Aatrox, man, is scary. Because if you try and focus too much on the Aatrox, then the Vayne's going to be able to do a lot of damage. As the bot tier one's also looking like it's going to fall.
Yeah,
but,
I mean, everywhere over the map, you think that maybe LEN are getting some kind of lead in these fights, and they're turning fights around very nicely. But just when you think you can take down the Vayne, the Aatrox is there, and you said it yourself, Kaiser Cham is scary on this Aatrox now. Has the Phage completed, has the Eclipse completed as well, but this Mordekaiser does so much damage, Atomica, and if he can pull Nia Rainier out the fight when you try using Curse Sad Mummy, or he can pull one part man out of the fight, then you're kind of stopping him from even being able to assassinate any of your backline.
Yeah, and by taking that out from the side of Luxet Nox, you're losing a lot of reliable damage as well. Or you're losing a lot of your team's gold, should I say. Like being able to stop one part man from being able to do his job, you know, assassinating the backline. And being able to really deny Lux at Nox where all of their gold is at can make those fights feel a lot more fairer.
Yeah.
And can also make line 6 as well just do so much more.
Yeah, but it's going to be another fight in the bottom lane. Pedro Pietret's is going to instantly fall. This Twitch is very, very squishy. Tower is going to be taken down, but Pedro Pietret is going to unfortunately die for it. Nia Rainier now is going to get hit by the death round. Perez going to chase him down. Nia Rainier trying to do everything to stay alive now as well. Draft Cap's here as well. The death round is now finally over. In comes the curse of the sad mummy. The crescent by guard is going to be used, but Kaiserchamp is going to chase down Ale. The chain not going to pull him back just yet. Skilled might trade his life for it. He tries to keep him alive. Kaiserchamp not afraid to keep chasing down, but we'll just turn around last second. Drake now up, and GLX Esports want it, Atomica.
Yeah, and I think that Trenabuse has done really well on his side lane, like not to take away from the fact that this big fight has just happened. But Trenabuse has done really well. He's forced out the TP from Kaiserchamp, who walked down to this fight. And because he was threatening to take the tier 2... Oh, what? He's got stolen!
Oh my god, Xayah stole the Drake!
What? Oh, the Blade call.
Ale stole the Drake. The mistimed smite. I mean, we mistimed the commentary because we didn't expect it to happen. Ale out of nowhere throwing the Q out and stealing the dragon. What an incredible piece of play there. Making that fight just a little bit more worth it there for LEN.
Makes it completely worth because the fight was over the Drake. No, honestly, I think I was in the same sort of boat as Galaxy Esports in the fact that they believed that Lux et Nox had given up on the Drake. And yet, Ale just sticks around and, goes, screw it, I'll throw out a Q and a Blade Caller and a Q and a Blade Caller, and he manages to pick it up because there was a small pocket of vision on the Drake that they could see, and they could see it entirely. As Trenabuse, it looks like he's going to go down.
Trenabuse is going to maybe get taken down here, as not realizing Pedro Pietret is coming in, and Kaiserchamp and Pedro Pietret working together to pick up a kill there. They will now turn their attention to all the Rift Herald as well now, Atomica, and Galaxy Esports are doing everything to try to pick up the objectives of the first 2 Drakes being taken away from them.
Yeah, and
I think there's a fight in the middle though, Atomica, because quickness is going to be used onto the Bane, and she's dead instantly. And Ale and Skilled are showing why they're now maybe their dynamic duo in this game. Pedro Pietret is going to be spotted out, and the vision is not going to save you there. In comes the Featherstorm. Kaiserchamp going to be rooted in place. Draft up landing the W. The Q flash going to come in by Kaiserchamp, but in comes the sad mummy. The Crescent Guard being used, not going to do anything to it just yet, but he's going to take him down as it just falls down. And Ale is now 5-3 on this Xayah.
Yeah, that was awful. That Xin Zhao Crescent Guard was completely trolled from Draft Gap. It pushed the Curse of the Sad Mummy to hit all 3, rather than just on the front line. It then hit Pedro Pietret on the back line because he got pushed as he casted it. So it moved where the Curse of the Sad Mummy was actually going to affect. And then the Pedro Pietret was caught up in it as well. So a little bit of misplay there from Draft Gap, but it doesn't mean much, as I don't believe they got a kill. They got 1 kill off it, didn't they? They got Draft Gap on the kill. And that was it. They didn't get all 3, as as Perez and One Part Man gonna do a little bit of trading in the mid lane. Perez
a little bit of trading, yeah. I mean, I think that's been a common theme in this game. You just seen Perez and One Part Man just trading at kind of whatever moment they can see available, really. And I think that's kind of what an Ari does, right? Especially with the Mord as well. Just trying to trade as much as possible with how tanky and Mordekaiser can be. But we're going to see Lux et Nox maybe try to take down tier 1 in this mid lane. And they're not going to be afraid to engage, as in comes Ale. He's now on a rampage. The quickness going to be used, going to pull Perez into the air, and One Part Man is going to take him down, and that is going to be tier 1 taken down really soon as well. And that just shows the power of when you combine your ultimates together. The Xayah Rakan being so incredibly strong.
Yeah, I think this is the first time I've seen Galaxy Esports flustered in a mid game that's chaotic.
Yeah, and it maybe get more flustered here as well, because Kaiserchamp is going to get engaged on by Skilled. The Feathers rooting Kaiserchamp in place again, and Ale is doing a fantastic job of keeping Kaiserchamp at bay.
Yeah, and line 6 hasn't been much of a factor in this game, but it's all Ale and Skilled. This is Ale and Skilled's Rift as the final hour is going to come out. The Ghost has been forced to be used, as the Ghost is also going to be used by the Bane, as Sakil was just run down.
Yeah, I mean, just when we thought Line 6 wasn't being as useful as we hoped, just pick up the kill onto Olaf now. The Rift Herald is going to be used in the mid lane. Curse of the Sad Mummy is available. The charge going to go into the mid lane. Now Xin Zhao going to look to try and get away, but you're not getting away from the Zai who does so much damage. Crescent Guard going to be used, going to pull skill back into place now. Ale may just get death round, not just yet though, because they're going to actually death round the Neo Rainier instead. Ale is now unstoppable. The charm coming in by Ari, not going to land onto anyone. Perez now maybe in a difficult position. The Q going to land onto him as well. Kaiser Charm and the rest of GLX are going to have to back off now. Skill going to be flashed away from as the Condemn goes into the wall. Atomica, one part man in a difficult position, going to Spirit Rush out, but Line 6 is going to go down instantly. Neo Rainier now doing a lot of damage as well, and it's so much damage by Ale. Perez going to pick up a kill onto Skilled, but looks at Nox playing that fight incredibly well.
Yeah, I think that the MVP was Skilled of that fight. The exhaust, as soon as the Vayne showed herself, just exhausted the Vayne, meant that the Ari was not one-tapped, and then Ale, who is the actual damage dealer of Luxet Nox, completely untouched, unfazed, had no threat to her whatsoever. So Ale just is able to free fire, and fighting in that choke point against Xayah with the feathers, you never want to do that. The Blade Caller got so much inherent value. I think it rooted everyone and got a double kill off one Blade Caller. It was insane to see. And now this Xayah, so far ahead, has got the Infinity Edge and the Yuntal arrows, and he's obviously going to be very close to that Mortal Reminder after that fight.
Yeah, I mean, Ale, game 1, game 2, you know, showed a couple of moments, but this game really showing why they're definitely a problem to deal with, and Galaxy Esports are really noticing that how much of a problem Ale is in this game. The Xayah Rakan showing so much utility, showing everything to be just get themselves back into this game, making sure Galaxy Esports don't 3-0 them, and this is what we wanted from Luxet Nox, right? We wanted them to be the aggressive side. We expected them to be exactly what Galaxy Esports have been doing to them in the first 2 games, and they're finally woken up, they're finally showing it, and this is going to be an incredible game as we get into this mid-game of this series of Game 3. Atakan now still available, one part man. Just going to try to take anything from Draft Gap here. Draft Gap going to try to do anything. But Galaxy Esports definitely not out of this game. The lead in gold is only 2,000 gold. So what do you think Galaxy Esports needs to do to get themselves back in this game, Atomica?
I mean, realistically, we're saying what the Galaxy Esports have to do to get themselves back in the game, but if you look at the way that Luxet Nox are positioning themselves on the map, they're positioning so scared. They're not acting as if they're in a position to really play the game. They're acting as if they're behind, but they're not. They're completely far ahead. And I think Galaxy Esports, all they have to do is just continue to play with this inherent confidence that no matter how the game is going, they are ahead. Because this is causing Luxet Nox to kind of, again, like Game 2, feel like every player's reactive, even though they've been engaging on so much. And that can play so bad into the psyche. Like, already losing the first 2 games on Luxet Nox's psyche, like, you can tell. Look at how defensive their positioning is. They're not walking past the midline. They're just trying to set up defensive vision rather than any form of offensive vision. And that's crazy because they're ahead and they're winning fights, and they've just seen, like, what, 2 or 3 fights in a row they've won. And yet still, they're playing with this lack of confidence that Galaxy Esports can really exploit.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Galaxy Esports aren't looking to do that just yet. They're looking a little bit afraid themselves, especially of this Xayah. 3 items now completed, and Baron is coming up not too far in the near future. 45 seconds now. Looks like maybe LEN are going to look to try to turn on Atakan now. It is Runas Atakan, but Galaxy Esports don't know what's happening just yet. Aatrox is going to spot him now. Kaiser Charm going to wait patiently in the tri-bush, but they can't do anything though. Neurania is going to try and get death round, but can they save this Atakan from being taken down? Pedro Petra is now here as well. Atakan doing a lot of damage to Luxet Nox now. Kaiser Charm going to engage, but in comes the Curse of the Sad Mummy onto the rest of Galaxy Esports. But one part man's falling so low now as well. The quickness coming out. Ali's just on the backline for free, taking no damage. Galaxy Esports taking a lot of damage, but they're going to take down one member. Ali is now legendary, but the Feather Storm isn't going to be enough because Line 6 gets a kill and one part man is going to have to walk away, but you're not going to get away from a Vayne with Ghost. And Galaxy Esports turn a fight away from nowhere, but Trenabuse is on the other side of the map, taking down the inhib. Down goes tier 3, down goes the inhib, and Atakan is going to be taken. But, oh my god, Atomic, who won that fight?
Galaxy Esports, they won the fight. Pedro Patres just dies. Yeah, and no, that was crazy from Galaxy Esports. They just all 5-man collapsed. They forced the Atakan fight. Perez understands his role, gets rid of the smite, but I don't know what happened to Draft Gap, whether he got taken out early or whether he just forgot that he was the one with smite, but he leaves the Atakan, which means it was complete 50-50 on who won. Vayne ends up picking up the Atakan, and then Vayne is able to focus on the fight. And I don't know if you noticed, but Vayne and Ale Line 6 and Ale were both untouched until Line 6 found themselves a brilliant angle where Ale was so focused on Perez and Kaisercham that didn't even notice that the Vayne was auto-attacking her, and then Ale just falls after the Feather Storm comes down, because I believe that there was a condemn straight into the wall, as now we're setting up for a Drake fight 15 seconds before it spawns.
Yeah, Soul is now coming up. LEN looking to get their first soul of this series. It's going to be an Infernal Soul as well. Going to be an incredible, important soul, especially for the Ari, especially for the Xayah. Galaxy Esports don't want to let it go just yet, though. Pedro Patres is going to wait patiently. They know he's there. The invisibility is now not going to be available for a couple more seconds. But Line 6 is waiting in the corner. Can they get onto Ale? Can Ale stop Line 6 from getting onto him? It's going to change the fight. Draft Cap just looking for an angle. They don't know Neorania's waiting there, looking for the perfect bandage toss. And they're looking to engage. And there is the engage. The stun going in. The quickness going to take down a few people. Ale's going to be forced to use the Feather Storm. And Kaisercham jumps onto him. Still available. Ale's not going to be taken on just yet. But down goes Kaisercham. It's a double kill now. Neorania's going to be taken down. Line 6 is still up, but he's less than 30% HP. And it looks like they're going to turn the attention to the rest of Galaxy Esports here. The Drake is still up, but Perez is going to take an incoming obliterate those, a double kill, and Olaf is going to be taken down. And so far it's pretty even. One part man now in a difficult position. The charm going to have to be used. No Spirit Rush available, but the rest of LEN are here to try save his life. Line 6 gets some healing. Perez going to get hit by the charm, perfectly timed. The W not going to save his life just yet. Line 6 going to try to do something, but perfectly timed Zonya's, and it's a shutdown. Pedro Patres going to have to run away now as well. A nicely played, delayed fight from LEN.
Yeah, looks at Nox. I mean, they only take 2 casualties in that entire fight, I believe. And yeah, it was such a scrappy fight. Line 6 just couldn't do anything because of Exhaust. Exhaust is a broken summoner spell. Meant as we're seeing Kaisercham come down now.
There's a TP now as well. The Spirit is going to be used to dash away. Skilled is going to jump onto one part man as well, and it's a waste of a TP, as that's going to be Soul for looks at Nox.
Yeah, and a very positive soul at that, because now the Xayah, I don't know if you remember the Xayah lethality build where you would just QE and it would deal like half the damage. That's now going to be, I know that she's not built lethality, she's built crit, but still that QE poke is going to be awful to deal with for the side of Galaxy Esports, and it's going to mean that, like, even though this Mordekaiser has built Randuin's Omen and can sort of stay in this fight a little bit longer, I'm surprised that we haven't seen a Frozen Heart come out already from anyone on the side of Galaxy Esports. But the Baron's being started. It's almost
they're not available. No vision just yet. In comes the vision plant to try to take it down. But Draft Gap going to be jumped onto instantly, not going to be able to get over the wall, and blue team's now going to take the Baron buff as well. Draft Gap going to be forced to walk away, but Trenabuse is not having any of it, going to throw as many axes as possible to try to stop them. But the rest of Lux at Nox now are going to chase down Galaxy Esports. Ale is now waiting just on the side in the mid lane, and Perez can't do anything to him just yet, and that is Baron for looks at Nox, and it's not looking good for Galaxy Esports, because Perez is going to get collapsed onto here as well. The rest of LEN here not even going to get the chance to use the Death Realm, because Ale is unstoppable.
Oh, there's a flash in the top lane as well, and the Ghost has been used as Kaisercham He's got to look for it. He's got to find it.
He's going to kill him, and he's going to take down Trent Abuser, an incredibly close fight, and that's been the story of this top lane so far. It's been so close at so many moments, and Pedro Pitres and Draftgap are going to have to wait patiently and try defend this, but then I can't defend it when Nia Rainier's bandage shot is straight onto you. Lion 6 is going to try to get tier 2, but it doesn't matter when the rest of LE looks at Nox are taking down the rest of your base. Inhib is going to go to second. Inhib's been taken down now, and looks at Nox are not afraid to push for more because Galaxy Esports are 2 men. Draftgap and Kaisersham can't defend everything. Baron Buff is pushing in as many minions as possible. Lion 6 now forced to back, but looks at Nox might just be not afraid to back just yet because they're going to engage, and Kaisersham going to do a lot of damage. One part man going to be thrown into the fight by a perfectly tapped ultimate as well, and in goes the Zhonya's. Curse of the Sun only going to hit a few people. Ale is still available, and still the Feather Storm going to hit into Perez, and Perez is doing as much damage as possible. Ale going to be taken down now by Lion 6. Lion 6 doing so much damage, double kill, not afraid to chase down Skill. Skill going to have to walk away, but this is a very fast game with Ghost available, and it's going to be a triple kill now for the Vayne. And just when you thought looks like Nox might take the game, they overstayed.
Yep, they overstayed their welcome, and it's a I mean, I will doff my cap to Draftgap. That was a brilliant W. It forced out the second Spirit Rush from one part man, which meant that the follow-up was able to just be completely choreographed from the side of Galaxy Esports. And even though that Curse of the Sad Mummy from Nia Rainier was brilliant, it could actually... You've got 15 seconds on Ale and 10 seconds on one part man. It's not going to be the end of the game unless... drastically Galaxy Esports decide to just all of them focus the towers and not deal any damage to the carries, but they're gonna do the correct play, take the inhibitor, get out.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we want to see Galaxy Esports do, right? Take it. There's been moments where they overstayed, and we saw it. We mentioned it in the Hollow Nightmares game. That's exactly what they did in that series. They overstayed their welcome, and a couple of times they got caught out. One part man nearly hit the perfectly timed prediction on the Vayne Q. Line 6 maybe overstaying his welcome a little bit here, trying to take the blue buff. Not going to be able to do that just yet because Nia Rainier is now here to take it away from him. But yeah, LEN not afraid to try push back into the base. The inhib will buy Galaxy Esports a little bit more time. The Vayne now going to be 5 items. We can take a look at the gold now as well and see that it has clawed back the lead. The mid lane gap is now 5,000 gold lead, but we look towards the bot lane and it's exactly the same Atomica.
Yeah, I mean, one massive gap in gold in one area of the map is just another massive gap in gold in the other area of the map. And this is now the case of who's got the better mechanics in terms of carrying these team fights. Is it Ale with now the Guardian Angel, who is full build, by the way, hasn't completed those, hasn't gone to Gunmetal Greaves yet, is still on the Berserker's Greaves, but still, or is it the Vayne, who now has the Quicksilver Sash, so that exhaust is not as useful as they're thinking. It's got to be interesting, and I want to see a team fight because I want to see who actually comes out on top. Is it Line 6 or is it Ale?
Yeah, we'll find out soon, I'm sure we will. But we just saw Aatrox having to use the World Ender to try escape there. Looks like Nox are going to try get an advantage in the top lane now, try to take down this tier 2 turret, and in comes the rest of Galaxy Esports as Kaisercham's going to get engaged onto. He's going to be taken down now as Trent Abuser is going to do so much damage. Draftgap not going to be able to do anything now, and Mordecai is making his way up slowly towards his top lane. But look towards the bot lane, Atomica. The TP is being forced to be used by this Ari as tier 2 is going to be taken down, and Perez falling solo. Trent Abuser just going to fall as the Death Realm took him into his place where he thought he wouldn't be, and tier 2 is going to be taken. Tier 3 in this bot lane because Lion 6 is not available. Condemn going to one part going to land a nicely timed stun, and Lion 6 is going to have to time his Q perfectly, and he does exactly that. He's going to take the inhib now as well. Galaxy Esports have been collapsed from the top lane now. Nia Rainier and Ale doing so much damage now, and they're going to take this top inhib now, Atomica as well, and it looks like there's a bit of a base race going on because the rest of Galaxy Esports are going to try defend, but can you defend against Ale who does so much damage? In comes a Featherstorm now as well, the Curse of the Sad Mummy, and Galaxy Esports are in a difficult position now as well because Line 6 is going to have to back, and the rest of LEN are going to try to end the game now as well. Can they end it? Because Line 6 might not be able to defend by himself. Inhib minions now available, and he's going to be taken down instantly. Atomica. Kaisersham going to be forced to try to do something to save this game now as well. Nia Rainier is so tanky, and Ale is doing so much damage now as well. No minions available. Kaisercham's going to just escape with his life.
Yeah, and that's a Xayah for you. Xayah just shreds everything. But it must be a spectator bug that Nexus turret's down.
Yeah,
Because but then why are they not hitting the Nexus to end? Like,
I think it's done. I'm not confident.
I'm not sure what's going on with the health bars.
I think it's down.
I think it's down. I will go on record and say it is down. But this could lead to a back door because they've TP'd.
Atomica, it's going to be a fight for the dragon to cut you off, and this is where the game is going to be decided as down goes draft gap. Instantly, Pedro P tries down as much damage on the backline, they can't do anything. Ale is now going to be taken to the death realm, but Perez going to be instantly melted down. The mechanics coming out, and that might be game Atomica because Elder Drake is going to be given over to LEN. Liontick's going to be forced to defend by himself. Minions available in the top lane. It's going to be Elder. There's going to be 40 seconds on death timers. Pedro 30 seconds, draft gap 30 seconds, and looks at Nox and not afraid to run through line 6 here. Line 6. This is your moment. This is where you have to do everything possible to survive, but you can't do it when you've got so much damage coming through by skill.
Whoa.
And he's going to take down 2 of them though, just in time as Lux Etnox take down line 6. It was a valiant effort, but that is going to be game 3 for Lux Etnox.
Yeah, so the tower was up. But yeah, no, a brilliant game 3 from Lux Etnox. I mean, that is Allian skilled all over the carry. Nia Rainier did a lot on that Amumu. I will not sit here and pretend that Amumu didn't do anything. Those Curse of the Sad Mummies were fantastic. But Xayah completely carried that game. There was nothing that Galaxy Esports could do. And to be honest, Galaxy Esports were the makers of their own downfall. They drafted a very weird composition. This composition, the Mordekaiser Twitch bot lane, it's a very sort of cheesy bot lane that if it doesn't work, then your team is really left on that weird edge of how do you play the game. And because it didn't really work as well as they wanted to, most likely, they lost the game. And I would like to see Galaxy Esports kind of go back to a little bit of a more sort of, I don't want to say serious because I do like teams that have a little bit of fun, but a little bit more of a bot lane that can work as like in a cheese situation as well as in a, in an actual 2v2 situation.
Yeah, 100%. And we'll see what Galaxy Esports can muster next. Can they get something to try win this series? Lux Etnox are not down and out just yet. They're trying to make their way back into it. Could we see a reverse sweep? We'll find out soon as we take a 2-minute break. Welcome back to Game 4. Lux at Nox are not down and out of this series just yet. Galaxy Esports can't just end this series just yet. Aren't going to be crowned champions. Can Lux at Nox do a reverse sweep? We'll find out, I'm sure, as we get into game number 4 now. The first bans are now coming out. Lux at Nox banning away the Vi, as they have throughout every game in this series. The Talia and the Fiddlestick's going to be banned away from Lux at Nox. And there's a Zac ban as well that's been banned out. So can Galaxy Esports win this game? Atomica, what do they need to do differently?
Not draft Mordecai as a Twitch bot lane. On a real, like straight up on a real. I think that's straight up disrespectful to Lux at Nox, considering Lux at Nox are the winner side bracket team. I think that just drafting Mordecai as a Twitch is kind of crazy. But on a serious note, they need to kind of go back to what made them so great throughout this lower bracket run, and that is that early to mid game madness. Drafting stuff like Aatrox, Xin Zhao, Vayne, you're not really playing towards that early game chaos. You're playing more towards that kind of transitional chaos, which you want to look through when the lane swaps are coming in. And to be honest, it didn't work. So now get back on it. Get back to what made you good. Get that early game as chaotic as possible. And give Perez something that in the later stages of the game is going to do work.
Yeah, I mean, maybe looking for that slightly aggressive composition here. The Pantheon going to be locked in, but in comes the Morg and the Kai'Sa as well. So if this is a Pantheon bot lane, they might struggle to get a stun off, especially with the Black Shield available. Now, I'll be interested to see what Galaxy Esports return with here. Do they pick an Redis in the bot lane, or do they lock in the jungler? Looking like they're going to hover the Diana here. So interesting to see if Galaxy Esports are looking for quite a heavy team fight composition. Definitely something that Lux at Nox had a bit more success with in the last game, especially with the Amumu. And it's going to be a Draven locked in, Atomica.
Okay. Yeah, you do you. I think that's great. I think that's great from Galaxy Esports, honestly. You're going into a low range or short range AD carry such as Kai'Sa and Morgana. They're assuming is going to go into the bot lane because Morgana jungle hasn't really been a thing now.
Yeah,
and I think that this Draven is just a really smart pick because they're both kind of short range. The only thing really long range about the bot lane is the W from Morgana and the W from Kai'Sa, which all are long cooldowns anyway. So as soon as those spells are used, this Draven can deal serious damage.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see one part man locking in one of the champions that we expected him to either play. It's going to be a Talon being locked in now. The one thing to mention is it could be a Talon jungle. Not likely, because we have seen one part man play the Talon in solo queue a lot. We know that he's a champion that he does like to play. But it still is the potential to be in jungle. I mean, the hops of the wall do make it kind of, your pathing kind of unpredictable, which is why it's kind of a good pick. But anyway, we're going to see the last round of bans going out in this game 4. It's going to be the Nautilus being banned away from Galaxy Esports, the Jace being banned away from Lux at Nox, and the final ban for Lux at Nox, I'm surprised, isn't catered towards line 6 here, Atomica.
Yeah, it's Nautilus. So they think this Pantheon isn't going towards the bot lane, even though it probably very much is, because Pantheon Draven bot lane. Away. Yeah, they really think this, but they're really like doubling down on the fact that this Pantheon isn't going bot lane. But you see these bans, you just send it bot lane.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you just see these bans and you're going, right, well, then we can make these two bans completely wasted because the Pantheon that we were not going to send bot lane, well, we're just going to send it bot lane and adapt our pick. And to be honest, you know who I'm thinking here? Like on a real, who I'm actually thinking could do serious damage is line 6's Aurelia.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially when you've got Kai'Sa who does want to get into the back line. You've got an Aurelia that can kind of just dash through you quite comfortably as well. And Morgana, yes, is going to be able to, stop from the stun hitting. But that's not necessarily what Aurelia wants to do. Aurelia just wants to be on top of you. And unless the Black Shield is available, as well as a stun, then you can chain the CC, then it's going to be hard to stop that. But Lux at Nox are going to pick a tank. It is going to be the Sion locked in, so the likelihood is we will see Trent Abuser play in this Sion in the top lane. Wonder what Galaxy Esports might look to reply with here. Now, one thing I want to mention is Galaxy Esports also banned the Aurora, so maybe expecting the Talon to be in the jungle. It's going to be Heimerdinger. That I did not expect that being locked in Atomica, and a Samira being insta-locked in. And I did not expect the Heimerdinger.
Is that Heimerdinger bot? What?
It could. I'm sure we'll find out really soon who's going to be going where. But waiting for the final pick now for Lux at Nox in game number 4.
Oh my god, that's such a big brain pick, I've realised. Oh, how do Lux at Nox do anything?
Taric, that's how they do something.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, you know what? Yeah,
that's how they do something. When you have the Taric ult available, the Kai'Sa is going to hopefully... I mean, they're not necessarily relying on the Kai'Sa too much.
Yeah.
Is that not the concern here for Lux at Nox?
Do you reckon? Like, because Talon does exist. Like, Talon... that Galaxy Esports have no tank. So this Talon pick is... like, you know when you, like, look at stocks on the stock market and then one random day, because of one announcement, you see a stock just, like, 5-fold its value. That's what happened to this Talon pick when that Heimer and Samira were locked in.
Yeah, very true. No, we can confirm, Tomica, who's going where, though. We do have the information available.
Go on.
So, Sion in the top lane, Morgana in the jungle, Kai'Sa is the bot lane with Taric, and Talon in the mid lane.
Okay.
Now, it's going to be Heimer top lane, Diana in the jungle, Samira in the mid lane, and then Draven and Pantheon in the bot lane. So, I mean, I guess the hope is that you saw the Sion pick and you think, let's just make sure he's not going to enjoy his early game. That being said, if any of you have watched Baus, you will know, even if Sion's 0-10, he still can be useful. So I am very much interested to see what the strategy is for Galaxy Esports with this Heimerdinger, and I would love if you can somehow muster some kind of knowledge on what you think their strategy is with this Heimerdinger Atomica.
To be as absolutely annoying as possible, it clicked as soon as I realised was something that I said earlier in the draft that was a bit of a concern for Lux at Nox, and that was their range. And the fact that they don't have high range, if this is a very weird part to be Kai'Sa, right? And I kind of don't want to say anything about the build of Kai'Sa, because there is a build that I think she can go, which does really help into this team. I don't want to say anything until we're in the game, and I know they're kind of not listening. But the fact of the matter is that this is not going to be a fun game for Lux at Nox. The only real engage that they have that is semi-reliable into a Heimerdinger that, you know, doesn't just die to walking up is the unstoppable onslaught of Sion. And if that misses, or if they just play around it well with the turrets, this game is not going to go well for Lux at Nox. They can't walk in. They can only poke. But even then, if they try and poke, Samira's ready to just all in, along with the Diana. This could go very wrong for Lux at Nox. But then again,
what could be very right, because what do you know about drafting
the last like 5 bloody times I've gone, damn, this composition looks a little bit weak. They just go and stomp anyway. So, you know, woe betide me, right? I'm a go on record and say I think it's a Galaxy Esports 3-1. Sorry for the caster curse for going to game 5, but you know, I personally just don't see how Lux at Nox do anything. Like, how do you approach a team fight? How do you approach an area that's been locked down by Heimerdinger with Diana on the flank? How do you kill Draven or Samira? Because one's going to be in your backline killing you, and the other one's going to be in Galaxy Esports backline killing you. And it just very much feels like, you know, there's like really slow metal compression machines, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. And it just feels like that's going to happen, and they're just going to constrict around Lux at Nox in these fights, and Galaxy Esports are going to win. But yeah, again, as you said, what do I know?
I mean, it does feel like it's very reliant for Lux at Nox on Kaiser and Talon getting a lead. If Kaiser and Talon can get a lead and they can stay ahead in this early game, then they definitely have the capability to win this game, right? And that being said, if it's anything to go by last game, of seeing how LA can perform and Skill can perform, then it's not out of the question entirely. Because we know they're two players that can definitely carry a game, especially when they work together, especially when they've got a competition that works together in the bot lane. And Tarek and Kaiser feel like exactly that. But my concern for Talon is that, yes, you can one-shot the Draven or the Samira, but you got one or the other to counter, right? And both champions are two champions that are really strong in the late game. So when you make it to that mid to late game, if you make it to that mid to late game, then you almost have to be incredibly selective on who you pick. And if you get that wrong, it's just going to change your fight entirely.
Yeah. And yeah, they have one. So Talon can only kill one. And yeah, my brain is it's gone. It's completely gone, because it's like, this is what happens when you bloody cast Galaxy Esports, is that their drafts are so wild and unpredictable that like your brain just melts at trying to figure out how A, the draft works together, and then B, how the opposition drafted into them can play the game.
Yeah.
So say Talon kills Draven, right? That means that Samira's then killing Morgana and Kaiser. And then Talon's gonna die to Heimerdinger, maybe, most likely. Because Draven's just gonna play amongst the Heimerdinger turrets. Pantheon's gonna be diving with the Samira alongside the Diana. And then Samira and Draven can just shred through Sion and Taric. Anyway, Taric is gonna have the worst time trying to auto attack anyone to get the heal resets. This is an awful game. The more I think about it, the more it feels like it's awful for Lux at Nox. And like you said, there's so much pressure on this Kaiser. But Ale proved last game, under pressure, he can perform. He is a diamond under pressure. And on this Kaiser, he's got a big job on his hands, a very big job on his hands.
Yeah, and that being said, he also has a very big Sion protecting, kind of him in general, really. And it does feel like the Morgana pick, the Sion pick, the Taric pick are very much operating around just keeping LA ahead as much as possible, kind of playing for this Kaiser, which is what they need to do, right? Now, we're a minute into game. I want to hear about this Kaiser build, Atomica.
Oh, right, okay, yeah. You've got two options. You've got full AP, which then nullifies the Morgana, and also means that your kind of auto attacks aren't the greatest. But then secondly, you've got static Shiv. You kill one Heimerdinger turret, and you're most likely killing the rest of them. Or like you're damaging them to a point where they're just one auto, which means they're not as big an issue. The main issue is getting into the auto attack range of a turret to get the static Shiv proc. So I think that it's I don't think that they go Kraken Slayer at any point. I think if Kraken Slayer's built, it's a bad build. I don't think it's great. But I think that on hit, static Shiv is probably the way to go for this Kaiser.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like the more reasonable option. But if it's anything to go by previous builds for both teams, then it's kind of unpredictable what's going to happen, if I'm honest with you. So
Yeah, sure.
we'll find out, I'm sure. But I am very much intrigued to see how this game goes, because it genuinely could go either way. And if Galaxy Esports can play around their strengths here, then Lux at Nox are going to be in for a loss. But we know Ale can definitely carry a game, and we get to see one part man play a highly skilled, play the Ari, yeah. that is looking to, you know, kind of assassinate at any opportunity, looking to play super high skill base, and I'm sure we'll see that as we get into game number 4 now. As it looking like Galaxy Esports are gonna not look for the classic invade here, because looks like Nox are gonna do exactly that. But Perez, I don't think he knew what was going on there a second, maybe in the shop Atomica, because he kind of froze for a moment.
Yeah, the shop was definitely open now, wasn't it? And didn't really react to seeing the Tarek there, but no ward was put down, so they knew that Perez was there, so Perez able to walk away. And Galaxy Esports instantly, this is what I love about this team, is they're so instantaneous in their decision making. It's like they see Lux at Nox do something and they're like, right, okay, we're going to do the exact same to you.
Yeah, they're very reactive in terms of just trying to split the map here. They're going to do exactly that. Hi, Mother. You might not want to walk there, because Sion is going to land a Q. Just do a little bit of damage to him. Just knock one notch of health off. But Kaisercham, that's not the place you want to be. But it looks like it might have been the perfect bait now, because Pedro's going to land the W onto him. The Tarek's done coming out as well. Trenibuse is going to fall down, but does have the passive available. Pedro not going to be able to flash out. And Galaxy Esports are taking a lot of damage now. Pedro's going to be able to walk away, though, just about. But Kaisercham's also very, very low. It's now going to be a kill for Ali. And just when it looked good for Galaxy Esports coming back into it, it might be even worse now, because Perez, no flash available. Oh, he does have flash
Feet of Warfare.
but he's not going to use it. And that's Feet of Warfare instantly for Lux at Nox.
Brilliant from Lux at Nox. Their level 1 was stronger. Because obviously you require levels for this composition to really do something, like, you know, the Samira, and as we see a lot of damage come down. And the exhaust
is going to come out onto one part man.
Ignite
is available for Talon, but Talon's going to pick up the kill, and that is a demonstration of knowing the limitations of your champion, ladies and gentlemen, because one part man showed exactly that as he picks up a kill onto line 6. And there's another fight in the bot lane, Tomica. It's not even level 2 yet, and Skilled is already throwing down an E-try escape though, and Pedro is playing super aggro to try and get a lead for Galaxy Esports.
Yeah, I mean, after that disastrous early game invade, you're already down 1,000 gold, and you need to look for something. And we do see Galaxy Esports now draft gap. There's no vision, and he's walking behind them. Very sneaky, very shh, as Pedro Petrez is
very shh, as Pedro Petrez is going to walk up W the Kaiser. Flash is available, and out it comes to try to escape draft gap's clutches. Now, there's been plenty of pings going on to the blue buff now, Atomica, for draft gap. Now, will we see Morgana head over there, or do you think it's a bit too risky?
Now, Morgana needs to keep it simple, keep full clearing, because that's what Morgana jungle does best, is just full clearing.
Oh, but there may be a difficult situation now, though. Line 6 is not keeping it simple now. Nia Reina in a difficult position, but he doesn't care, because one part man's now here, the E no longer available. The W is going to be perfectly timed to stop him, but out comes the flash Q. Line 6 now. That's not where you want to be, because one part man's going to pick up another kill, and line 6 is playing a little bit too big for his boots, Atomica.
Yeah, that Q flash from Nia Reina was brilliant. You'd made sure that the animation had gone through so that the route actually didn't change position. Straight into the flash was brilliant patience. And it leads to line 6 falling. And like you said, he's playing just too big for his boots, and he needs to calm down. This is what he does all the time, though. It's just pure chaos. It's trying to disrupt Neo. And to be honest, it worked. Because now draft gap isn't as far behind in tempo as we see Perez.
Perez is falling low. Going to be forced to use the barrier. Nice sidestep on the W from Kaiser. But it's not looking good so far in game number 4. Looks at Nox really asserting the dominance. And honestly, Galaxy Esports look flustered, Atomica.
Yeah, they do. They really do. I mean, Perez barriered, even though he was probably quite confident he was going to dodge the Kaiser W.
And it's a lot of damage coming out from one part man now. Talon's going to jump onto him. Doesn't have Ignite available. Will maybe just pick up the kill. The bleed is going to take down line 6. And this Talon's 0-3. 3-0.
To be honest, though, that is not a morale boosting fight for one part man. He almost lost to a Samira with double longsword, as he had the glowing moat for cooldown reduction on top of the serrated dirt for lethality. So do you take that as a positive, or do you take that as like a
lovely
oh my god
sidestep from Pedro Pitrez as he avoids not only the E from the Taric but avoids the Q. There's going to be a shutdown on the mid lane, but there's also going to be killing the bot lane as Perez is going to fall to Ali, and DraftCat picks up a kill. Diana now on the board, and maybe Diana could be saving grace here for Galaxy Esports, Tomica, but I've got to give credit to Pedro because that was a beautiful sidestep.
Yeah, it was a wonderful sidestep, but it's a shame that Perez got killed for it in a sense, because they wouldn't commit onto the Pantheon, so they commit onto the Draven instead, and he loses all his adoration stacks. So the Drake will fall to Lux at Nox, and we're gonna see the oh my god, the stun's gonna
Line
miss.
6 is not gonna hit though. In comes the Talon as well, and Line 6 gonna fall instantly. Neoranio here now trying to capitalize on this Diana being in a difficult position, and this Talon's 5-1 Atomica. It's almost a kill a minute.
Yeah, it is. 5-1 Talon. He is almost double the gold of Samira. But this is Line 6's Samira that we're talking about. I'm never counting this champion out and this player out on this champion, but it is looking dire, and looks at not really taking it to the Galaxy Esports. And like you said, they look flustered. They look so out of their depth. They look as if it's like their first time playing together. There's no synergy at all on the calls, and Line 6 is just dying for fun.
Yeah, he really is dying fun at this point, and again playing a little bit aggressively. Will pick up a kill though onto one part man, finally taking him down when he just wants to. Nireni here is not going to be able to kill him just yet. Line 6, knowing Line 6 might look for the dive, we're not entirely sure. And I mean, it's like I can read this man.
But was he never in doubt?
Dives him, and there's a kill in the bot lane as well, and I genuinely can't believe I predicted the dive.
I mean, it's Line 6, isn't it? He's got to dive all the time. His trend abuser looks like he's going very low. But yeah, it's crazy, man. It's so crazy. This team, they just don't know when to stop. And I think that's what Lux at Nox kind of anticipated. They thought, right, this team is behind now. We're going to expect them to stop. And they don't. They don't stop. They don't stop for anyone. They just don't care. They want to play the game their way. And they don't care if the gold graph is 10k in their favor, or if it's 10k against them. They're going to play their style, and they're going to stick to it. And that's what's caught out Lux at Nox in these small exchanges. As again, one part man, look at how low he's getting, because he's just trading, what, one auto attack or one W for multiple auto attacks and Qs from Line 6.
Yeah, going to go into Line 6, but there's a lot of damage that Line 6 would not expect though. In comes the exhaust. The bleed going to do a lot of damage. One part man does have the jump available to maybe hop over the wall. Going to use the rake, but the rake is not going to come and hit on the way back nor on the way forward. Line 6 going to be able to get away from that, and that is a bit of a scary situation for this Talon. This Samira is very far behind and almost taking a kill. It can't be a confident fight, as you said earlier, Tomica.
Yeah, like, this is just got to be so morale busting for one part man. He's like, yeah, I'm 5-2. I'm so far ahead. I can do so much. And because Talon's so used to being 5-1 against a control mage in the mid lane, that when you come up against someone like Samira, who is such a weird champion in that she's kind of not strong, but she's okay in all stages of the game, that you feel so weak when you're not.
Oh, but in comes DraftCat though, and one part man is going to be taken down, and that was a lovely bait by Line 6. Just waited patiently, just out of range of Talon Q, and just knew that DraftCat was on his way, and that is the demonstration of really nice communication there. Ale playing a little bit aggressive though. Pedro not going to look to engage just yet, and this bot lane has kind of steadied itself a little bit, but just as I say that, Atomic skill goes in, but luckily it didn't end in anything.
Yeah, Pedro Patrez using that basically that kind of like phalanx wall that Pantheon has in his kit to block all of the damage that Skilled and Ali could put out, as DraftCat's going to get caught on some vision to deny this gank in the bot lane. But it seems as if Galaxy Esports are kind of woken up, and they're kind of remembering, right, how did we get here in the first place? What did we want to do with this composition? And how can we execute it? And they're starting to do that. Now one part man's being put under a lot of pressure to perform on this Talon because he's fed and he's dying to ganks. He's not putting down the correct vision before looking for trades, and it's leading to these sorts of weird fights. As Kaiser
Cham could go down though, as in come the shackles and in comes the Scion train. Trenebuser picks up a kill on this Heimerdinger, And this Heimerdinger is not in a fun position now either, Atomica, because he's now 0-2.
Yeah, and you don't want that as a Heimerdinger. Heimerdinger is meant to be this lane bully. He's meant to be someone that's meant to get all of his leads in the lane, as Draft Gap potentially caught out on the opposite side of the map. But skill.
It doesn't matter because in comes the shield vault. The ultimate is not going to just pop yet, and the Cosmic Radiance isn't going to keep him alive. And one part man's on 10 HP, Atomica. And Ali might be in a difficult position now because Draft Gaps is going to wait patiently as they look for the dive maybe here, Atomica. Ali is going to spot that, maybe look to back. But the Void Grubs are available in the top lane, and Morgana is taking us alongside Sion, but they don't care, as they are going to look to use the Pantheon ult, jump onto Ale here. Ale going to look, maybe take down Draft Gap, doesn't do that, as in comes the Execute, does take down the Pantheon, and it's a 1-for-1.
Yeah, it's a 1-for-2 because Draft Gap died to the tower, so 2 people die on the dive. It's not good. It's not great. I understand why I said 1-for-1 because, you know, Kai's already got one of the kills. Yeah. But the Kraken Slayer on the Kai'Sa, you've been Borised. Like Boris the shopkeeper has baited you in.
Yeah, and it didn't look good there for Galaxy Esports on a dive. That kind of didn't go right, especially when Kai'Sa had the Killer Instinct available as well. The shield that gives, the repositioning ability that gives. And I don't think Galaxy Esports quite anticipated Ale to play that fight so well, but Ale did play that fight extremely well.
Yeah, he did. He played that dive extremely well, got a 2-for-1. But it's... Again, I mean, one part man is just like... I do keep on bringing him up because even though on that dive Ale did really well, I feel like Ale now is in this weird position in the bot lane. Like, yeah, they got kills early and Draven's been kind of shut down in the early, but again, it's happened again. Perez has been left to farm and he's farming almost 8 CS per minute as Samira just gets a
solo kill in the mid lane, Atomica.
Yeah, a collector versus Yumu's. But it's just so... I don't want to say the word disgusting, but it's so like it's so weird to see that a team can fall behind an early game or have like the early game that Galaxy Esports had and still just keep to their strengths as a team, and looks at Nox, who probably thought, damn, maybe we can take a breather, we can take our foot off the gas, we can go back to farming a little bit. They can't. They never can.
Oh, this Morgana's not in a nice position. That's not where you want to be, as the entirety except the Draven collapse onto the Morgana, and down goes Neorania. And unfortunately, that is what happens when you don't have vision in both sides of your jungle.
Yeah, you just get collapsed on. And it looks, from what I'm looking at, it looks as if from what was a strong early game.
There's going to be another fight in the middle. It's like a one-part man is going to be taken out. Another solo kill by Line 6. And that exhaust is really coming in clutch.
Yeah, I mean, Line 6, got completely cooked out the game by exhaust last game, and he picks it up for this game, and this Talon's getting completely destroyed by exhaust. It is an exhaust warfare in this series, but one part man now, he's got to be feeling that, like, he's got to be feeling not terrible on this Talon, but there's got to be something in the back of his mind going, what can I do? Because every time he pushes in the wave, Line 6 just walks at him. So he can't even push in the wave and roam, which is normally what you tend to do when you get a lead to impact the map. He's just getting pushed in all the time, and he can't take the 1v1 against Samira because Samira's now ahead. So
yeah, exactly.
What can we even do?
And we just saw on the gold there as well. This Diana is now 800 gold ahead of this Morgana, despite the farm difference as well, which is a little bit surprising. But we'll see how they keep the tempo up in this game now, Galaxy Esports. It looks like the ball is rolling back towards their court. But just as I say that, the Aegis Assault going to block a little bit of damage, but Pedro Pires is going to get caught out. The W hitting, Draft Gap going to try to do anything to escape. The Talon not going to be able to take him down. One part man did actually use the ultimate, but it's not going to kill him. As Kaiserchan gets killed in the top lane in a killing spree. And Heimerdinger, usually is the bully. He's being bullied himself.
Yeah, Kaiserchan, I mean, he needs to get Leandris as fast as possible, but the Hollow Radiance is complete for Trenabuser, and now he's just going to have the freest lane that he's probably ever experienced in his top lane career, because Heimerdinger struggles so much into 1 AP resistance item, and when it's Hollow Radiance as well against a Health Stacker, it's so hard to play. And You know, you see he's got Lost Chapter, and then he's building into Haunting Guise and the Fated Ashes. So he's doing what happened to One Part Man in Game 1 on the Yasuo. But the only thing that he
and Line 6 is going to dive in the middle of no Atomica, and he's not afraid to jump in on his talent no matter where. And Neo gives him a way out, exactly that. But he may just look to try to finish him off here. But Line 6 is going to bait because Draft Gap is waiting near the bush. And he's waiting for Neorania to step up. Neorania is just going to spot him on vision. He's shown on vision. But it's going to be killing the bot lane, Atomica, because Pantheon's dead.
Excuse me? What did Pantheon do? Did he just get...
He's dead. But it's not finished yet though, Atomica, because in comes Draft Gap. Ale does have the killer instinct available. In comes the Cosmic Radiance. It's going to be enough to keep them alive temporarily. But in comes the Whirling Death. It's not going to hit on the way forward. It hits on the way back. But Skuld, he's just going to live. And they're going to walk away with a 1 kill.
Yeah, the Cosmic Radiance coming down for the Taric and the Isa, and it saves them. Completely saves the play. But Line 6 picking up the kill on Neorania. That's got to feel awful. One Part Man has to look for the dive here, but is it even diveable? That's the real question. As Trenabuser, look at how little damage this Heimer does.
Yeah, even with the upgrade on the turret as well. Does have the Leandris now complete, but Trenabuser has got that Hollow Radiance, and Kazacham does no damage. That's going to be tier 1 being taken down in the mid lane for Galaxy Esports now. And Galaxy Esports, they were 5 kills behind, and now it's 14 and 13, and they're actually heading gold now, Atomica.
Yeah, they are, and it's such a major, like, it's weird to say because it sounds like, you know, sounds like I'm the fan of Galaxy Esports on this cast when I'm not. It's just that what they are doing and what they are bringing to League of Legends is so fresh. Because normally what you're so used to seeing in these sorts of competitions is teams pick stuff like, right, okay, we'll go with Azir versus Orianna in the mid lane, and we'll go with a tank versus tank in the top lane, or Bruiser versus Bruiser in the jungle. It'll be someone that's, you know, very supportive, like Maokai or Sejuani. No, Galaxy Esports have come in and have said, screw that, we're ripping the playbook up, and we're just going to go pure chaos, and we're going to play this like a video game and have fun. Because fighting people and showing mechanical prowess is fun for them, and that's what they're doing. As Line 6 looks potentially
Line 6 is going to show exactly that mechanical prowess here. Not going to take down Skilled, and Exhaust is going to be using to Ale, but Ale is going to take him down. The shutdown being handed over to him now. But the rest of Galaxy Esports are here. They can't capitalise on his death just yet. But Pedro might just do that. The Flash W going in, but I don't think the rest of Galaxy Esports will have to capitalise on that. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication there. The Ignite going down. And I don't think Pedro Petres quite realised that Galaxy Esports were not looking to engage there, Atomica.
Yeah, I mean, the flash forward, it really does show that he was not on the same page of his team, because his team were nowhere near ready for that engage, nowhere near ready to follow up on anything that he did, and he just took a lot of damage for no reason. And quite luckily, he had the E available to block all the damage that was coming in, because if he didn't, that Kai'Sa was going to get the Q. I believe it was an isolated Acathian Rain as well. So it was isolated, and the auto attack, it would have been enough to kill.
Yeah, it really would have been, but unfortunately, Galaxy Esports were not on the same page, as you mentioned. Now, looks at Nock getting themselves back into this game, putting themselves back on top, trying to take it to a game 5. Drake, number 3, is now up, looking for the Hextech Drake. Looks at Nox, looking to get vision. Galaxy Esports a little bit more split on the map, but TP is available for Kaiser Cham, and Looks at Nox are looking to maybe pick something up here. They are going to now start the Drake draft cap, waiting behind the Dragon as it gets pulled out, and Samira's pushing the wave. One Part Man now forced to look towards to stop her now, and unfortunately, it looks like Draft Gap might not make it there in time. Gonna look to dash in. Actually smites it away, Atomica. I think he's gonna walk away with his for free as well. But Pedro Petres in a difficult position. The Aegis Assault gonna try to do as much as possible to keep him alive. The unstoppable onslaught, not only killing one, but killing Parrot as well. Kaiser Sham now not in the position he wants to be. Line 6 now forced to walk away, but he's in a position where he's behind everyone else. Hasn't actually stacked the abilities just yet. In comes the W, and the ultimate's going to be popped as well. But Ale's now unstoppable. Kaiser Sham now going to have to walk away. And just when you thought they got a Drake for free, the rest of them die.
Yeah, Galaxy Esports looked for... I mean, that was... At the start, I thought that they genuinely managed to get away, but the unstoppable onslaught by Trenabuser was brilliant. Pedro Petres kind of left his ADC to die there for a hot minute, because he dodged out the way of the unstoppable onslaught, which meant that Perez, with no flash, had no way out, and he had to die.
Oh, the
good
whirling
dodge.
dev narrowly missing. But that's going to be Rift Herald taken. And Ruinous Atacam is now available, Tomica.
And Luxet Nox, look, that team fight, I mean, the correct people have been fed on Luxet Nox. They utilized the early game and all of the pressure that and I know this is going to sound like I'm just flipping how Galaxy Sports want to play as a positive for Luxet Nox, but let's be honest, it's exactly what happened. One part man got fed in the early game, and then because Galaxy Sports really like this pressure around the bot lane, it meant that when there was pressure on the side lanes, they weren't particularly ready for it because they were expecting Luxet Nox to play through this Talon. So now this Kai'Sa and this Sion have both got fed. They've both been able to free farm. They've both been able to farm kills. And now look, Kai'Sa's got 2.5 items with boots. The Sion's got 2.5 items with boots. It is incredibly difficult now for Galaxy Esports to do anything because the players that they didn't want to get fed have got fed. And for Luxet Nox, this is a perfect position to be in. They want to be in this position with this Kai'Sa able to shred. And this Atacam fight will prove how Luxet Nox want to play and whether this Kai'Sa and this Sion can basically solo carry this game with the support of this Taric and the Morgana.
Yeah, I mean, the Morgana also has 5 stacks on a Dark Seal as well, so, you know, not afraid to do as much damage as possible. But Line 6 is going to get caught out by exactly that Morgana as one part man now. And Line 6 is going to try to do something here. In comes the perfectly timed Zhonya's, and Line 6 is going to trade a kill, but also going to trade his life there as Morgana picks up the kill, and that's exactly what I mentioned. This Morgana does more damage than Line 6 expected there. 7 stacks now on that Dark Seal. Obviously, was just a Seeker's Arm Guard, but the Zhonya's one task completed. This Morgana's going to do a lot of damage, but also that draft gap here is going to jump in as Pantheon ults in. In comes the shield vault onto Skilled. Skilled not on top of the Cosmic Radiance just yet, as in comes the Diana roll, but it's going to do the damage because he drops it onto Skilled. And you expect him to jump onto Ally there. They do pick up a 1 kill there, but the focus seemed a little bit off there, Atomica.
It's cash out is a cash out. Whether it's on Taric or whether it's on Kai'Sa, yeah, the bounty would have been nice to have, but a cash out for the Draven nonetheless means that kill gives more gold than you'd expect, and that's not good for the side of Luxet Nox. This Draven, he's so close to Infinity Edge. He's been farming well as well, Perez, on this Draven. So as soon as that Infinity Edge is done with the Q, and maybe as soon as he gets the Last Whisper rather than the full Mortal Reminder, or Lord Dominic's Regards, whichever he opts for, this Draven will hurt. He's so close to being able to make this hurt. As the Samira is looking, I thought he was going to go towards a Mortal Reminder or Lord Dominic's Regards, but he's not. He's going for a Mortal Shield Bow.
Yeah, I mean, looking for kind of a little bit more sustainability, right? Looking to stay in the fight a bit longer. Yeah. Looking to keep himself alongside and get as much healing as possible. And I think that's kind of what he needs, especially with the amount of damage Morgana does. Oh, but it looks like the Rift Herald is going to be popped. They're going to take the second charge into the tier 2 turret. Morgana maybe capitalized on here as the nicely timed shield vault by Pedro Pitres as they take down Morgana as Luxet Nox take down tier 2. Tier 1, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it was brilliant from Luxet Nox. They took the tier 1 before the first charge even registered for their Rift Herald. So that first charge, the big damage comes in on the tier 2. And then there was more health for Galaxy Esports to deal with on that as the tier 2 in the top lane goes down, as Trenabuse is looking to just kill Kai'Sa as he deals half HP with 1 spell rotation. Very fair and balanced champion.
It's a fight in the middle of the Tomica. Perez is taking a lot of damage here now. In comes the Whirling Death, and the Cosmic Radiance isn't going to pop just yet. And Perez may get away from this as the perfectly timed ultimate by Diana, the Moonfall, pulling Skill back. Skill going to have to flash over the wall now as well. But Perez can't just re-engage just yet. Pantheon doesn't quite have the Grand Starfall to use just yet. But I think Skilled will just look for the execute here.
Yeah, I think he would.
Yeah, going to do that. But there's a fight in the top lane as Pedro Pitres uses the Grand Starfall to ult in to one partner on the arena here. Going to have to use the shield vault to save Line 6's life, and Line 6 is hoping that it's worth his support's life, and it is going to be as he picks up a 1-for-1, and Drake's going to be traded in the meantime, Atomica.
Yeah, the Drake's going to be picked up for the side of Galaxy Esports. They're on Soul Point, but I want to know where this Pantheon went. Where did he go? Like,
Disappeared.
I swear he was on 3/4 HP when he went in with that shield
The
ball.
Q going to land onto draft cap now, though. Ale doing a lot of damage. The Moonfall not available. Perez here to try to do something, but Perez maybe in a position where he's going to fall here. In comes the Soul Shackles, the nicely timed Zhonya's, and it's a shutdown as well for Ale. And Perez just trying to save his teammate's life, and actually his own goes instead.
Yeah, and they both die. This brilliant Soul Shackles from Soul Shackles. Gee, do I say Soul Shackles from Neo Rania was perfect. It connects onto both, and he flash forward and uses the Zhonya's to ensure that both of them land. And Draft Gap and Perez fall just before Baron. And now Baron is going to get taken by the side of Lux at Nox. And to be honest, you'd be expecting if you're Galaxy Esports to trade this for Atacon, but it's nowhere to be seen. Baron falls, and it's the freest Baron that Lux at Nox has probably had.
Yeah, it really is. Pedro Pietro's going to try to stop her back here at least, try to do something maybe to keep them in this game. Talon is going to be able to vault away from this. But line 6 is looking to push the bot lane in the meantime. Atakan is now available, but Trenabuser is just not afraid to bully Heimerdinger because Kaiser Cham is well and truly being onslaughted on as in comes Unstoppable Onslaught, has a lot of damage. The Zhonya's doesn't have available, has to have the Rylai's, the upgrade going onto the turret, and Kaiser Cham's going to land the Q as he steps a little bit too close. Trenabuser doing a lot of damage, and he's just keeping everything alive as the rest of Lux at Nox are going to look for the Ruinous Atacard, and that is going to be so worth it for Trenabuser because he's going to charge down Pedro, and Pedro might fall here. He's just going to live, but that is going to be Atacard as line 6 now with a lot of troubles. In comes the Cosmic Radiance as well, and Ale's taking him down, and that is just a free Atacard, and Trenabuser gets it all for free.
Yeah, Trenabuser just takes on everyone other than line 6 from the side of Galaxy Esports and pretty much wins, because on the other side of the map they get the objective and they take out the Samira as well. But one thing I do want to pick up on is the fact that this Samira now has that Lord Dominic's Regards finished. That means that this Scion has to be very careful. Yes, Scion's 4 items, almost full build, but this Samira, as soon as that ultimate comes off with the Infinity Edge and the Lord Dominic's, she's gonna hurt. And as well for this Morgana, normally the Zhonya's is quite a good item until you see an anti-armor or an armor shred item like the Lord Dominic's, like the Mortal Reminder. Now that that's happened, this Zhonya's isn't going to feel as great, isn't going to provide as much protection, and that health bar, that's going to go down a lot faster than people anticipate. And now, with this Mortal Reminder, can that Cosmic Radiance come down fast enough to deny Samira probably a triple kill or a quadra kill in a pretty chaotic team fights? That's the big question.
Yeah, and I'm sure that question will be answered soon, but Trenabuser in the meantime is going to push the bot lane, take tier 1, look to take tier 2 as well. Kaiser Cham forced to now match him in that bot lane, and Trenabuser, I don't think he necessarily cares if Heimerdinger is there, he just wants turrets at this point. But the rest of Galaxy Esports are going to have to look to maybe push the rest of Lux at Nox away from this mid lane, as Kaiser Cham is going to have to use the upgrade on the turret, but I'm pretty sure he's tickling Trenabuser at this point.
Yeah, he absolutely is. He's dealing 0 damage whatsoever. The Hollow Radiance and the other item that I've completely forgotten the name of is the Unstoppable Onslaught is used in the bot lane. Nope, the other ones. You got Hollow Radiance and you got one. Samira
and Ending Despair.
There you go, an Ending Despair.
But Draft Gap is going to take down Neo Rania here, shut down, and that is a cash out for Perez, which is very nice for him because he is looking to complete that Lord Dominic's Regard. One part man waiting in the wings, does actually have the Edge of Night, but as tier 2's been taken in the bot lane, and Galaxy Esports might have to back soon here. One part man isn't going to land the stun, as that is a lot of damage coming out from Draven, and one part man's going to be going to force use the ultimate, can't take down Draft Gap, and one part man has gone from 5-1 to 6-9.
I think that has stemmed in the nicest way. That has stemmed from the lack of confidence that laning phase gave between Samira and himself. Brilliant use of the E from Pedro Petres denies the entire Heartsteel damage, but it stems from that lack of confidence after he couldn't one-shot the Samira, and every time he tried to one-shot the Samira, it was such a close fight. As now Perez is here to...
Oh, and he's not going to be able to stop the Unstoppable Onslaught, as the Scion will just use it to back out of that tier 3 turret now, and unfortunately they can't take him down, and Trenabuser is being an absolute nuisance in this game. But it will be the second dragon for Lux at Nox for them, as they won't get soul point just yet unless the Whirling Death can hit, and it won't just do that. It's just going to unfortunately just maybe stop the sign from backing, and it does. Feels bad. But in comes the Pantheon. Skills is going to have to use the E to shove him away. Draft Gap going to look to try take down the shield from one part man here. He's actually used the Cosmic Radiance. It's not onto the Kaiser. It's only onto the Talon. The skill flash E in. The stun isn't going to land. But in comes the perfectly timed Morgana bind. And the Samira's now down. But Ali's now very, very low. Sorry, one part man's now very, very low. In comes the Scion, just narrowly misses the Draven, but Draven now stunned by Morgana, and Neorania is hitting every single bind he can possibly hit. One part man picks up a kill, and it's a double kill for now for Ali. And Galaxy Esports, it looked good, but unfortunately it's not looking great now, because Galaxy Esports, the only member left is Kaiser Cham, and Trenabuser doesn't even care that he's even there.
Yeah, he deals no damage to him. He has no Void Staff, no nothing. He's even going Zhonya's to try and help with his survivability, which is not what you need at this point in time. The game is so, like, out of your reach that you need as much as you can. You just need to get the Void Staff, the Blighting Jewel, and the Void Staff in as fast as possible to deal damage to this Scion, because your team is just... It's not working. Something isn't clicking with this team fight when normally it would. Oh no! Oh, the Zhonya's, but it's not going to be enough because the W is going to just tick him at the last second. It was a valiant effort to keep him alive, but wow, the Neorania's hitting every single bind. Yeah, these bindings have been crucial. They've actually been critical. Neorania, absolute MVP of this game so far. Yes, Tren Abuser has been an absolute nuisance on the side, but half of these bindings don't hit, then these fights aren't going half as well for Lux at Nox. And now they start on the Baron, and with the team they have, they shred it. HP bar just doesn't exist.
It's going into the Whirling Death, isn't going to hit just in time. It's going to be smited away by Morgana, but the rest of Galaxy Esports going to try get an advantage elsewhere. They will get tier 2 in the bot lane, but the rest of Lux at Nox are going to back and look to maybe try to stop them from pushing even further. And Galaxy Esports are trying to maybe get themselves back into this game, but it might not be enough, because in comes the Unstoppable Onslaught onto line 6, and line 6 is going to be instantly one-shot by one part man. Nicely timed Unstoppable Onslaught. W going to miss onto Perez. Baron buff available, pushing in. In comes the Grand Starfall onto Skills, and Skills does have the Cosmic Radiance still available. Not going to want to use it just yet. The Aegis Assault being used to block as much damage as possible will do exactly that. That's another incredibly crucial bind, as in comes the Killer Instinct. One part man going to take on Draft Gap as well now. Perez going to land a Q, and it's not going to be enough on one part man. He's going to escape just.
The empowered auto attack, but yeah, this game has been bind after bind after bind that has hit onto crucial targets for the side of Lux at Nox, and it has been critical to their success, absolutely critical. And Ale looks really good off the back of it, but also I want to talk a little bit about Skilled, his build, and the Cosmic Radiance as the Unstoppable Onslaught is going to be used. And we'll see now just how much damage Galaxy Esports can do to Tren Abuser.
Yeah, and unfortunately it doesn't seem to be enough unless this Samira is now here and available. Kaiser Cham is going to fall instantly, and Tren Abuser is running people down, doesn't even care that the towers are even there. Will tank everything. Yeah. Line 6 is going to actually heal more damage than he does to Tren Abuser, and it's going to be going to a game 5, and we might just see a reverse sweep Atomica, because Lux at Nox have taken game number 4.
Galaxy Esports start their lower bracket run with a reverse sweep, and then it looks as if they were on the cusp of a reverse sweep of themselves. Lux at Nox have really locked in. I don't know what to say other than that. They've just really locked in after their 2 losses. They've just gone back to basics, and you can tell their drafts have become a lot cleaner, a lot more succinct, and the game plan in the game has become a lot better.
Yeah, and we'll find out where we're going to go real soon. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break before we get into game number 5 for the deciding game of who will be the grand champion in this winter split. Don't go anywhere. just when I said it would be a game 5 and it may be a banger of a series, it's exactly that, Atomica, because it might be a reverse sweep.
We are on the cusp of greatness. A grand finals reverse sweep. What a way to kind of announce yourself in the winter split with a reverse sweep. But yeah, it has been. Looks at Nox. Take all the plaudits because they have played incredibly well since going 2 games down, and they've really stuck to their guns. They've really just kept together. They kept a clean a level head, sorry, and a clean game, and 2 clean games, I should say. Really, there was a little blip in game 4 where it looked like Galaxy Esports were coming back. They even took a gold lead at one point, but looks at Nox held on, they kept going, and they pick up the win in game 4 to set up this wonderful game 5.
Yeah, they really do. And now we're going to see the real value of having a wide champion pool. Now we're into game number 5. So many champions unavailable for so many members. But Galaxy Esports are going to lock in the first pick of the final game of the winter split, and it's going to be Gwen being locked in now. Will this be a Gwen jungle? Will this be a Gwen top lane, Atomica?
Jungle? I think it's going to be Gwen jungle. I think Gwen is so strong in the jungle because of her ability to impact the map completely rather than just in the top lane. But it could also be, because this is what's so wonderful about flex picks, is now Lux at Nox are forced to be in a position where they have to pick something in the top lane or in the jungle, which then can give you as Galaxy Esports chance to decide where that Gwen's going. As the Aphelios is locked in for Lux at Nox.
No, I know how you feel about this Aphelios, Atomica.
Hey, I love Aphelios. I love him. I love him. He's cool. He's a cool champ, and he's a brilliant champ. And I'm so sad that they replaced Armor Pen with Lethality. Sad. Yeah. Bring it back. Give me Armor Pen in my stats, please. As Dr. Mundo's locked in for Lux at Nox, they think that Gwen's going top.
Yeah, I mean, it's somewhat like a great flex pick for Galaxy Esports, and we're going to see the Tristana being locked in as well, Atomica. Now, this is something that we know Perez is brilliant on, so maybe they're looking for a little bit more comfort picking game 5.
Yeah, as you should, really. But also, I want to direct attention to the fact that line 6 is also very strong on this Tristana. So they have 2 players there that are wanting to get their grubby little mitts on this Yordle. And as we see this draft progress, we're going to see who it's going to go to. I would like to see it in the hands of Perez, because I do think that line 6 has some more impactful champions that you can pick.
There is going to be a Mel being locked in the mid lane, I assume.
No, it's going to be Perez on the Mel bot.
Yeah, we have seen that before.
Yeah, Perez on the Mel bot. It was picked before, and that's terrible. That means that Tristana's going to line 6. Like, oh.
But, it's still an opportunity for Galaxy Esports to maybe do something cool with their draft. I mean, we've seen it every game so far this series. So we never know what's going to happen. We'll see what Lux at Nox reply with here.
Yeah, Lux at Nox, what they decide to reply with. It's going to be a very difficult...
That's a Jarvan.
I really like that.
Yeah.
Mel is completely... Mel, immobile champion. Gwen... I mean, into Gwen and Tristana a bit questionable, because Tristana can obviously just jump out, and Gwen can just dash out.
Can you reflect the knock-up?
You can... No.
No?
No.
Not if you time the Q when the Q goes in?
You can... I think you can deny the damage. You can't deny the knock-up.
That's good to know. Good to know. Just curious to see if that was an interaction, but we're going to see the bans coming through.
We'll probably see him bloody deflect the airborne now. Yeah,
probably. But we're gonna see the final bans coming through in game number 5. We're gonna see a Syndra being banned away by Galaxy Esports, being banned that away from one part man. The Nautilus again being banned away from Pedro Pitres and the Leona as well. So I guess they're hoping that Pedro Pitres doesn't play something super aggro. Now, Galaxy Esports are going to actually ban away the Lulu, which is definitely the signature champion for Pedro. So I'm very interested to see why they're looking to do it. I guess the Aphelios Lulu lane is something that is really strong. But I'm wondering, what do you think looks at Nox should pick in the bot lane here? Do you think it should be an enchanter?
Braum.
I see the Braum working with the Mel and the Tristana.
Braum is good. I was going to say Tom Kench, but it has been picked. It was picked in game
Alistair.
2. But whoa. I'm not a fan. You have enough frontline as is.
Now, the one thing is an important thing to take into account is that we do know that Pedro loves to play the Alistair himself. So whether this is a pick to take it away from Pedro,
I think it is.
Which it could be. That being said, it looks like Maokai is going to be locked in. So I do anticipate that we may see Pedro on this Maokai champion that has been played before for Galaxy Esports. Now the remaining pick is what will they pick in the top lane. I feel like Galaxy Esports need a little bit of counteractive front line to deal with Luxet Nox here.
They could go Gwen into Dortmundo. Dortmundo's good into AP champs, but Gwen's a brilliant tank shredder because, Mundo's great into. Please don't go Cassante. They've gone Cassante.
Cassante is going to be locked in for the final game for Galaxy Esports, and that will be the final pick, and their draft is now locked in for the grand final, game number 5. Skuld is going to be the last person to pick here for Lux at Nox, and I would anticipate maybe a little bit more of a damage dealer in this mid lane, because there is exactly what we expected, a damage dealer assassin being locked in. Now, I am wondering how an Akali deals with a Tristana, or whether they're just solely focusing on the Mel. That being said, I'm very excited to see how One Part Man does on this Akali.
Yeah, I mean, this Akali has been, he's picked it a couple times now. He's only picked it once in Zenith League, but Akali, always a difficult champion to either keep locked down or to kind of keep on top of if she gets ahead, and being able to utilize that slippery nature of Akali. Looks at Nox could do some major damage to Galaxy Esports backline, especially with Jarvan diving in as well. And they have very good tank shred with the Aphelios. So Galaxy Esports as well also have the same thing.
We have information on Galaxy Esports' draft.
I'm gonna actually cry if this is Mel mid. If this is Mel mid, I'm gonna cry.
So this is now, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to listen to this. It's Cassante top lane. It's Tristana bot lane.
What?
It's a Mel support. It's a Gwen in the mid lane and a Maokai in the jungle.
Yeah. So I'd like to congratulate Lux at Nox on winning the winter split. On a real. I think interesting lane assignments from the side of Galaxy Esports. Not a fan. Not a fan at all. I think you go Cassante, Maokai, Tristana, Mel, Gwen.
I would honestly switch the Gwen and put the Gwen jungle, put the Maokai support, put
Mel bot, and then
Tristana mid.
Yeah.
But that's not what we wanted, because Galaxy Esports aren't afraid to change it up. And yeah, it's not what I quite expected, but obviously we do know that Lux Nox is a little bit more predictable. It is going to be a Mundo top, Jarvan jungle, Akali mid, Aphelios, Alistair bot lane. Now, that's what we expected to see is for Lux Nox, but I mean, we can never ever predict what Galaxy Esports are going to do with their draft. It's unpredictable because you never know where it's going to go. And I am slightly confused. I'm slightly intrigued. But I want to know what your thoughts are as well in the Twitch chat. Now we're in game number 5. I want you to know, I want you to tell me who you thought won this draft, who you think's going to win this series, and tell me who you think is going to be the MVP. Now, Atomica thinks it's looks at Nox. I think Galaxy Esports may be a little bit flustered from game 3 and 4, and I think looks like Nox might just scrape it. But we'll never know. We can't predict these games because there's been so many times where game number 3 or 4 was nearly flipped on their head. We saw it in the last game especially. Looks like Nox was so unbelievably dominant in the early game. One Partman was 5-1, but Galaxy Esports so nearly turned it around. And that can happen again, or it could be completely different. It could be a boring game till 35 minutes. We don't know what's going to happen, but what we do know is that it's going to be an incredibly good game to watch, and I really hope you stick around for this. That being said, I don't like the Gwen mid, if I'm honest with you, Atomica.
I don't.
I really am afraid to see how they do into an Akali, because I might be wrong, and I'm going to probably open Twitch chat in a second and see if I'm right here, but I think Akali's pretty good matchup for Gwen. Oh, sorry, it's the other way around, so Akali's good into Gwen. Might be wrong, though.
I would assume it's 50-50. I'd assume it's skill-based. Because it depends how Gwen uses I think it's Hallowed Mist, her W. If she can use it effectively to deny Akali any engage with the Shuriken.
Yeah.
But I can see... Yeah, I think it's pure skill-based, but I can see it being Akali favoured. I can see it being Akali favoured because Gwen has little poke, whereas Akali can use the Q a lot. So like 5-point, like the Shuriken that she does.
Yeah.
She can use that to poke and wave clear, whereas Gwen, Gwen can use her Q to poke and wave clear, but I think it's a lot more telegraphed. It's not as instantaneous as Akali Q. I just really don't like Gwen mid. I think Gwen is one of those champs you chuck in the jungle or top, and that's kind of it. I think this would have made a lot more sense with Maokai bot, Tristana mid, Gwen jungle. But
I would be inclined to agree, because I think this Tristana would do better against an Akali.
I think it's because the Aphelios was locked in, and Aphelios' matchup into Tristana is awful. Unless like Aphelios gets like a couple kills early, I think this matchup's like really difficult for Aphelios to play, because you have to like keep on top of your guns while Tristana just walks at you. And yeah, but then again, Gwen is one of those champions that if you are a good Gwen player, you can hard carry a game 1v9. And giving it to a player like Line 6 who has shown capacity to 1v9.
That's a very good point. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we'll see very soon, because I do believe we're going to get into game 5 really soon. We'll see, can Line 6 carry the game? Can one Partman carry the game in this Akali? I'm sure we'll see. Will we see a level 1 Invader, Tomica? What do you think?
I hope not, because both teams have terrible level 1s, but why not? Screw it. Funny, both teams are terrible level 1s. It's essentially a wet noodle fight of who has the worst level 1.
Yeah, and it looks like maybe Galaxy Esports aren't
God, they're gonna find him.
They're gonna do it. They're gonna find a Neo Rain, and Neo Rain are gonna be forced to flash over the wall, and that is not what you want to be, especially as a Jarvan. The flash E flag and drag combo is something that's so vital to you, especially in these early game ganks. So that's gonna be taken away from him now, and pretty good level 1 for Galaxy Esports.
Yeah, they get out a massive cooldown. Jarvan now is going to be without his flash, flag, and drag combo for until about 5 minutes and 30 seconds, or 5 minutes and 40 seconds odd. So it is going to be interesting to see how Neorania adopts his pathing
but also adopts his ganking style because he needs to try and get these more sort of confirmed ganks by going around the person he's trying to gank. But it also is going to be interesting to see how Draft Gap plays it, because Maokai is always such a power pick in the jungle that if you can play it right by utilizing, the Twisted Advance, the Bramble Smash for reposition, for like disposition, it's gonna be such a powerful pick against this team as the root's gonna land onto Aphelios and gotta take. I don't know if anyone else has noticed this, right? And this is kind of a plea to Twitch chat. As Line 6 is actually going to the top lane, did not notice that, but
okay.
But has anyone noticed that level 1 damage seems to be disproportionate to the rest of the damage in the game? Like, level 1, you hit abilities, and it feels like you're hitting like an absolute steam train, right? But then as soon as level 2 hits, like one part man didn't even take any damage from that Q. But I bet if that was level 1, he would have took more damage.
Yeah, I mean, it is...
His skilled is level 1, and he's lost a quarter HP, but if he was level 2, I don't know, maybe it's base stats. I don't know. But it feels like the damage in this game is so disproportionate right now.
Absolutely, and I think that's been a common theme amongst League in general for the past couple of years, to be honest with you. But we'll see if any damage is disproportionate in this game, because as Atomica said, Line 6 has now gone towards the top lane with the Gwen, and it is going to be Kaisercham in the mid lane with the Cassante against the Akali. Definitely a more favourable matchup for Gwen in the top lane against the Mundo, as you said, like... Akali definitely a very good tank killer. Now, whether Kaisercham can sustain himself against this Akali is going to be a question that is probably going to be answered in this game, because I anticipate one part man to play very aggressively.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and he's doing that right now, isn't he? I mean, look at Kaisercham's HP bar. Look at the way this Akali's playing as well. Like, level 4 versus level 3. I'm going to assume that maybe lane swap was detected for the reason why Kaisercham is so low down. Oh, no, never mind. He's level 4 now. But, like, yeah. Line 6 and Neorania.
Oh, Neorania are going to look to collapse on line 6 here. Trenabues are falling quite low, but Maokai is waiting just in the vision of the blue buff now, which is going to force Neorania out of ganking this top lane now. So far, no kills. On the caster curse immediately comes into play. I say no kills so far. And what happened to Atomica?
There's a kill. There is a kill.
Yeah. Line 6 picking up the first blood in game number 5 as Kaisercham just going to fall instantly.
Line 6 diving an enemy that's low HP with no regard for where the jungler is? What? No way. Yeah.
It's like it's never happened.
I know, it's never had. But
Neorania is going to look to collapse on Perez and Pedro Pitres in a difficult position now. Rel not going to be able to reflect anything just yet, because in comes a lot of damage from Ale, and that is going to be a trade-off with a kill, and he's 1 for 1 on the board.
Yeah, and a very good gang from Neorania. He just walks around, no vision placed by the Galaxy Esports bot lane. Just walks around the bush and gets the kill. And I mean, Aphelios had the perfect guns, right? He had, I believe it was the red gun, the Severum, and the Gravitum. So able to slow down the gank ease and allowing the ganker to be able to come in and really assist their bot lane, picking up the kill as well. So yeah, just all around perfect ganking, as Perez is going to get rooted and he's going to be slowed in the Gravitum.
Yeah, but Neorania's here again. Is going to be spotted just on that tri-brush pink ward as he looks to wrap around again. But Mel and Perez playing a little bit more defensive this time. I have spotted him as lands a nicely timed Q onto Neorania here as well. Going to look to just take down the vision, but Pedro Pitres and Perez aren't afraid to walk up and force him away. Going to flag and drag over the wall, and that's going to be Drake being started. But in the meantime, there's a fight in the mid lane. Kaisercham's going to kill one part man, and it was a perfectly timed twisted advance as Draft Cap just picks up the kill with Kaisercham in this mid lane. Pedro Pitres is going to force off Jet. Jarvan now on this Drake, and Draft Gap and Kaiser are going to walk down, and Neorania here might be forced to walk away, as Perez is going to push in the wave as well to stop bot lane from coming up. There might be a bit of a smite fight as this Drake is happening though, but Mel and Draft Gap are fighting it just as it keeps going on, and it looks like there will be a dragon being picked up in game 5, and it will be handed over to GLX.
Yeah, Galaxy Esports picked up the first dragon of the game. Very good for their composition. They want to be stacking these Drakes up as much as possible. But the Void Grubs could also do wonders for them with the Gwen and the Tristana. So both objectives are very good for them. And Pedro Petrez and Draft Gap have recognized this. They've gone to the Drake. They haven't even based yet. Just walked straight to the Void Grubs, recognizing that Neorania. And to be honest, the side lanes of Lux at Nox are not in a position to contest.
I mean, Line's doing exactly what you want him to do, right, in the top lane, pushing the wave, force Mundo underneath it, and Mundo now does have the ultimate available, does have the maximum dosage, so they might be able to tower dive him. That being said, if they can kill him before it even happens, then it could be a successful dive, but they're not going to do that just yet. Line 6 surprisingly not going to dive someone, which is very rare to us. But there is going to be Void Grubs being picked up, just as Atomica said. It's vitally important for their comp. And already, Galaxy Esports are showing why objectives matter.
Yeah, they are showing why objectives matter indeed. And they're so good at it. I don't get what's going on. Like, yeah, okay, game 4 and game 3, they weren't fantastic at it. But they at least got objectives on trades, right? Even if you count towers not as objectives, as Neorania is going to come in for the gank.
Perez is going to just get hit by the flag and drag, but just going to W away, not even going to care that Neorania is there. But Alice is waiting in the bush. Draft Gap is going to spot him now, but Alice is also going to spot him in return. Pink Ward in the bush, as it won't spot the nice little toy waiting in the bush for him. But in comes Alice is going to hit Pedro into the wall, and Alice is going to pick up another kill. The flag and drag coming in, but a perfectly timed Q from Maokai going to knock him away.
Yeah, the Bramble Smash, like I pointed out, it's very strong, can deny that flag and drag engage, but Pedro Petrez caught out again on that Mel, going 0-2 now in a laning phase that you would expect him to be able to do well in, but as...
There's a fight in the middle of the Atomica, as one Pac-Man's going to get hit by the tower, but it's not over, as a nicely timed flash by Kaiser stops him from picking up a kill.
Yeah, very well played by Kaiser-chan. That was brilliant holding of the Akali underneath the turret as well, forcing the Akali to tank 2 turret shots rather than just the 1. And then it allowed him to pick up it allowed Galaxy Esports to pick up the feed of warfare before Lux at Nox could. And Lux at Nox now, though, this is such a weird position for them to be in, because top lane they are being absolutely mullered, but then they're recuperating all their losses in the bot lane, because this Aphelios is so far ahead of Perez right now.
Yeah, I mean, we can see the CS difference in the top lane, right? That is 30 gold difference and almost 1,000 gold ahead. But in the meantime, there's going to be a fight as Alice is going to knock back Pedro again. Skilled, he's fantastic on this Alistair, and Perez is going to be able to do nothing. And Alice now 3-0, but in comes the Moonlight Vigil. He's not going to take him down. Perez jumped in way too early. The Buster Shot going to knock him into the wall, but he's just going to kill himself as Alice has now got a kill.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I must admit, I don't know what Perez was doing there. There's no kill there, really. He's probably got overexcited because he's seen Ale flash forward and been forced to use the barrier for the tower shot. But then it's not like that's an instant kill, right? And he needs to recognize what his damage is. He only has a BF sword. I believe at the time he only had the slingshot. So he didn't even have any extra damage. So that Buster Shot was never going to kill. And he ends up falling alongside Pedro Petrez, who... I'm not sure whether it's series fatigue has come in for this series, but has so far not been playing well on this Mel. 3 deaths already in 10 minutes. He's looking a bit like Promiscue when he played for Astralis, where he's just constantly dying. And it's so sad to see, because Pedro Petrez at the start of the series was playing so well, and now he's been a bit of a detriment to his team.
Yeah, it really is. And Unfortunately, it's looking like Galaxy Esports have got a little lead, but they may be falling back behind again. As looks at Nox and not down out of this game. They're fighting for every single opportunity, and they will not stop until they maybe are crowned victors. Now, looks like the rest of Galaxy Nox are going to wait for Drake to come up now. 25 seconds until this Ocean Drake is now available, but Galaxy Esports are going to try to force him away from it. They know Herald is coming up soon, but Perez in a difficult position now. Skill going to wait until he uses that buster shot. Does exactly that, but can't quite hit him with the Q just yet. He's going to hit the stun. The Unbreakable Will is available. Not going to opt for the dive just yet, but Ale does have the green gun available. Just misses the Q, and it may have been a certain kill if that hit, but Perez may need to back here because Skilled is wrapping round. Uses the Hex Flash over the to get a bit further on, and Perez, that's not where you want to be because this cow's going to ignite you and possibly take you down. Can the last tick of Ignite take him down? No, it can on the smallest sliver of HP, and there's a TP in the bot lane now on Atomica, and Pedro Pitrez can't land a root just yet. Does exactly that. Kaiser Cham coming into the bot lane now. Sorry, my language. One part man going to just jump into the bot lane, picks up a kill into Pedro Pitrez, but he's falling very low now as well. Takes another tower shot, and in comes the Cassante, picking up a second kill now on the Alistair, and that is going to be a 2 for 2. There's a kill on the top lane.
There is a kill in the top lane. Gwen picks up another kill with the Nash's Tooth. Been on 10 CS a minute as well. So it's been such an absolute demolition derby in the top lane. But Kaiser Cham now, he's picking up kills as well on this Cassante. And this bot lane for Galaxy Esports that are normally so reliable is looking like the detriment of their team so far. As Ale, and that's not to take anything away from Ale and Skilled. They started this series in a little bit of a peculiar spot because of this bot lane they were drafted, and it didn't look great, and it didn't look like they were going to be a match for Perez and Pedro Pitrez. But now that they've gone back to basics and they've gone back to bot lanes that are very easy to sort of play,
and all of that is not a position that Aphelios needs to be in, and Pedro Pitrez will just instantly take him down with a golden eclipse and execute this Aphelios. And the caster curse came in again, Atomica.
I swear to God, man, I just actually need to start casting because my caster curse is so unreal. I'm praising Ale and Skilled about how they've been playing, and then he's just caught out and killed for no reason. He's just getting really greedy and aggressive. And then Kaiser Cham, who is, he's built magic resist, but that doesn't matter. He's still a Cassante and had a Mel in the bush waiting, and he manages to pick up the kill with that golden eclipse, and they take some plates in the bot lane. Meanwhile, in the top lane, line 6, he's been having the time of his life. He's been having the freest lane, and he's taken tier 1.
Tier 1 already gone in the top lane, and you're exactly right. Line 6 is really having the time of his life on this Gwen. 2-0, but this Cassante is 4-0 now, Atomica, and this is going to be a problem for Aphelios. If this Cassante can use the ultimate and pull him over the wall, then I don't understand what Ale's going to be able to do to escape that, because Kaiser Cham already doing half HP with just a few spells on this Akali.
Yeah, I mean, that's just, one full Q rotation set? That was Q1, auto, Q2, auto, Q3, auto. And I think the sad thing to really kind of notice is the fact that as well, Cassante really does well around walls, right? And guess who they pick? They draft Jarvan, who creates a big circular wall for Cassante to be able to use as that.
And when he's going to use a W, the needlework coming out, and he's going to do so much damage. Down goes the Jarvan, 2v1 into this top lane, but in the meantime, Pedro Pitrez is going to fall to Ale, and just when they get a kill on one side of the map, line 6 replies with another.
Yeah, but they get the tier 2 in the top. So they get tier 2, which is massive amounts of gold, and Kaiser Cham, I cannot imagine, will not get anything other than this tier 1 with the Demolish. So, yes, there's a kill in the bot lane, but what does Galaxy Esports get on the rest of the map? They get a tier 1 in the mid lane, they get a tier 2 in the top lane. This Dr. Mundo is so far behind, it is awful. And now line 6, he's unlocked on the map. His laning phase is finished. He's almost got the Rabadon's death cap at 15 minutes.
Yeah, and it's looking like line 6 is going to be an absolute problem in this game. We look at the gold difference now as well, and there's a 3,000 gold difference between this Gwen and this Mundo. and it's not looking good. But in the bot lane, there's another 1,000 gold difference there as well. But that being said, they are 5,000 gold lead ahead at Galaxy Esports, and looking like Lux et Nox are struggling to deal with this Akali, as not Akali, so this Gwen, sorry, as Linetix doesn't even care that Jarvan's there. He's going to miss the Q now, going to ghost and try and get everything possible to keep himself alive. Ignite actually proc now as well, so the healing's no longer available, as one part man's going to take a shutdown, but Linetix replies with tier 1 in the bot lane.
He gets the tier 1, and it's standing gold that realistically for Lux et Nox, you're playing through this Aphelios and you're praying that this Aphelios can do something for you, but this Aphelios is being pulled from pillar to post. Kaiserchamp's pushing in the top lane, so Ale has to go and respond if they want to do anything, because look at Kaiserchamp, he's just positioning so aggressively, and Trenabuser, he's been abused so much in the laning phase that he can't do anything to this Cassante. There's the unstoppable, and now Ale's being pulled to the top side. But then that leaves open the mid and the bot side.
Yeah, and Kaiserchamp's going to pull him over, but in comes the Maokai. Kaiserchamp's going to pull back the Alisson to try keep him in the fight. He's going to take a little bit of damage here, but in comes the TP as well. And Kaiserchamp's not even dying here. The TP finally coming into play. In comes the Needlework, but in comes the Cataclysm as well. And Linetix going to walk through the rest of the team. Needlework killing everyone here. And that's a double kill for Line 6. And in comes Perez as well now. Not even finished, joins the party last minute. And this Gwen snipping through Lux et Nox.
Yeah, Rabadon's death cap completed at 16 minutes for Line 6, but also one thing I wanted to point out was the fact that that Cataclysm actually killed Ale. You locked him in with the Gwen and forced him to take the full force of a true damage snip, and that is what did not help. And look at this now. This is brilliant work from Galaxy Esports. Very controlled early to mid game. They're now up, what, 5k? Already oh, that's a good cue.
Perez in a not a good position now though. The ultimate going to come in, the golden eclipse not going to execute anyone though, as he's going to be forced to flash away. Pedro Petrez going to throw the route out to just force one part man out, but the ultimate is available, does actually use it to dash on, and the perfect execution is going to perfectly kill the Mel, as Drake is going to be started in the meantime by Galaxy Esports. Doesn't look like Lux et Nox know they're there just yet, and by the time they get there, I think it will be handed over, and that will be Drake, number 2 for Galaxy Esports, being given to them. But Gwen, it's been a little bit low, and he might be shopping. And Gwen is not immune, as the one part man's now on a killing spree. And whether he had the E available, I'm not sure, Atomica, but Kaiserchamp's going to be taken down now as well. Can he get a reply kill? He won't just do that, as a nicely timed headbutt pushes away Kaiserchamp from Ale.
Yeah, but I think this is such a weird place to be in for Lux et Nox, because that fight is so big for your morale. You're like, yes, right, big guys, we've got some picks, we've got some shutdowns in our back pocket, let's go, we're back in this game. But then you press tab and you realized, oh, they've got 6 void grubs, you know, they've got the feats of warfare, they have everything on the map. They've taken our tier 2 in the top lane, they've taken our tier 1 in the mid, and our tier 2 in the mid lane, and they've taken our tier 1 in the bot lane. The only thing left standing is our tier 2, like on the map, without being our base, is the tier 2 in the bot lane. And even then, that's probably the most vulnerable tower, because the next 2 objectives, I believe, that are coming up are the Atacon and the Rift Herald, which means that if you want to contest that, you're going to have to send everyone there because of how far behind you are. And then, even then you're just allowing Line 6 to continually push and take this tier 2, which means you then lose towers on the map, objectives on the map, as well as this fight, as Pedro Petrez is caught out.
Yeah, Pedro Petrez is caught out, but a nicely timed ultimate by the Maokai, the Nature's Grasp being used to force away skill from using another headbutt to knock him up in the air. And there's been a few times where Pedro Petrez has been caught out in this series, Atomica, and that is something that has really been his downfall, especially in game 3, 4, and 5. And there's been a few times where Draft Gap has saved him as well. So you'd hope to maybe see if he can maybe just work on that in the rest of this game, because it's going to be incredibly important to keep this Mel alive in this late game.
Yeah, we do see a fight in the bot lane as Trenabuser is just going to be forced to burn the ultimate, which means he now... That's actually a negative for the side of Galaxy Esports. Normally it's a positive to get people to burn their ultimates, but now Trenabuser has no real positive impact in the fight in the top side, which means he can now stay here in the bot lane and match Line 6, which that doesn't affect Lux et Nox as much as it does Galaxy Esports. Because what they needed to do is they needed to be able to let Trinabuser move, but they do take the tier 2 anyway, it looks like. As we're now seeing Kaiser Champ just walk.
It's going to be a fight. Skilled is going to headbutt everyone in the air. In comes the Reflect, just putting a little bit of damage away. The Execute going to do a little bit of damage onto Neorania, but he's going to take him down as well. Skilled now falling low as well. Perez is going to jump in, land the bomb onto him. It's a double kill now for Perez, and that's going to be Rift Herald now. It's one part man, and Ali going to be forced to walk away. But in the meantime, Trinabuser is not able to stop Gwen. Gwen took tier 2 there, and he's not afraid to throw down as many needles as possible to try to take tier 3 here. And there might be another dive for Tomica. He's going to take tier 3 here. Not afraid, but can he take it? He's going to take it just in time. Ali's going to die. He's going to live for Tomica.
Oh my god, the Line 6 is getting away with absolute murder, and now Atakan goes to the side of Galaxy Esports. You do have to fear for Lux at Nox that Aphelios, it happened in Dynamo New Dawn, and it's happening in this game. Aphelios managed to get a lead in the early game in the bot lane, but the rest of the map is just crumbling. And this is just Galaxy Esports macro, because you can't really point at as Gwen has died. I'm going to assume to the Dr. Mundo, Gwen died, but yeah, you can't really point any finger at any player on Lux at Nox and say you were the problem. And this is why this game is in a situation that it is. This has just been Galaxy Esports macro to perfection, but also as well, having the absolute psycho players like Line 6 who aren't afraid to throw their life away to pick up an objective or two. And that has meant that this snowball effect has happened. And it's just been really a masterclass in macro from the side of Galaxy Esports currently. Because yes, they're down in kills, but they're up 4,500 gold.
Yeah, and it's really starting to show what you can do if your macro is is just spot on. And as you said, Atomica, you hit the nail on the head. Galaxy Esports really shown why their macro is better in this game, and it looks like Lux at Nox might have to pull something out in the next big objective fight, which may be any second now. We know that it is coming up, is the next dragon. It is going to be a Mountain Drake, so it's going to be vitally important that Lux at Nox can prevent Galaxy Esports from getting this dragon. Whether they can, we'll find out soon, Atomica, but it looks like Galaxy Esports are going to be super reliant on this Gwen and this Cassandra doing something. But in the meantime, just to talk about Cassandra doing something, the Rift Herald is going to be popped in the top lane. One Pac-Man's going to fall so low, and the Rift Herald's going to get a second charge off onto the inhib now as well. The Golden Eclipse going to be used, not going to really do any damage whatsoever, but it doesn't really matter. The whole idea is forcing them away. One Pac-Man now forced to go into the base. Kaiser Cham's going to look to use the Rift Herald to try escape. He can't quite escape just yet because he's going to be forced into a fight. Can he get over the wall and flash away? He can't quite do it just yet, and he may just fall now unless Neorania can't do anything. The Flag and Drag not yet available. He's going to finally hit it and get the last auto attack onto Kaiser Cham. But in the meantime, he traded an inhib.
Yeah, they traded an inhib, and it's...
Drake's now up as well. They're taking Drake, and oh my lord, Atomica. It was such a nice little play from Kaiser Cham.
Yeah, Kaiser Cham, it's like I said, they have the psycho players that are willing to just let their lives die for the cause. And the cause is taking all the objectives on the map as Trenabuser's burning his ultimate, and he's also got to burn the TP to escape. But now, there's no TP for Trenabuser to get into this
and
fight.
They're engaging Skilled, and Skilled is going to be caught out in a difficult position now. Pedro P. Trez now finally getting another kill on the board. And Galaxy Esports are not afraid to run down this mid lane, because now 4-man, no maximum dosage ultimate available for the Mundo, no TP available to look for a flank, and they're going to be forced to back here as Jarvan maybe because he needs items, and they're starving for gold here. TP now coming in. Kaiser Cham is arriving. In comes the Nature's Grasp. The Cataclysm going to lock Line 6 in, but he's going to be able to dash over the wall and instantly one-shots the Akali. Trenabuser now falling incredibly low, but they don't even care that he's walking away. In comes the Moonlight Vigil onto Pedro P. Trez. Going to do a little bit of damage, but not going to be enough to kill him now. And they're going to be another inhib taken. And guess what? Baron's up in 23 seconds.
Yeah, and that's 3 inhibs down. That's double super minions on each wave, which they don't have a way realistically. Lux at Nox don't have a way to deal with those waves. They have no major source of AP other than maybe the Dotmunder and the Akali, but the Akali's then going to be using all of her energy on these waves, going to be spending all of her time on these waves. And you can argue, yeah, but it's good for farm, but it's not good for the objectives on the map. Baron spawning, and Galaxy Esports straight away, T1 Baron on the spawn, just go and do it. But it's not a T1 Baron because they have the complete map dominance to do this. And the TP coming in from Gwen just to confirm this Baron. We could be seeing within the next 5 minutes the end of the series.
Yeah, we really could, because Galaxy Esports, just as we sort of looked at Nox getting a free Baron last game, Galaxy Esports are getting a free Baron themselves now, because they now have the Baron buff available on all 5 members. All inhibs are now down. Drake's up in 2 minutes 40, but it might even end before then Atomica if they can get the perfect team fight. Take down Cephalios. If the Cephalios goes down, it could be curtains here. Can Ale pull off a last-second incredible play to keep them in this game? Keep them
Eyes
from the
on
opportunity to still win this series. The eyes are all on looks at Nox, and specifically on Ale now as well, as Galaxy Esports going to look to engage any second now. The Nature's Grasp is available. Maokai looking for any twisted advantage available. Guns are now available, green and white, and there is a Nature's Grasp as predicted as well. Every single member going to be rooted in place. In comes the Golden Eclipse now as well. Not enough damage to take anyone down just here. One part man going to be forced to jump away now. Trying to do anything, but all they're doing is focusing the Nexus, and it's going to be Galaxy Esports who are crowned the grand champions of the winter split of the Zenith League. They have made the incredible comeback from the lower bracket, and it just goes to show that you're not down and out, and it's not over until Galaxy Esports blow the whistle.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, big respect to Line 6 and also Kaiser Cham. You know, whenever you go against someone in a series, you kind of don't want to maybe admit that they have your number, but swallowing his pride, admitting that he had the number, just going Line 6. Do you want to do a lane swap this game, recognizing that the Gwen and Dr. Mundo matchup is really good for Gwen? They do the lane swap, they execute the lane swap perfectly, and Line 6 completely takes over the game, and he runs the show. And that is what meant that Galaxy Esports ran away with this game. And honestly, I would go as far as say as Line 6 was the reason that Galaxy Esports ran away with this series.
Yeah, I mean, Game 3, Game 4, a little bit too aggressive, and unfortunately did play a little bit too aggressively. That being said, massive commiserations to Lux at Nox. You put up a hell of a fight, and you took it to a Game 5. Galaxy Esports looking so dominant in the first 2 games. It looked like it wasn't going well, but you brought it back. You gave us an incredible series to watch, and it was just unfortunately not to be, as Galaxy Esports took the final game of the series. And wow, what an incredible split it's been, Atomica.
Yeah, an absolute wonderful split, and it's been an absolute pleasure to cast the grand finals, to be trusted with such a, an honor to cast the grand finals of Zenith League in the winter split. And honestly, I cannot wait for more. I cannot wait for the next split, because if the teams that have shown themselves in this playoffs turn up again, it's going to be a very, very good season. It's going to be a very good split, and the playoffs are going to be better than ever.
Absolutely, couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you so much for joining us in this amazing final series. Couldn't have asked for one better, and we will see you real soon. So make sure you join us from the next split whenever we come back, because I promise you, if it's anything to go like this split, it will just get better and better.